Chapter 714. Since then, the Devil's Seal tablet had been kept within Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. But he never imagined that the Devil's Seal tablet would suddenly take action recently, especially after the small black dot and the black-colored flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows. The Devil's Seal tablet seemed as if it had been injected with stimulants and was extremely excited. Bang! Zishang arrived before Duan Lingtian, and his iron fist that contained origin energy that skyrocketed swept out once more towards Duan Lingtian. At this instant, the air in the area Duan Lingtian was seemed to have been sucked out, and at the same time that it caused him to feel extremely oppressed, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At this point, I can only withdraw the Devil's Seal tablet and treat it as a last resort. I keep having the feeling that something crazy is about to happen, but it ought to not be aimed at me. As soon as his thoughts spun up to here, Duan Lingtian noticed Zishang's iron fist was right before him, and he didn't have the time to think any further. At this instant, Duan Lingtian only had a single thought in his mind before he took out the Devil's Seal tablet from his spatial ring and placed it in front of him. He wanted to see if the Devil's Seal tablet could block Zishang. Truthfully speaking, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was still slightly perturbed in his heart. Bang! At practically the instant the Devil's Seal tablet appeared, Zishang's iron fist had already smashed onto the Devil's Seal tablet, and it emitted an enormous bang that was like a thunderclap that shook the hearts of all. Whoosh! 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 With the place Zishang's fist descended as the center, the terrifying force gave rise to waves of terrifying strong winds that swept out in all directions, and it blew the clothes of many people to the point of fluttering. On the other hand, the Devil's Seal tablet lay before Duan Lingtian and floated there without moving in the slightest. When Zishang's fist that contained the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons descended onto the Devil's Seal tablet, it was like scratching an itch for the Devil's Seal tablet, and not to mention it didn't cause any harm. It didn't even move in the slightest. Looks like I made the right bet. Duan Lingtian was the first to react, and his eyes lit up. The second person to react was Feng Wudao. When Feng Wudao saw Duan Lingtian's grade 3 spirit sword being blasted flying by Duan Lingtian, and then he saw Zishang attack Duan Lingtian once more. At this moment, he already intended to make a move to obstruct Zishang. But right at the instant he intended to make a move, he noticed that a broken stone tablet had appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian. There was nothing special about this stone tablet. It was missing a large hole, and there were many words engraved on it. It looked like a stone tablet that was recording something. But the following scene caused Feng Wudao. Zishang's iron fist swept through the air and smashed onto the broken stone tablet. Yet the stone tablet actually didn't move in the slightest. What tablet is this? After Feng Wudao reacted, he couldn't help but gasp. He had seen a lot of strange people and strange things in his life, but this was the first time he had seen something so strange. That broken stone tablet was obviously not a spirit weapon, yet it was able to easily block Zishang's attack after he executed his secret technique. It was truly astounding. What's that? It seems to be a stone tablet, but I don't see anything special about it. There are words on the stone tablet. Do all of you recognize the words? I actually don't recognize a single one of these words. There's something strange about this stone tablet. Of course, if it wasn't strange, then how could it not move in the slightest after blocking Zishang's attack? This broken stone tablet belongs to Duan Lingtian? Could it be that it's Duan Lingtian's trump card? It's possible, even though this stone tablet looks to be extremely ordinary, but as the saying goes, returning to simplicity, I think it's surely a rare treasure. The topics in the surroundings of the cage battle arena completely revolved around the broken stone tablet that appeared out of thin air before Duan Lingtian. Besides Duan Lingtian and Zishang, everyone else felt disbelief. All of them were curious. What exactly is the stone tablet Duan Lingtian took out? Devil sealing. Why is the Devil Seal tablet in your possession? Right at this moment, a gloomy and aged voice muttered to itself in a somewhat panicked manner. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by many void interpretation stage martial artists with profound cultivations. The gazes of these void interpretation stage martial artists descended onto Zishang in unison. The voice was precisely emitted from Zishang's mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that even though Zishang, who'd originally lost his reason, still had dim and lusterless eyes, he seemed to have suddenly recovered his reason. But this voice doesn't seem to belong to Zishang, right? Right when Duan Lingtian was extremely bewildered, the scene that suddenly occurred before his eyes caused him to be dumbstruck. After the Devil Seal tablet was struck by Zishang's fist, it instantly moved, and it flew swiftly toward Zishang before fiercely smashing mercilessly onto Zishang's face. It seemed as if it was taking revenge for the punch Zishang had smashed onto it earlier. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as Zishang was blasted flying by the Devil Seal tablet, causing him to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, causing his face to be covered in a green and red color, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and the others were stunned as well. Who could tell them exactly what was going on before their eyes? Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, didn't have the time to recover from their shock when the Devil Seal tablet whistled out once more to smash onto Zishang once more, and it blasted Zishang flying. Bang! 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 When facing Zishang, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it didn't know exhaustion, and it whistled out over and over again to smash Zishang flying time and time again. During this entire process, Zishang didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Look quickly. The black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows is growing fainter and fainter. Could it be that it's about to vanish? Could it be that this broken stone tablet of Duan Lingtian's is the bane of the secret technique Zishang executed? Once the flame brand between Zishang's brows vanishes, his strength will be reduced greatly, and at that time, the victor might not be him. This stone tablet is too abnormal. Zishang, who executed his secret technique, possesses the strength of a void interpretation stage expert at any rate. Yet it's utterly insufficient before this stone tablet. Yeah, even though Zishang's attacks are extremely strong, yet when they descended onto the stone tablet, it was like scratching an itch, and it was utterly unable to make the stone tablet move in the slightest. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto the space between Zishang's brows as well, along with the Devil Seal tablet completely crushing Zishang. The black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows gradually dimmed down before completely vanishing in the end. It was as if it had never appeared. After the black-colored flame brand vanished, Zishang's originally dim and lifeless eyes finally recovered their spirit. Whoosh! After the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished completely, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it had completely lost its target, and it stopped on the spot for a moment before returning to Duan Lingtian's side in the end. Zishang's secret technique was destroyed? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. On the other hand, Zishang, who stood in the distance, had suffered a heavy injury and was beyond recognition, and he was barely able to utilize his origin energy to staunch the injuries on his body, yet his breathing was extremely rapid. This Duan Lingtian actually obtained the Devil Seal tablet. Could it be that he's really my bane? Zishang stared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and he gnashed his teeth slightly. Elder Ghost, could it be that there's no way to deal with the Devil Seal tablet? Zishang took a deep breath and communicated with the strand of incomplete soul that was concealed in the depths of his mind. This strand of remnant soul had come from a broken stone he'd obtained in the past. According to the owner of the remnant soul, Ghost Flame, the broken stone was a small part of the Devil Seal tablet. Ghost Flame was precisely a formidable existence that was suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's fragment. Ghost Flame had once said that his soul was originally extremely formidable, and it was precisely because it was suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's fragment that he was sealed within the Devil Seal Tablet's fragment that only a strand of incomplete soul remained until today. The Devil Seal Tablet is only effective against devils, or Devil Path martial cultivators. A martial artist like you that hasn't come into contact with Devil Path cultivation methods doesn't have the qualifications to make the Devil Seal Tablet deal with you. So you don't have to think about how to deal with the Devil Seal Tablet. But so long as the Devil Seal Tablet exists, it's impossible for me to help you like before. If you want to deal with this Du-an Ling-tian, you can only rely on your own strength to achieve victory. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out, and it contained deep terror mixed within. It was terror towards the Devil Seal Tablet. Rely on my own strength to achieve victory? The corners of Zishang's mouth twitched. This was something that he knew very well. Since long ago, when he found out that Du-an Ling-tian possessed an illusory realm soul skill, and the scope of effect of Du-an Ling-tian's illusory realm soul skill, he knew that if he didn't have the assistance of Ghost Flame, it would be utterly impossible for him to defeat Du-an Ling-tian. Besides that, the ghastly and aged voice continued to resound within Zishang's mind. No matter what, you can allow this Du-an Ling-tian to obtain that fragment of the Devil Seal Tablet in your possession. Otherwise, once the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet in his possession is combined with the fragment of the Devil Seal Tablet in your possession, and the last fragment of the Devil Seal Tablet is found, the complete Devil Seal Tablet will once again appear in the world. At that time, Devil Path martial cultivators will once again welcome a calamity. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice was filled with fear. Today, if the Devil Seal Tablet in his possession is the complete Devil Seal Tablet and not the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet, then even if I hide in the depths of your mind, I'll still be annihilated without a doubt. Zishang couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. A complete Devil Seal Tablet is actually so terrifying? Of course. That's the Devil Seal Tablet, a super saint weapon that's entered the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings. The ghastly and aged voice continued to sound out. 10 Great Saint weapon rankings? Super saint weapon? Zishang couldn't help but be stunned, and he only recovered from his shock after a short moment. Even though he didn't know about the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings, nor did he know about the super saint weapon, but just by listening, he was able to discern that these two weren't simple. How did this Du-an Ling-tian obtain the Devil Seal Tablet? Zishang spoke with slight jealousy and resentment. I don't know about this. I only know that the Devil Seal Tablet was split into 3 many years ago for a certain reason. Amongst them, the most important part is the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet in his possession, and the other 2 fragments of the Devil Seal Tablet are secondary. One of them is in your possession. Chapter 7:15. Don't worry, Elder Ghost, unless I die. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible for the Devil Seal Tablet fragment in my possession to be taken away by Du-an Ling-tian. Zishang vowed solemnly. The ghastly and aged voice replied, and then it said, if it's possible, I hope you can seize the Devil Seal Tablet in his possession. Even though it's only an incomplete Devil Seal Tablet, the most important part of the Devil Seal Tablet is within it. How do I seize it? Zishang asked. Even though I don't know the reason why that incomplete Devil Seal Tablet acknowledged him as its master, so long as you can kill him, then the Devil Seal Tablet will become an ownerless object. At that time, with my help, you might be able to make it acknowledge you as its master. As the ghastly and aged voice spoke up to hear, it was faintly slightly excited. Elder Ghost, didn't you say that once my strength is sufficient in the future, you'll pass down the Devil Dao cultivation method to me and allow me to become a formidable Devil Dao martial cultivator? Since it's like this, What use do I have for this devil seal tablet? Could it be that you want it to seal me? Zishang was slightly puzzled. Do you think the devil seal tablet only has the ability to seal devils? The ghastly and aged voice continued. As a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapon rankings, besides being able to suppress and annihilate the soul of a devil Dao martial cultivator, it's also able to extract the energy of the devil Dao martial cultivators sealed within it. Whereas after the energy of those devil Dao martial cultivators is extracted by the devil seal tablet, it'll be sealed within. Whereas the incomplete devil seal tablet in that kid's possession is precisely the medium used to contain the energy of the devil Dao martial cultivators that have their souls dispersed. If a martial cultivator that hasn't cultivated a devil Dao cultivation method is able to make the devil seal tablet acknowledge him as its master, then once that martial cultivator cultivates a devil Dao cultivation method in the future, he'll be able to rely on the energy of the countless devil Dao experts to cultivate and advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, from then onwards, the devil seal tablet will completely lose its ability to seal devils, because it'll gradually be demonized and completely lose its instincts. As he spoke up to hear, the ghastly and aged voice paused for a moment before continuing. You're very lucky to be able to encounter this damaged devil seal tablet before cultivating a devil path cultivation technique. You have to know, if it was another devil path martial cultivator that had already cultivated a devil path cultivation technique, not only would it be impossible for the devil seal tablet to recognize him as its master, he would even suffer a backlash and be sealed by the devil seal tablet. As he spoke, his voice was filled with fear that came from the depths of his soul. Every word of Ghost Flame's words entered Zishang's ears. Yes, I'm very lucky. However, it won't be an easy task to seize the damaged devil seal tablet from him. Zishang stared at Duan Lingtian in the distance, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes that were filled with ruthlessness. He never would have thought that after so many years, he, who thought that he could completely destroy Duan Lingtian, would actually be completely destroyed by the Duan Lingtian once again. He was very unwilling, but he knew that it was useless even if he was unwilling. What he had to do now was to seize the damaged devil seal tablet from Duan Lingtian, because it would affect the advancement of his cultivation in the future. If you don't want to be restrained and sealed by him with the devil seal tablet after cultivating a devil path cultivation technique in the future, then feel free to give up on yourself. Ghost Flame's ghastly and aged voice reverberated within Zishang's mind, and it caused Zishang's expression to become even more unsightly. I didn't say I should give up on myself. Zishang spoke with a low voice. That's for the best. Besides that, I have to remind you that I can't directly interfere in the battle between you and him like I did in the past. The damaged devil seal tablet in his possession is capable of restraining and suppressing me. Ghost Flame continued. So you can only rely on yourself to deal with him in the future and seize the damaged devil seal tablet in his possession. Of course, I can't directly interfere, but I can do my best to assist you in improving your strength. It's for no other reason than to kill him and seize the damaged devil seal tablet in his possession. Thank you, Elder Ghost. I'll surely do my best. Zishang took a deep breath and agreed. You don't have to do your best. You must kill him. I can tell you that so long as you're able to make the damaged devil seal tablet acknowledge you as its master before cultivating a devil path cultivation technique, then once you cultivate a devil path cultivation technique in the future and rely on the strength of the numerous devil path experts sealed within the devil seal tablet, your strength will skyrocket, and it wouldn't be impossible for you to become the leader of the entire devil path in the future. Ghost Flame continued to tempt Zishang. The facts proved that Ghost Flame's temptation was extremely useful. The leader of the devil path? Zishang's eyes flashed, and his mood surged completely. Bang! Suddenly, Zishang felt an enormous force assault him from behind, and it fiercely descended onto the back of his neck. In the next moment, he felt dizzy before he completely lost consciousness. Useless thing. In the depths of Zishang's mind, the ghastly and aged voice was slightly exasperated. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were completely in an uproar, and they ceaselessly shouted out Duan Lingtian's name. Presently, Duan Lingtian had just used his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to construct an illusory space that enveloped Zishang, and under the circumstances that Zishang wasn't on guard at all, Duan Lingtian had moved behind Zishang and knocked him out. Zishang, who didn't have the assistance of Ghost Flame, was only an ordinary 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and he was utterly unable to resist Duan Lingtian's soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Whoosh! On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, the black-clothed old man flew out to catch the unconscious Zishang, and then he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian before returning to his seat. Brother. The old man had just brought Zishang back when Zi Yin came over with a worried expression. He's fine, he's only fainted. The black-clothed old man shook his head, and then he stretched out his hand to rub Zishang's temples. After a short moment, Zishang moved and woke up in a daze. Zi Yin heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. Master, I'm sorry I didn't obtain the first. After Zishang woke up, he realized what had happened. He who wasn't possessed by Ghost Flame and merely relied on his 9th-level Void Initiation stage spiritual force to resist Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. Even though he was unwilling to lose at the hands of Duan Lingtian, he knew that it was something that couldn't be helped. The Devil's Seal tablet countered Ghost Flame, and Ghost Flame was unable to help him resist the illusory realm soul skill. Presently, he was bound to not be a match for Duan Lingtian. You don't have to blame yourself. Being able to obtain the second in the Dynasty martial competition today is already not bad. The old man shook his head and didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Zishang. Yeah, brother, you're already extremely formidable. Zi Yin spoke out as well. So what if I'm formidable? Didn't I still lose at the hands of Duan Lingtian? Zishang laughed with self-ridicule, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood in the distant sky and was receiving the cheers of the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Kid, with your current strength, it isn't an easy thing to seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. I suggest that you rely on the strength of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family and ask the imperial family to seize the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Suddenly, Ghost Flame's voice sounded out in Zishang's mind. Get someone else to do my dirty work? Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then he seemed to have thought of something and sighed. Elder Ghost, even if I described the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession to an extravagant degree, and even if the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family arouses greed and seizes it away, wouldn't we still be paving the way for someone else? Zishang wasn't willing to do something like paving the way for someone else. Paving the way for someone else? Ghost Flame said with disdain, even if we really paving the way for them, so what? If they aren't willing to give the Devil Seal tablet to you, then kill your way back a few years later and annihilate them to seize the Devil Seal tablet back. In terms of strength, even though Duan Lingtian is far inferior to the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family now, needless to say, his potential is shocking. If the Devil Seal tablet is always in his possession, then you might not be able to seize the Devil Seal tablet from him a few years later. If the Devil Seal tablet is in the hands of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, then with my help, I'm 100% confident in allowing you to possess the strength to crush the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family and seize the Devil Seal tablet back in a few years. Ghost Flame's words were extremely clear. The Devil Seal tablet in the hands of the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family was much better than in the hands of Duan Lingtian. The potential threat of Duan Lingtian was much greater than the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Ghost Elder is wise. Zishang wasn't an idiot, and he instantly understood the meaning behind Ghost Flame's words. Don't worry, Ghost Elder. After the Dynasty Martial competition ends today, I'll discuss it with my master and the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. I believe that so long as I exaggerate a little, they'll surely be interested in the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Zishang was filled with confidence. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the young expert of the Darkstone Empire, Duan Lingtian, has obtained the first in our Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition, and he'll obtain 50,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. The old man directly announced. Instantly, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar once more, especially the people of the Darkstone Empire. All of them were grinning from ear to ear. Swish! The other old man directly passed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to receive the spatial ring and dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. After confirming that there were 50,000 low-grade origin stones within, he casually put away the spatial ring. The second in the Dynasty Martial competition today is the young expert, Zishang, recommended by our Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, and he'll obtain 30,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. As for the announcement the old man made after that, Duan Lingtian didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, his attention was completely on the broken stone tablet that floated in midair. Now that I think about it, it's strange that this Devil Seal tablet is actually still pestering me. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he shot towards the second-class spectating area where the people of the Darkstone Empire were seated. Whoosh! At practically the instant Duan Lingtian descended, the Devil Seal tablet appeared by his side and floated in midair like a shadow. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that there seemed to be a slight and imperceptible connection between him and the Devil Seal tablet. This sort of connection wasn't unfamiliar to him. Chapter 716. Could it be that the Devil Seal tablet has taken me as its master? A crazy thought arose in Duan Lingtian's heart, a thought that even he felt was unbelievable. But when did the Devil Seal tablet take him as its master? He actually didn't know in the slightest about this. At this moment, even though Duan Lingtian had already returned to the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were, the numerous gazes in the surroundings of the cage battle arena still locked onto him and locked onto the Devil Seal tablet that floated by his side. Even though Duan Lingtian had already obtained the honor of being the first in the Dynasty Martial competition, the process behind this caused everyone present to be deeply puzzled and even feel it was unbelievable. To them, everything that had occurred earlier was truly too strange. The battle between Duan Lingtian and Zishang to compete for the honor of being the first in the Dynasty Martial competition. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian's secret technique had failed, and he was one-sidedly crushed by Zishang, who'd executed the secret technique, causing him to be in imminent danger. Right when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian was about to be defeated, an unexpected event occurred abruptly at the critical moment. Duan Lingtian withdrew an extremely ordinary-looking stone tablet out of thin air. Moreover, it was a broken stone tablet, and it looked as if it was picked up from the roadside. But it was precisely a stone tablet like this that smashed Zishang to the point he was completely helpless. After he executed the secret technique, even though Zishang's strength was formidable, he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before that stone tablet. Subsequently, everyone saw that along with the black-colored flame brand vanishing between Zishang's brows, Zishang's secret technique had failed, and the broken stone tablet returned to Duan Lingtian's side along with this. In the end, Zishang, who'd suffered quite a heavy injury, stood on the spot in a daze. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian had easily moved behind Zishang before casually raising his hand and slashing out with a chop, directly knocking Zishang unconscious and obtaining the first in the dynasty martial competition. The Dark Han dynasty's martial competition had come to an end. No matter if it was the process or the outcome, it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Originally, everyone was still looking forward to how exciting the final battle would be. Who would have thought that the ending would be so simple, direct, and full of drama? Some people even thought that Duan Lingtian and Zishang had discussed this beforehand and were just putting on a show for them. Whoosh! When he saw the unusual actions of the devil-sealed tablet had attracted more and more gazes, Duan Lingtian thought to himself and put the devil-sealed tablet away in his spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, congratulations! The Prince of Yong gazed at Duan Lingtian, his face brimming with an excited smile, somewhat forgetting himself. Even though he was the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire and was usually extremely solemn before others, but when he saw Duan Lingtian obtaining the first in the dynasty martial competition and obtaining extremely great honor for the Darkstone Empire, he'd instead tossed his identity to the back of his mind. You really live up to that saying. As long as it's gold, no matter where it goes, it will always shine and not be buried. Su Li said to Duan Lingtian, "Brother Lingtian, looks like I've still underestimated you in the past." Xiangying sighed. Besides Long Yin, the other young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire congratulated Duan Lingtian one by one at this moment. Long Yin stared at Duan Lingtian with a flickering gaze, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. The curtains to our Dark Han dynasty's martial competition has come to an end. 10 young geniuses have obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the old men announced with a loud voice. Subsequently, another old man looked at the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty. Now, let us invite the most respected emperor of our Dark Han dynasty to speak. Whoosh! At practically the instant the old man finished speaking, the emperor had already appeared by his side, and he looked at the surroundings as he said slowly, "The dynasty martial competition today has given me an extremely great, pleasant surprise. The 10 young geniuses that obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, especially the few that are ranked at the top, have even caused me to be extremely shocked. I won't say anything else. Half a year from now, I invite the 10 young geniuses to gather at the Imperial Palace. At that time, I'll personally lead the group to head to the Northern Desert and witness the competition between the 10 great young geniuses of my Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties." After he finished speaking, the emperor's palanquin with 8 carriers appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. After a short moment, the emperor walked into the palanquin and vanished before the eyes of everyone. On the other hand, the remaining members of the imperial family left one by one. "Duan Lingtian, let me see if you'll still be able to protect the Devil Seal tablet in your possession when the imperial family arouses interest in it." Zishang glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian before leaving, and then he walked shoulder to shoulder with Ziyan and left behind the black-clothed old man. As soon as the members of the imperial family left, many people left along with them. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that many people were heading towards the spectating area he was at, and their targets had locked onto the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. "Su Li, I'll be leaving first." When he saw the situation wasn't right, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Su Li before directly fleeing. Swoosh! Su Li hadn't even reacted when Duan Lingtian had already left the second-class spectating area and ascended the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. On the first-class spectating area of the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch and the other higher-ups weren't present, and only Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong remained. Fortunately, I ran quickly. When he saw the group of people from the Darkstone Empire, including King Yong, being surrounded by many enthusiastic people, Duan Lingtian felt slightly fortunate. Even though some people had noticed that Duan Lingtian had left, yet not a single person dared follow him. The first-class spectating area wasn't a place that just anyone could ascend. Brother Duan, I never imagined that there would be a time when you fled in defeat. Elder Kong teased. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed. And then he looked at the red-clothed young woman that stood by Feng Wudao's side, and his gaze lit up. Tianwu, how much did you earn? Feng, Tianwu said with a smile. Elder Brother Duan, it's better if you look for yourself. Feng, Tianwu said as she passed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian dripped a drop of blood on the spatial ring to identify it, and with a command in his heart he looked inside. With a single glance he saw low-grade spirit stones that were piled up like a mountain. These low-grade spirit stones. There's at least a little over 100,000, right? Because the reward for the first in the Dynasty Martial Competition was 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the spirit stones before him were more than twice the amount of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. So Duan Lingtian was able to easily guess the amount. More than 107,000. Feng, Tianwu smiled as she spoke. So many. Duan Lingtian was surprised, and then he seemed to have thought of something. With a raise of his hand, he withdrew the spatial ring he obtained as the reward for the first in the Dynasty Martial Competition and passed it to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, I never imagined that you'd help me earn so much. Take these 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. But Feng Tianwu didn't receive it and directly refused. Elder Brother Duan, I've said it since long ago. No matter how many spirit stones you earned, they're all yours. I won't take them. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. But I never imagined that I'd be able to earn so much. Just take it. Even if you've taken these 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, I've still earned an additional 50,000 plus spirit stones. Originally, after his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, was useless in the final battle with Zishang, Duan Lingtian didn't hold on to any hope. At that time, he'd once thought of the pile of low-grade spirit stones he'd placed at Feng Tianwu's place, and he felt that those spirit stones would surely be wasted. But never had he imagined that fate would play an enormous joke on him. As soon as the Devil Seal tablet appeared, it directly suppressed Zishang and even heavily injured Zishang, allowing him to turn defeat into victory. Elder Brother Duan, I don't lack spirit stones. Moreover, my father even took advantage of you. Feng Tianwu shook her head firmly, and as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh. Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression. Elder Brother Duan, you still don't know, right? Your odds for the battle between you and Zishang was 1-3, and my father bet 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on you. Feng Tianwu smiled as she spoke. Betting 100,000 low-grade spirit stones at odds of 1-3, and earning an extra 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Duan Lingtian's face froze when he heard this, and then he cursed. Who set this odds? Aren't they looking down on me too much? Even though I don't know who set the odds, but I can be sure that fellow is surely regretting it to death now. Elder Kong smiled, and then he shook his head and sighed. It's the eldest young master who has the courage to directly bet 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on Brother Duan. I only bet 10,000 spirit stones if I knew earlier. I would have bet the other 20,000 spirit stones as well. As he finished speaking, Elder Kong was slightly regretful. Grandpa Kong, you still don't believe Elder Brother Duan? Feng Tianwu angrily rolled her eyes at Elder Kong, and then she held Feng Wudao's arm and smiled. It's still father who has confidence in Elder Brother Duan. I was already prepared to throw away the 100,000 low-grade primordial stones. But Feng Wudao's words caused the smile on Feng Tianwu's beautiful face to completely freeze. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu changed the topic and her beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Elder brother Duan, what's that broken stone tablet you took out earlier? It doesn't seem to be a spirit weapon?" Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Feng Wudao said, "We'll talk about it when we get back." Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu noticed that many people in the other 7 first-class spectating areas were staring at them with burning gazes, or more precisely speaking, they were staring at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao's group of 3 soared into the sky and headed towards the Feng clan estate. When they saw Duan Lingtian's figure vanish before their eyes, the tranquil atmosphere on the other 7 first-class spectating areas was directly broken. "This son-in-law of Lord Wu Dao is truly extraordinary." "Yeah, that Duan Lingtian looks to be around the age of 25, and his true age is surely not more than 30. Suppressing the group of young geniuses of our Dark Han dynasty at such an age and obtaining the honor of first in the dynasty martial competition is truly difficult to come by. In my opinion, his first in the dynasty martial competition was obtained by relying on that mysterious stone tablet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for Zishang. I wonder what that stone tablet is. It's actually so terrifying." Chapter 717. Brother Ling Tian's improvement is truly monstrous. Zhang Shouyong stood within the group of Zhang clan members as he shook his head and sighed. But his face quickly revealed a heartfelt smile. As a friend of Duan Lingtian, he felt happy for Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian was able to possess such accomplishments. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyuan, who stood nearby Zhang Shouyong's eyes that were suffused with terror when he looked at Duan Lingtian, gradually calmed down after Duan Lingtian's figure completely vanished. Even if we can't become friends with that Duan Lingtian, we absolutely can't become enemies with him. The Yi clan's patriarch spoke with an extremely heavy tone. The Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao, who stood at the side, nodded and deeply agreed. As for the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang, who stood at the side, he was already terrified to the point his legs shivered. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually be able to obtain the glory of first in the dynasty martial competition. The words of the Yi clan's patriarch spread throughout the 7 first-class spectating areas in a short moment, and it caused the group of figures that stood at the peak of the Dark Han dynasty to deeply agree. In next to no time, these words continued to spread out and obtain the acknowledgement of everyone. From today onwards, the unknown Duan Lingtian will become a famous person in our Dark Han dynasty. A young man from an empire has suppressed numerous top young experts of our Dark Han dynasty. His strength is so shocking that it's sufficient to leave his name in history. Looks like the Darkstone Empire is indeed a good place. I'll go take a look over there in a few days. Perhaps I'll bring my family over to stay there. Even though the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had already started to disperse, the sounds of discussion still rose and fell without end. The topic of most people moved onto Duan Lingtian. A young man that was shockingly young had obtained the first in the dynasty martial competition today, and it had exceeded the expectations of everyone. Along with the crowd of spectators leaving the cage battle arena, it wasn't long before the entire Dark Han dynasty's capital was filled with the name and deeds of Duan Lingtian. Practically everyone knew that the person that obtained the first in the dynasty martial competition held by the Dark Han dynasty this time was a young expert from the Darkstone Empire. This young talent looked to be around 25 years old, so young that it was frightening. Also, his name is Duan Lingtian. Right when the entire Dark Han dynasty's capital was discussing Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian himself was drinking tea in a residence within the Feng clan. I obtained that stone tablet by chance in my hometown, when faced with the questions of Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal too much and spoke of the origins of the Devil Seal tablet. Of course, he did not mention the powerful soul inside the demon sealing tombstone that had attacked him. That soul was so strong that it was even more formidable than Emperor Wu of Samsara. He was able to survive by luck because his soul was comparatively special and didn't belong to this world. Moreover, the fact that his soul didn't belong to this world had always been the greatest secret in Duan Lingtian's heart, and even his parents and 2 fiancés didn't know of it. So long as it was related to the secret, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not easily speak of it. Even though it was said that there were no secrets in the world, Duan Lingtian was sure that so long as he didn't speak of the secret, it would absolutely be impossible for a second person to know of it. It was precisely because of this that he'd never intended to share the secret with anyone. So in this way, you put it away because you noticed that the words on this stone tablet were special. Elder Kong asked. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he asked, Elder Kong, you're knowledgeable and talented. Yet I wonder if you recognize these words on the Devil Seal tablet. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Devil Seal tablet that was partially broken appeared by Duan Lingtian's side and floated there. Elder Kong sized up the Devil Seal tablet seriously when he heard this. After a short moment, he shook his head. I don't recognize it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu, and the latter shook their heads to indicate they didn't recognize it. Alas! Looks like I can only look for someone outside to recognize these words when I arrive at the foreign lands in the future. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. Elder Kong nodded. The foreign lands is boundlessly vast, and there are experts as numerous as the clouds within it. So there might be knowledgeable people that recognize these words. Besides that, since this stone tablet is capable of suppressing Decease, who executed his secret technique, I presume it isn't an ordinary thing, and it might be able to give Brother Duan many pleasant surprises in the future. It's fine if it's a pleasant surprise, but I'm most afraid it'll give me a fright. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he stared at the Devil Seal tablet with a complicated gaze. Even though he didn't know the exact background of the Devil Seal tablet, nor did he know its origins, but his encounter at the Swamp of Death that day allowed him to realize that the Devil Seal tablet was extremely extraordinary. The Devil Seal tablet was actually capable of sealing such a formidable soul within it. If it wasn't for him releasing that formidable soul, then perhaps that formidable soul would still be suppressed within the Devil Seal tablet. A soul that was even more formidable than the soul of Samsara Emperor Wu was suppressed by this Devil Seal tablet. I can be sure that this Devil Seal tablet is absolutely not an ordinary thing. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of. This stone tablet isn't simple. Feng Wu Dao, who'd been silent all along, spoke out for the first time. At the same time, there was obviously slight fear in Feng Wu Dao's eyes. Father, have you noticed anything? Feng Tianwu asked curiously. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and Elder Kong looked at Feng Wu Dao in unison. No. Feng Wu Dao shook his head. Then, earlier, Feng Tianwu was stunned. Intuition. Feng Wu Dao continued. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He originally thought that Feng Wu Dao had really noticed something, yet he never imagined that Feng Wu Dao would only say this in the end, and it caused him to be slightly disappointed. Uncle Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, I intend to leave the capital tomorrow. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and he spoke to Feng Wu Dao and the others. Elder Brother Duan will be heading to the northern desert half a year from now to converge with the young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties and carry out the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Why do you want to leave at this time? Feng Tianwu asked with a puzzled expression. Isn't it better to stay in the capital to cultivate and improve during this half a year? Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong nodded, and they both agreed with Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, if there's nothing else, then it's fine for me to stay in the capital. But I'm leaving the capital this time because I have to deal with some things. As Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, cold lights flashed within his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a dormant venomous snake that would explode out and injure and kill at any moment. Feng Tianwu's group of 3 were able to notice the killing intent contained within Duan Lingtian's words, and Feng Tianwu couldn't help but ask, "Elder brother Duan, can you tell me about it?" When he saw Feng Tianwu looking at him with a gaze of yearning, Duan Lingtian, who originally didn't intend to speak of it, sighed, and then he spoke of the matter related to the Seven-Star Sword Sect being annihilated a few years ago. Seven-Star Sword Sect? The sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you mentioned when we were in Phoenix Nest City earlier? Feng Tianwu was stunned. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his eyes were suddenly dyed with a wisp of scarlet red, and even his breathing started to become hurried. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scenes that occurred at the peak of the Seven-Star Sword Sect's Dubhe Peak all those years ago. At that time, the members of the Azure Forest Trisect descended domineeringly and carried out a slaughter of the members of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, causing blood to flow into rivers and corpses to pile up into mountains on Dubhe Peak. When he recalled the price the Seven-Star Sword Sect higher-ups had paid for the sake of allowing him to leave, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes in pain. Originally, this enmity had already been buried deep within his heart, but now it was recalled by him of his own accord. That was because he now had the ability to take revenge. "Elder brother Duan, I want to return with you," Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. "Tianwu, that's only a personal matter of mine, you." Duan Lingtian knew that Tianwu had good intentions, yet he still refused, as it wasn't difficult for him to deal with the Azure Forest Trisect with his current strength. But Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Feng Tianwu. "Elder brother Duan, I have nothing to do at home anyway, so let me go with you. Going to relax is good as well." Duan Lingtian hadn't even had the chance to speak when Feng Wu Dao had already spoken out. "I'll go with the two of you. Ha! Since eldest young master is going, I naturally have to go as well." Elder Kong spoke out as well. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He knew that this matter could be considered to have been decided, right when Duan Lingtian was curious why Feng Wu Dao would take the initiative to return with him. Feng Wu Dao spoke out once more. "Lingtian Tianwu, and I will go with you this time to see your parents on the way. It can be considered as meeting in advance between in-laws." "Father, what are you talking about?" Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed red when she heard Feng Wu Dao, and it seemed as if blood would drip out. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian finally knew the reason Feng Wu Dao wanted to return with him. So it turned out that Feng Wu Dao was going for his parents, and he knew something was off. "Uncle Feng, Tianwu, Elder Kong, I'm going back to rest first." Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to the three of them before fleeing in panic. After he returned to his own small courtyard, Duan Lingtian locked himself in his room before withdrawing the Devil Seal tablet once more and carefully studying it. I keep having the feeling that the black-colored flame brand that appeared between Zishang's brows ought to not be formed by some secret technique. What secret technique is capable of allowing a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist to improve his origin energy and soul to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage in a short period of time? Most absurd of all, the side effect is only to lose one's reason during the execution of the secret technique. This can be considered as a side effect? This was something that Duan Lingtian wouldn't believe even if he was beaten to death. Besides that, when I'd just taken out the Devil Seal tablet, Zishang, who should have lost his reason after executing the secret technique, spoke abruptly instead. The voice at that time was a ghastly and aged voice, and it wasn't Zishang's voice. Chapter 718. If Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary Void Initiation Stage martial artist, he would naturally not think so much. The reason he was able to think so much and make such educated guesses was all because of the memories of the 2 lifetimes of reincarnation Emperor that were fused with his mind. Moreover, he'd encountered 2 powerful souls that wanted to destroy his soul and seize his body. So, No one knew more about soul seizing than Duan Lingtian. According to the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, if the soul is strong enough, it can directly destroy the soul of another and seize their body to replace them. However, if the soul suffered a great blow and only a strand of remnant soul remained, it would be difficult to destroy the soul of another and seize their body. However, even though it can't completely seize their body, it's not a problem to do so for a short period of time. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct. Also, when I first saw the Devil Seal tablet, a powerful soul was sealed within it. In other words, the Devil Seal tablet can seal souls. When the black flame mark appeared between Zishang's brows, it should be when his body was occupied by another soul for a short period of time. I was wondering why the Devil Seal tablet was so agitated when the black mark appeared between Zishang's brows, and even took the initiative to attack Zishang after leaving the spatial ring, and only stopped attacking after the black flame mark between Zishang's brows disappeared. Now that I think about it, it's completely in line with my guess. The Devil Seal tablet is targeting the independent soul in Zishang's body. When that independent soul occupies Zishang's body for a short period of time, it would cause the Devil Seal tablet to fight against it. Once it hides, the Devil Seal tablet can't do anything to it. Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clear. Looks like Zishang's fortuitous encounter is really extraordinary. There's actually the soul of an expert hidden within his body. According to the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew very well. A soul that could leave the body and live, beside certain conditions, must be at the Emperor Wu stage or above. In other words, the other soul in Zishang's body was once a powerful expert, like Emperor Wu. The soul of that expert, Emperor Wu, should only be a strand of remnant soul. Otherwise, Zishang's body would have been completely occupied by him long ago. Duan Lingtian was absolutely certain of this. After a mere strand of remnant soul occupied Zishang's body, it was able to raise Zishang's strength by 4 levels in a short period of time. Moreover, it even crossed a great realm. Even Samsara Emperor Wu, at his peak, might not be able to do this. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian frowned. According to Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, no matter if it was his first or second lifetime, he was the strongest person on Cloud Continent. No one could rival him. Perhaps there really is an existence that's even stronger than Reincarnation Emperor Wu in the boundless sea. Moreover, Reincarnation Emperor Wu had once guessed that it wouldn't be strange for there to be an existence that's even stronger than him in the boundless sea. Perhaps this was what it meant by, "There's always someone stronger." Standing at the peak of Cloud Continent did mean that one stood at the peak of the entire world. In this world, besides Cloud Continent, there was also the boundless and mysterious sea. Besides Cloud Continent, many experts might be hidden in the depths of the boundless sea. Could it be that the Emperor Wu in Zishang's body came from the sea outside Cloud Continent? Duan Lingtian guessed once more. Lying on the bed, Duan Lingtian looked at the ceiling as his gaze flickered. The Devil Seal tablet seems to be able to counter the soul of that Emperor Wu. In this way, so long as the Devil Seal tablet is in my possession, then the soul of that Emperor Wu in Zishang's body won't be able to help Zishang deal with me. Needless to say, after confirming this, Duan Lingtian felt extremely pleased in his heart. Truthfully speaking, even though encountering Zishang today was out of his expectations, he wasn't willing to lose at Zishang's hands. Before he took out the Devil Seal tablet, at the moment he was about to lose at Zishang's hands, his heart was bitter because he was about to be trampled beneath the feet of someone he'd once defeated. That was a scene he wasn't willing to see, and it caused him to feel extremely displeased. Fortunately, he took out the Devil Seal tablet in time and turned defeat into victory. In the dazzling audience hall of the Imperial Palace. "Imperial Uncle, is there an urgent matter that both of you have come to look for me so late at night?" The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor looked at the black-clothed old man and white-clothed young man that walked into the audience hall and asked slowly, "I don't know the specifics as well, but Zishang said that he'll tell us once he sees you." The old man spoke. "Zishang, have you encountered something that's troubling you? No matter what it is, feel free to speak. So long as it's within the ability of the imperial family, we'll surely help you deal with it properly." The emperor spoke warmly to Zishang. Zishang's brows raised. After the dynasty martial competition today, he noticed that most people in the imperial palace had a different attitude towards him, and this included the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor before him. Of course, he knew that the reason for all this was because of the strength and value he revealed during the dynasty martial competition. His value was sufficient to make the emperor think highly of him and the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. "Your Majesty, it isn't that I've encountered something that's troubling me, but it's something that's related to the interests of the imperial family, so I have to speak." Zishang lightly smiled as he spoke. Something that's related to the interests of the imperial family? Merely these words had whetted the appetite of the emperor and black-clothed old man. "Speak." "The emperor?" "Yes." Zishang nodded. "Your Majesty, Master, I presume both of you saw the key to Duan Lingtian defeating me today, the broken stone tablet?" The emperor and old man nodded in unison. Today, the most unforgettable scene for them was the scene of Duan Lingtian suddenly turning the tables at the instant he was about to lose at Zishang's hands. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to turn defeat into victory was all because of that broken stone tablet that seemed extremely ordinary. If they didn't see it with their own two eyes, they would find it hard to believe. Such an ordinary stone tablet actually broke through Zishang's secret technique and became the key to Duan Lingtian's victory. Even now, they were still filled with curiosity towards the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were curious about the profundity contained within that seemingly ordinary stone tablet. After this battle, they naturally wouldn't naively think that it was an ordinary stone tablet. What a joke! If it was an ordinary stone tablet, would it be able to assist Duan Lingtian to seize first place in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition? I wonder if your Majesty and Master are interested in knowing the details of that stone tablet. Zishang spoke slowly and whetted the appetite of the emperor and old man. "You know." The emperor's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask. Even though the old man didn't speak, he stared fixedly at Zishang, and he was obviously waiting for Zishang's answer. Zishang nodded, and then he said, "It's a saint artifact that surpasses spirit weapons. This saint artifact isn't restricted by the amount of amplification it possesses, and it's mostly focused on various aspects of utilization. Besides amplification, saint artifacts possess various extremely miraculous abilities." Zishang paused when he spoke up to hear. "Saint artifact?" The emperor and old man had bewildered expressions when they heard this, as it was the first time they'd heard of the existence of a saint artifact. But they'd heard something clearly. That was, a saint artifact was an existence that surpassed spirit weapons. "Zishang, how do you know all this?" the old man asked with a low voice. Zishang said, "Master, I presume you're curious as to why my cultivation improved so quickly. Actually, all of this is because of the fortuitous encounter I obtained some time ago. During that fortuitous encounter, I found out about many things I didn't know in the past, and one of these things included the saint artifact." Fortuitous encounter? The emperor and old man looked at each other before nodding. They'd guessed since long ago that Zishang had surely obtained some fortuitous encounter to possess his current shocking cultivation. Otherwise, not to mention surpassing Bai Hao, he might not even be a match for Bai He. "What you mean is that the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession is actually a saint artifact." The emperor's eyes lit up, and even his breathing became slightly hurried. "Yes," Zishang nodded, and then he said, "Your Majesty, you've seen the saint artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession today. Besides being an offensive saint artifact, his saint artifact also possesses the ability to counter various secret techniques. It was precisely because of this that I was defeated by him today. On the other hand, if origin energy is fused into an offensive saint artifact, then it's usually able to provide an amplification of 2 times, and it surpasses a grade 1 spirit weapon. Zishang finished speaking in a single breath, and the depths of his eyes contained slight perturbation. Now he was waiting for the fish to take the bait. As for if the fish would take the bait, he wasn't sure, so he was slightly perturbed. An offensive saint artifact? An amplification of 2 times? The Emperor's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard Zishang. Moreover, it possesses the ability to counter various secret techniques. What ability does that Duan Lingtian possess to actually be able to obtain such a heaven-defying saint artifact? As he finished muttering, the Emperor frowned slightly and greed suffused his eyes. Zishang, this isn't a joke. Are you sure? The old man asked for further confirmation. Master, I'm naturally telling the truth. Zishang hurriedly replied. Although the devil seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession wasn't complete, no matter how bad it was still a part of the super saint artifact, the devil seal tablet. It wasn't difficult to provide an amplification of one's strength by fusing origin energy into it. After all, even the small piece of the devil seal tablet in his possession would be able to provide an amplification of one's strength by 2 times as long as he was willing to fuse his origin energy into it. Of course, he didn't dare rashly use it in a place where there were many people. Even if it was only a small piece of the stone tablet, an item that could provide an amplification of one's strength by 2 times was sufficient to cause any martial artist to covet it. Although he had the help of the ghost flame, because his cultivation was too low, the ghost flame's help to him was limited. Chapter 719. Thus, Zishang wasn't worried that the imperial family would expose his lies after they seized the incomplete devil seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. Of course, even though everything he said was concealed, it wasn't a lie. Your Majesty, Master, this is what I wanted to tell both of you tonight. If our imperial family is able to obtain that saint weapon, then it's extremely beneficial to our imperial family. As Zishang finished speaking, he was slightly agitated. Zishang, you've spoken so much. It wouldn't be that you're unconvinced of your loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian today and want to rely on the imperial family to eliminate Duan Lingtian, right? Suddenly, the Emperor calmed down, and his wise eyes stared at Zishang as he spoke slowly. Zishang doesn't dare. Zishang hurriedly shook his head, and then he added, If your Majesty doesn't believe what Zishang said earlier, then Zishang is willing to swear on the tribulation of oaths. Zishang didn't wait for the Emperor and his master to recover from their shock, as he'd already pinched open his finger, causing a drop of fresh blood to shoot into the sky, and then he swore with a clear voice. I, Zishang, swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that if the broken stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession isn't a saint weapon and doesn't possess a strength of 100% amplification, I, Zishang, am willing to be blasted to death by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Subsequently, 9 claps of thunder resounded out successively in the sky above the imperial palace, and it shocked most of the people in the imperial palace. The people that were close to the surroundings of the imperial palace heard these 9 claps of thunder as well. For a time, the corner of the capital where the imperial palace was located was completely bustling with noise and excitement. So many claps of thunder. Could it be that it's about to rain? Gooden, quickly help Mother put away the clothes that are hanging in the courtyard. All right. This was a voice that sounded out from a slum behind a remote alley near the imperial palace, and it belonged to a widow and her son. They were figures at the lowest level of the Dark Han dynasty and were only ordinary people, so they didn't know what the 9 claps of thunder meant. It's the 99 heavenly tribulation. Looks like someone in the imperial palace has sworn on the 99 heavenly tribulation, but I wonder who it is. Many martial artists guessed the meaning of the 9 claps of thunder. Not long after that, the news that someone in the imperial palace had sworn on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation spread throughout the capital, and it was known to everyone. The 9-9 heavenly tribulation was also the tribulation of oaths. Once an oath was made, no one could violate it. Otherwise, he would be killed by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. In the main hall, after Zishang swore on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation no longer made any movements and had no intention of punishing Zishang. The emperor and the black-clothed old man completely believed Zishang's words. Zishang, you go back first. Don't tell anyone else about this, including your sister. The old man in black looked at Zishang and said solemnly, Don't worry, master. Zishang knows what to say and what not to say. Zishang solemnly nodded, and then he turned around and left the hall. When he turned around, a sinister smile appeared on Zishang's face. His eyes revealed a cold light as if he was about to devour someone. You did very well. As soon as he walked out of the hall, a ghastly and aged voice started to reverberate within Zishang's mind. Thank you for your praise, Elder Ghost. Zishang hurriedly replied and didn't dare dally in the slightest. I'm able to discern that your master and the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor have already aroused greed for the incomplete Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's possession. It wouldn't be long before they ought to make a move. Ghost Flame continued, but unfortunately, that Duan Lingtian can't die at my hands. It's rather regretful. Zishang sighed. Humph. Ghost Flame said with disdain, even though that Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability aren't bad. But in the outside world, there are numerous people with higher natural talent and comprehension ability than him that can be found everywhere. Once you walk out of this small rural place in the future, you'll know how huge the outside world is. Before some genius experts of the outside world, that Duan Lingtian is utterly nothing. Ghost Flame said slowly, at that time when you think back to now, you'll realize how laughable you are now. Understood. Zishang nodded, and the pity on his face vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the imperial family was plotting against him. Presently, he'd already fallen into a deep sleep and entered into dreamland. He was leaving the Dark Han Dynasty tomorrow and returning to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and his feelings were extremely agitated, and he was utterly unable to calm down to cultivate and comprehend concept. Duan Lingtian slept all the way until daybreak before he finally woke up. After he woke up, Duan Lingtian unexpectedly withdrew the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring. I had a dream last night, and I dreamt that the Devil Seal tablet can be used as a spirit weapon. As the saying goes, what one thinks in the day, one dreams at night. I wonder if my dream will come true. Whoosh! When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and directly fused his origin energy into the Devil Seal tablet. Right at this moment, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and they coiled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Along with the Devil Seal tablet being enveloped by a layer of origin energy, Duan Lingtian noticed that another 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared beside the 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. At this moment, his actions were only done on a whim. Even though he'd had a dream last night, that dream only told him that the Devil Seal tablet could be used as a spirit weapon. It didn't say that the Devil Seal tablet could provide an amplification of one's strength when used as a spirit weapon. An amplification of one's strength. This seemed to be something that only the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that came from the Samsara Emperor all those years ago was capable of accomplishing, right? Duan Lingtian possessed a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, and it was precisely the sword that belonged to the white-clothed sword monarch that he obtained from the sword monarch's treasure earlier. It was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was capable of providing an amplification of one's strength. Now, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbstruck when he noticed that the Devil Seal tablet in his possession possessed the ability to provide an amplification of one's strength as well. He only returned to his senses after a short while. Looks like this Devil Seal tablet isn't simple. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian continued to study the Devil Seal tablet, but he didn't discover anything else after studying it for a while. Elder Brother Duan. After an unknown period of time, Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out from outside his room. Duan Lingtian put away the Devil Seal tablet, washed up, changed his clothes, and walked out of his room. Good morning, Tianwu. Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and bathed under the gentle sunlight of the early morning, and he smiled as he greeted Feng Tianwu, who stood outside the courtyard. Elder Brother Duan, let's go have breakfast together. We'll leave after breakfast. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian. Okay, Duan Lingtian nodded. After they finished eating, Duan Lingtian notified Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong before making a trip to the Darkstone estate that the members of the Darkstone Empire were staying at. He'd come this time mainly for the sake of bidding farewell to Su Li and King Yong. After bidding farewell to King Yong, Duan Lingtian found Su Li. Su Li, I intend to make a trip to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Do you want to go back with me? Asking like this was actually something that Duan Lingtian had thought of on the spur of the moment. The Crimson Sky Kingdom wasn't just his hometown, it was Su Li's hometown as well. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Su Li would agree, because according to his knowledge, Su Li hadn't returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom for many years, let alone meet and catch up with his good friends from the past. But Su Li refused instead. Duan Lingtian, I won't be going back first. I have to go look for Master in 2 days, and I ought to go wander in the other dynasties for a period of time. Su Li, I presume your strength will shock me greatly the next time we meet. Duan Lingtian smiled. As far as he was concerned, it was surely Su Li's master that intended to allow Su Li to improve his strength a step further before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties arrived, and that was why he aroused the intention of bringing Su Li to wander in the other dynasties. With Su Li's current cultivation, not to mention competing with the top young geniuses of the various dynasties, even in the Dark Han dynasty, there were many people that could defeat him. I'm afraid your strength will be even more shocking the next time we meet. Su Li sighed. In the past, along with his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds repeatedly, he felt that he ought to be able to surpass Duan Lingtian. But when he saw Duan Lingtian once more and witnessed the strength that Duan Lingtian revealed, it caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness that came from the bottom of his heart. There seemed to be a chasm that was impossible to surmount between him and Duan Lingtian, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to surmount that chasm in the end and catch up to Duan Lingtian. But he didn't feel defeated because of this, and his fighting spirit surged instead. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a year from now, he would surely work hard to catch up to Duan Lingtian's footsteps and even surpass Duan Lingtian. This was his goal for the next year. After you return, help me greet Tianhu, Xiaoyu, and the others, Su Li spoke to Duan Lingtian. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to leave, King Yong called out to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I almost forgot to tell you. Vice President Xiang asked me to tell you that if you have nothing to do in the future, you can go to Milky Way City's treasure gathering pavilion to catch up with him. Okay, Duan Lingtian replied and nodded with a smile to King Yong before leaving the Darkstone estate. In the sky above the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, swoosh, an enormous sword soared through the sky with an extremely swift speed that was difficult for an ordinary person to capture with the naked eye. If one looked carefully, one would notice that this enormous sword wasn't a material sword, but a sword condensed into form from origin energy. Obviously, Someone had intentionally condensed it into form from their own origin energy as a means of transportation. After a short moment, the enormous sword left the sky above the capital. There was a layer of faint origin energy light barrier on the enormous sword, and it enveloped the entire enormous sword and obstructed the strong wind that assaulted the sword. The body of the enormous sword was extremely spacious and could accommodate a few tens of people. Yet only 4 people were standing on it now. This speed is much swifter than the 3-eyed flame tiger. Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and thought in his heart. The other 3 people were precisely Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong. Presently, the 4 of them were heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The enormous sword beneath their feet was condensed into form from Feng Wu Dao's own origin energy, and its speed was so swift that it was comparable to a formidable demon beast at the void interpretation stage. Chapter 720. With the speed of the enormous sword, it only spent close to 10 days of time to already pass through the vast Darkstone Empire and enter the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kid Lingtian, where are we going now? Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to stop, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Go to our 7-star Sword Sex estate first. It's over there." Under the guidance of Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to head all the way towards the southwest direction, and it wasn't long before he saw 7 sword peaks that shot into the sky appear before his eyes. The 7 sword peaks were like 7 enormous swords that were stabbed into the boundless earth, and their imposing auras were shocking as if they wanted to pierce through the boundless sky. Elder brother Duan, this is the 7-star Sword Sex estate. Feng Tianwu looked down at the 7 sword peaks and asked, "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He originally thought that he would be moved by the scene, but when the 7 great sword peaks appeared before his eyes, his originally surging feelings had instead instantly calmed down. All the sorrow seemed to have transformed into boundless hatred that ceaselessly accumulated and was ready to explode out at any moment. "Uncle Feng, Tianwu, Elder Kong, I'll go down to look for 2 people. All of you wait for me here for a moment." Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong as he spoke slowly. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong nodded, whereas Feng Tianwu instead said, "Elder brother Duan, I'll go down with you." "Okay." Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and he brought along Feng Tianwu to flash through the sky before diving down to directly head towards the peak of Migra's Peak, and they descended onto the peak of Migra's Peak after a short moment. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he stood at this familiar place, and he suppressed his restless feelings. Feng Tianwu was able to discern that Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely unstable, and she sensibly didn't say anything, and silently followed by Duan Lingtian's side as if she was Duan Lingtian's shadow. "This is where I used to cultivate." Duan Lingtian walked to the side of the peak of Migra's Peak and stood at the edge of the cliff with his head lowered. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds and see that familiar crooked tree. Feng Tianwu stood by Duan Lingtian's side and looked down as well. A moment later, she followed Duan Lingtian down from the sky. Only now did she know why Duan Lingtian said that this was the place where he used to cultivate. It turned out that on the outside of this cliff, there was actually a cave passage that led to the heart of the mountain. At the entrance of the cave, there was a crooked tree. "I seem to have been gone for a long time." Duan Lingtian stood on the crooked tree, gently stroking the branches and leaves, his eyes filled with reminiscence. At that time, he'd noticed this place when he'd just entered the 7-star Sword Sect. It could be said that this place meant a lot to him. It even gave him a monstrous talent, allowing his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Crooked tree, 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Lingtian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he'd just arrived here all those years ago. He still remembered that when he'd just arrived, there was only a crooked tree here. The cave passage was blocked by a layer of cliff, and it was forcefully opened by him with brute force. It was precisely because he'd opened up the cave passage that he was able to enter and find the 10,000-year stalactite milk, allowing him to be reborn. Many traces of him were left behind here, and there were too many memories of him. His spiritual force stretched out, and Duan Lingtian noticed the two people that were cultivating in the 10,000-year stalactite cave within the cave passage at the first possible moment. The auras of the two people weren't unfamiliar to him. One of them was precisely the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, and also the master of his fiancée, Ker Qinxiang. The other person was the closed-door disciple of the former 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong MOU. After he noticed the two people, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a rare smile. Suddenly, swish! A wave of wind howls that tore through the sky swept over from high above in the distance, and it grew closer and closer to a deafening sound. "Elder brother Duan, watch out!" Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and with a raise of her hand, the grade 3 spirit whip Duan Lingtian helped her find for her appeared out of thin air, and the origin energy in her body raged as she was prepared to attack at any moment. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked towards the source of the howls of wind that grew closer and closer, and an exceedingly enormous figure appeared before his eyes. The figure that grew clearer and clearer before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian's body to lightly tremble, and his pupils constricted as if he'd seen something unbelievable. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, who was prepared to attack, withdrew the origin energy that raged within her body. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky above her dispersed along with this, because she noticed that no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or this unexpected guest, there wasn't any hostility between them after they saw each other. "Elder brother Duan knows it." As she looked at the grand rock that flapped its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, Feng Tianwu thought in her heart. In next to no time, she obtained her answer. "Elder Peng." Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain his excited feelings any longer, and he cried out before his figure flashed out to instantly vanish on the spot, and when he appeared once more he was already before the nearby Grand Rock. The Grand Rock that appeared before Duan Lingtian now was precisely the former sect guarding revered elder of the 7-star sword sect, Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Elder Peng was actually still alive. After Elder Peng sent him off that day, he turned back without hesitation and wanted to live and die with the 7-star sword sect. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that Elder Peng and the 7-star sword sect higher-ups had died at the hands of those old fellows from the Azure Forest Trisect, yet he never imagined that Elder Peng had actually survived. As he stood in the air before Elder Peng, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with excitement that was impossible to restrain. "Not bad. Not bad. I'm actually unable to see through you in the slightest now. Looks like you've improved greatly in these past few years." Elder Peng was slightly excited when he saw Duan Lingtian once more, and he spoke via voice transmission. At that time, he and the 7-star sword sect higher-ups had come to an agreement to send Duan Lingtian away because they felt that Duan Lingtian was the hope for the 7-star sword sect to rise once more in the future. So, the 7-star sword sect higher-ups had risked their lives to open up a path of escape for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, they'd smoothly sent Duan Lingtian away. "Elder Peng, how did you survive?" Duan Lingtian's mood gradually calmed down, and he couldn't refrain from asking. Elder Peng was only a void initiation stage demon beast and was unable to speak, so he sighed via voice transmission. "After I sent you off that time and returned, I noticed that everything had already ended. It was already meaningless for me to make a move again. So I hid myself and waited for the time when I could help you rebuild the sect in the future. Elder Peng, your decision was wise," Duan Lingtian said. "At the beginning, I was unable to wrap my head around why all the experts of my 7-star sword sect would die so quickly at the hands of the Azure Forest Trisect. Later on, I found out from little girl Xiang that it turned out that Zhao Ming had betrayed the sect. When Elder Peng spoke via voice transmission, his aged voice was filled with rage. Later on, I'd repeatedly trespassed into the Azure Forest Trisect and successively killed 2 of Zhao Ming's grandsons. But unfortunately, that Zhao Ming had always been hiding and didn't make an appearance. Otherwise, even if I had to risk my life, I would still take him down with me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to sense Elder Peng's rage, and he shook his head. Elder Peng, there's no need for you to give up your precious life for a mere Zhao Ming. Even though that Zhao Ming is still alive now, it's no different than being dead. Zhao Ming, the Elder Ming of the 7-star sword sect's Xianming elders, had already been tricked into an inscription formation in the Darkstone Empire by him all those years ago. It had only been a few years, and unless an expert intervened, otherwise it would be impossible for Zhao Ming and the other guardian elder of the Azure Forest Trisect to escape. Elder Peng's sharp eyes were filled with bewilderment when he heard Duan Lingtian. After he heard Duan Lingtian's explanation, Elder Peng came to a sudden understanding, and his sharp eyes were filled with gratification. You're really not bad. Our decision that day was right. I was wondering why Zhao Ming hadn't made an appearance all along. Yet I never imagined that he'd been trapped in that inscription formation by you since long ago. If the sect leader and the others knew about this, they would surely be extremely gratified. Elder Peng spoke via voice transmission. Elder Peng, have there been any movements from the Azure Forest Trisect recently? Do you know the reason they annihilated the Mountain Split sect and our 7-star sword sect all those years ago? Duan Lingtian asked Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian had always been puzzled by the actions of the 3 great sects combining into the Azure Forest Trisect all those years ago and annihilating the Mountain Split sect and 7-star sword sect successively. He didn't know why the 3 great sects combined into one, and even abandoned the independent inheritances of their respective sects to allow their sects to become history. Elder Peng didn't have the time to speak when a voice sounded out and broke the short period of silence. Senior brother. Suddenly, 2 figures had appeared on the crooked tree. One was a graceful and beautiful woman, and the other was a young man that looked to be almost 30 years old. Presently, the young man looked at Duan Lingtian, who stood nearby in midair, and he had an excited expression. The beautiful woman revealed a gratified smile as well. The little fellow that gathered a myriad of glories in the past had now grown to an extent that even she was unable to see through him. After a few years, I presume he ought to have already broken through to the first level of the Void initiation stage. The beautiful woman was precisely the former peak master of the 7-star sword sects, Alcade Peak, Qinxiang. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian being able to break through to the first level of the Void initiation stage now had already caused her to be extremely pleasantly surprised, and she felt that the 7-star sword sect had hope of rising. Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up when he heard this voice, and he turned around to look at the 2 people that stood on the crooked tree before greeting his senior. Qinxiang first. Peak Master. Besides being the former peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qinxiang was also the master of his fiancée, Ker. Thus, he'd always respected Qinxiang, even if his strength had already surpassed Qinxiang in all aspects now. It didn't reduce the respect he had towards Qinxiang. You've returned. Qinxiang revealed a warm smile. Yes, I've returned. Duan Lingtian nodded as his face revealed a smile, and then his gaze descended onto the young man beside him. "Mo, long time no see. You haven't slacked off in these past few years, right?" Chapter 7:21. No, senior brother, I didn't slack off. Mo was anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he hurriedly spoke as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would be disappointed in him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Marshal Aunt Qin Xiang. Mou indeed didn't slack off. With the cultivation environment of the 10,000-year stalactite cave, he's already broken through to the 5th level of the void prying stage now. Qin Xiang smiled as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. You brat, I was just joking. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Mou's reaction was so great. Actually, early on when he saw Mou for the first time, his spiritual force had already detected Mou's current cultivation, and he knew that Mou was already a 5th level void prying stage martial artist. Even though Mou's advancement in cultivation was far inferior to his own. But in the entire younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, based on the current situation, only he, Zishang, and Long Yin were above Mou. Even genius martial artists like Crazy Young Master, Flame Young Master, and Sword Young Master didn't possess such accomplishments when they were at Mou's age. If the sect leader was still alive, he would surely be extremely gratified when he saw you possess such accomplishments. Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and sighed. For a time, the atmosphere went silent. After a short moment, Qin Xiang spoke out to break the silent atmosphere. You asked about the Azure Forest Trisect earlier. Up until now, we still don't know the objective of the Azure Forest Trisect joining together. But 4 months ago, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect came out in full force and came to our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. What did they come here for? Could it be that they wanted to set the Azure Forest Trisect's base here? As he finished speaking, cold lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes. That's not it. They seem to have come for the sake of searching for something. Moreover, their group only ascended the main peak of our 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak. Qin Xiang shook her head and continued. During that period of time, Elder Peng and I had once wanted to go investigate, yet we were stopped. Fortunately, Elder Peng's speed far surpassed them. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Elder Peng and I to escape from their hands. They've left now? Duan Lingtian asked. He'd only just arrived at the 7-star sword sect when he directly came to the peak of Migra's Peak, so he didn't know anything about the situation on Dubhe Peak. Yes, he left. Qin Xiang nodded. They stayed on Dubhe Peak for 3 months and just left last month. With me and Elder Peng here, they didn't dare casually leave people here. So, besides me and Mou, there isn't a third person present on the 7 great sword peaks of our 7-star sword sect. Busy for 3 months? Could it be that they are plotting something? Duan Lingtian frowned. Elder Peng and I also went to Tianshu Peak to take a look after the incident, but we didn't find any clues. Qin Xiang said again. I want to take a look, Duan Lingtian said. When Duan Lingtian turned around, he found that he had forgotten about Feng Tianwu. He was a little embarrassed. After that, he hurriedly introduced Qin Xiang, Elder Peng, and Mou to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, this is Peak Master Qin Xiang, a senior of my sect. This is Elder Peng, the sect guarding revered elder of our 7-star sword sect. As for him, he's my junior brother Mou. Peak Master Qin Xiang, Elder Peng. Feng Tianwu hurriedly greeted the 2 seniors, and her tone was slightly respectful. Hello. In the end, Feng Tianwu looked at Mou and lightly smiled as she greeted him. This is... Qin Xiang revealed a surprised expression as she looked at Feng Tianwu. In terms of appearance, the young woman before her wasn't the slightest bit inferior to her personal disciple, Kerr. Moreover, unlike Kerr's pretty girl from a humble family, the young woman before her naturally emitted an aura as she stood there, and she obviously had an extraordinary background. She's called Feng Tianwu. She's my friend. Duan Lingtian smiled as he introduced Mou. Elder Peng nodded lightly, whereas Mou's gaze lit up instead as he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and then he said via voice transmission, Senior brother, this ought to be my senior sister-in-law as well, right? F***K off. What nonsense are you talking about? Duan Lingtian glared angrily at MOU as he replied via voice transmission. Qin Xiang greeted Feng Tianwu, and with just a few glances, she discerned that Feng Tianwu was interested in Duan Lingtian, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Your man really knows how to womanize. But, with his outstanding ability, it's indeed sufficient to attract many outstanding women to like him without hesitation. At this moment, Qin Xiang couldn't help but think in her heart, if she was 20 years younger, would she be moved by this violet-clothed young man before her as well? This was something that she didn't dare deny. If she was able to encounter such an outstanding man during her youth, she believed that she ought to have no immunity. But, unfortunately, during that era, even the most outstanding man by her side wasn't much stronger than her. Where's senior brother Zheng Song? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly curious when he didn't see Zheng Song appear after standing in midair at the side of the peak of Migra's Peak for a long time. That day, after he saved Zheng Song in the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City, he asked the little gold mouse to send Zheng Song back to the 7-star sword sect's Migra's Peak's 10,000-year stalactite cave. Logically speaking, Zheng Song ought to be here. But Duan Lingtian's spiritual force instead noticed that Zheng Song wasn't within the stalactite cave. Zheng Song is busier than us. He's in charge of looking for our 7-star sword sect's external affairs elders and inner court disciples that were lucky enough to survive all over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and gather them together. 2 months ago, he returned once and said he'd already found over 30 survivors. Qin Xiang said to Duan Lingtian, but considering that our 7-star sword sect might suffer a surprise attack from the members of the Azure Forest Trisect at any time, they were placed at another place and didn't return to the sect. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So that's how it is. In the future, they don't have to hide anymore, because I've returned. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. I'll go take a look at Dubhe Peak. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian recalled his earlier plan. Senior brother, I'll accompany you. MOU hurriedly volunteered when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to go to Dubhe Peak. Okay, Duan Lingtian nodded. In next to no time, the 4 people led by Duan Lingtian and Elder Peng flashed towards Dubhe Peak together, and they ascended Dubhe Peak in a short moment. Compared to before, Dubhe Peak hadn't changed much. If there was really a difference compared to before, then it was none other than the numerous dried bloodstains that could be seen all along the way. Besides, many of the bloodstains on the ground belonged to our 7-star sword sect disciples. There's also many that belong to the Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Qin Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian, looking at the dried bloodstains all along the way as she spoke slowly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found out from Qin Xiang that Elder Peng had launched a slaughter upon returning to the 7-star sword sect that day, and he'd killed all the Azure Forest Trisect disciples that were guarding the 7-star sword sect. Elder Peng, thank you. Duan Lingtian abruptly stopped moving, then raised his head to look at the grand rock that flapped its wings in the sky before bowing respectfully. Thank you for what you've done for the 7-star sword sect. A wisp of surprise appeared on Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face when she saw Duan Lingtian's actions. She was extremely clear about what sort of person this elder brother Duan of hers was. On that day, even when facing the supreme emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian didn't bow, and it was sufficient to show how proud Duan Lingtian was. Yet now, when facing the sect-guarding demon beast of a sect from a tiny kingdom, this elder brother Duan of hers had instead directly bowed and expressed his gratitude. This caused her to have a rather deep feeling. Kid Lingtian, don't forget, the 7-star sword sect isn't only your sect. Elder Peng's aged voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. No matter what, Elder Peng, everything you've done for the 7-star sword sect is worthy of the respect of every single 7-star sword sect disciple. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. The gazes of Qin Xiang and Mou flashed when they heard Duan Lingtian, and they bowed to Elder Peng one by one. Elder Peng, thank you. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian heard Qin Xiang speak of many things about Elder Peng going to the Azure Forest Trisect to cause trouble, and specially picking on the weak. He sighed with emotion towards this. With Elder Peng's speed, so long as the Azure Forest Trisect didn't have a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, practically no one was capable of catching up to Elder Peng. In this way, not only did the inheritance of the Azure Forest Trisect not strengthen during these past few years, it instead showed signs of weakening because of Elder Peng's frequent visits? Duan Lingtian asked with slight surprise. Yes, Qin Xiang nodded, and then she said, sometimes even I don't know exactly why the 3 great sects merged into one. Based on the current situation, the development of the Azure Forest Trisect is even slower than when they hadn't merged into one, and they're simply lifting a rock to smash their own feet. The matter ought to not be so simple. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he said with a low voice, since they chose to merge into one and even didn't hesitate to give up the foundation left behind by their respective ancestors, they surely have something they're seeking. Perhaps Dubhe Peak can tell us the answer. Yes, let's observe carefully. Qin Xiang nodded. Elder Peng and I only roughly observed it the other day, and we didn't notice anything wrong. Perhaps we'll be able to notice something if we observe deeply. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to observe every single corner of Dubhe Peak. After the first round of observation, they didn't notice anything. The grass and trees on Dubhe Peak weren't destroyed by the members of the Azure Forest Trisect, and the 9 palaces that resided above the spirit points were still standing there in perfect condition. Truly strange. Could it be that they've stayed here for 3 months only for the sake of looking at the scenery? Duan Lingtian frowned. He dared confirm that the matter was absolutely not so simple. Let's observe carefully again. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and Elder Peng started to get busy once more. This time, Duan Lingtian was even more serious than before. Wait. Duan Lingtian stood on the pavilion in Mizar Hall that he'd frequently visited in the past, and after he reminisced about the days he drank tea and chatted idly with the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Xingfan, he finally noticed that something was off. Chapter 7:22. There was a total of 9 great spirit points on the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, Dubhe Peak. Above each of the 9 great spirit points stood a palace, and Mizar Hall was one of them. When he was in the 7-star sword sect in the past, so long as he approached the palace above the spirit point, Duan Lingtian would be able to sense the exceedingly dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. But he didn't feel anything today. Even if he stood in Mizar Hall, Duan Lingtian felt it was no different than any other place. Thus, there was only one possibility. There's a problem with the spirit point. Not to mention the other spirit points for now. There's surely a problem with the spirit point below Mizar Hall. I'll go take a look at the locations of the other 8 spirit points. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian left Mizar Hall. In next to no time, he went to Alcade Hall, the place that belonged to the former Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang, of the 7-star sword sect. When he arrived at Alcade Hall, Duan Lingtian didn't sense the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Continue. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian went to Fekta Hall, Merak Hall, Dubhe Hall, and the other palaces, and he even went to the places that belonged to the Xianming elders. In the end, he obtained an answer. The 9 great spirit points on Dubhe Peak were completely crippled. For months ago, all the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect came out and stayed at Dubhe Peak for an entire 3 months. 3 months of time was sufficient for them to use special methods to empty out the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that provided for the circulation of the spirit point and cripple the spirit point. Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unsightly. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards spirit points. Spirit points were comparatively common and superb places of cultivation on Cloud Continent. So long as one was able to cultivate on a spirit point, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, this spirit point had an extremely close relationship with an origin stone vein. Many years ago, every primordial stone mine was actually just a small spirit cave, because the spirit cave was constantly absorbing and gathering the primal chi of heaven and earth within it. The primal chi of heaven and earth would liquefy and solidify, forming the primal stones. Of course, not all spirit points had the chance to transform into origin stone veins, and only those spirit points that weren't discovered or utilized by others had the chance to transform into origin stone veins. Not to mention anything else. Just take the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect as an example. If no one utilized these 9 spirit points to cultivate, and if no one sees the spirit energy of heaven and earth accumulated within the spirit points, then after a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, it would surely form 9 origin stone mines. However, once someone cultivated on top of the spirit cave, they would absorb the rich heaven and earth essence energy accumulated in the spirit cave in a manner that was close to robbing. It would indefinitely delay the transformation of the spirit cave into an origin stone vein. Actually, many people understood this principle. But if one were to ask someone to leave the spirit cave and not utilize it, then for the sake of their descendants in a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, it would be impossible to help the spirit cave transform into an origin stone mine. After all, after a few hundred years or even 1,000 years, who could be sure if the spirit cave they didn't utilize would become a gift to another? No one was willing to gamble, so no one was willing to leave the spirit cave and not utilize it. Not to mention, the spirit caves in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are scarce. Even the spirit caves in the Darkstone Empire are far from enough to be utilized by the martial artists of the Darkstone Empire. The reason the Dark-Han dynasty was able to possess an origin stone vein was because the Dark-Han dynasty's imperial family had been passed down for a few thousand years and possessed numerous spirit caves, allowing them to leave behind an origin stone vein for their descendants. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The hearts of men were greedy. No one was willing to easily give up the benefits they possessed. Unlike the Dark-Han dynasty, the origin stone veins in the foreign lands are much more numerous. The reason it's like this is precisely because spirit caves are everywhere in the foreign lands. The stronger a power is, the longer its inheritance is. Because there's no lack of spirit caves, the ancestors of those powers left behind many origin stone veins for their descendants. Because some of the origin stone veins had a long history and accumulated the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the limit, so many mid-grade origin stones and even high-grade origin stones appeared. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian gradually withdrew his thoughts. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit cave to be completely absorbed by a single person. Even if 1,000 people cultivated on the same spirit cave, it would at most slow down the speed they absorbed the spirit energy, and it would be impossible for it to affect the spirit cave itself. Because when the spirit energy within the spirit cave was absorbed to a certain extent, the spirit cave would automatically weaken its connection with the outside world and recuperate. This was something that Duan Lingtian was able to find out through the memories of Emperor Wu. If one wants to completely absorb the spirit energy within the spirit cave and cripple the spirit cave, one can only use external force to forcefully destroy it. What exactly did the members of the Azure Forest Trisect do? Duan Lingtian's expression became even more gloomy. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd caught his breath, converged with Feng Tianwu, Qin Xiang, Mou, and Elderpun, and he explained what he'd noticed. No wonder I kept having the feeling that something was missing. So it turned out to be Because of this, the members of the Azure Forest Trisect are truly vicious. They actually severed the foundation of our 7-star sword sect. Qin Xiang spoke with resentment. The 9 great spirit caves of the 7-star sword sect could be said to be the foundation of the 7-star sword sect. It was even to the extent that the 7-star sword sect was able to produce so many experts in the past and was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom for a very long period of time. And it was all because of the 9 great spirit caves. Yet now, the spirit energy of the heaven and earth accumulated within the 9 great spirit caves had been completely extracted, causing the 9 great spirit caves to be completely crippled. If they were allowed to slowly recover by themselves, it would at least take over 100 years to recover to normal. Azure Forest Trisect. MOU's expression was unsightly to the extreme as well. As for Elder Peng, he was currently flapping his wings that were like clouds that covered the sky as he floated in the sky, and his pair of sharp eyes flickered with ghastly hatred. The Azure Forest Trisect had gone too far. Peak Master Qin Xiang, Elder Peng MOU, all of you follow me to the Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian's tone suddenly calmed down at this moment. Within the calmness was a sense of oppression. All right, we'll go to the outer area of the Azure Forest Trisect and kill a few more ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect before properly calculating the interest with them. With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to catch up to us. Qin Xiang agreed and leaped onto the Grand Rock's broad back at the first possible moment. I want to kill some more Azure Forest Trisect disciples as well and take revenge for my dead brothers and sisters. MOU followed up and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Kill some more ordinary disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect? With Elder Peng's speed, it's impossible for the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect to catch up to us? Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed with Qin Xiang's words. He'd never thought of only killing some ordinary disciples when he went to the Azure Forest Trisect this time, nor had he thought of relying on Elder Peng's speed to flee for his life. His objective was to completely annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. All those years ago, he was like an ant before the group of experts of the Azure Forest Trisect, and he couldn't withstand a single blow. But now he had the confidence to overturn the entire Azure Forest Trisect. Sect leader, Peak Master Zhengfan, Elder Bai, Senior Sisters Wichin. All of you watch carefully. Give me a few days of time, and I'll surely eliminate the Azure Forest Trisect from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian looked up at the sky, and his eyes flickered with frightening fierce lights as he silently recited numerous familiar names in his heart. At the same time, familiar and tragic figures flashed through his mind one after another. He was able to survive the calamity of the 7-star sword sect all those years ago entirely because of the desperate efforts of these people. If it wasn't for them laying down their lives and spilling their blood, it would be impossible for him to survive. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Bang! Under his extreme rage, Duan Lingtian's legs abruptly stomped on the ground, and he relied on the force to rise up. Instantly, the ground was stomped apart by him, and numerous cracks seemed to have formed into a spiderweb that ceaselessly spread towards the surroundings, and it spread out for over 10 meters before stopping. Elder brother Duan, Feng Tianwu was able to sense Duan Lingtian's rage as she looked at the savage cracks on the ground, and she didn't say anything further before silently soaring up into the sky to follow by Duan Lingtian's side. Duan Lingtian, you and your friends get onto Elder Peng's back. Elder Peng's speed is faster than us. Qin Xiang called out to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. She originally wanted to say that Elder Peng's speed was faster than them, but Duan Lingtian's figure that instantly vanished before her eyes instead caused her to be dumbstruck. So fast! MOU couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. On the other hand, the rock's pair of sharp eyes looked at the direction Duan Lingtian left towards, and it revealed traces of astonishment. Hiss! Qin Xiang couldn't help but gasp. Never had she imagined that Duan Lingtian's speed would be so swift, and it seemed to be even swifter than Elder Peng's speed. Could it be he has already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage? This thought had only just arisen in Qin Xiang's heart when it was suppressed by her after a short moment, and she felt her current thoughts were truly too absurd. Whoosh! In next to no time, the red-clothed young woman vanished before Qin Xiang's eyes, and it caused Qin Xiang's face to go grim. The speed of this friend of Duan Lingtian's isn't inferior to Elder Peng? Could it be that I'm really old and my eyesight is failing me? What a swift speed! Mou exclaimed once more in a low voice. Never had he imagined that the red-clothed young woman that looked to be 5 or 6 years younger than him would actually possess such a swift speed. In the next instant, she'd vanished from his field of vision. Swish! The fierce eyes of the rock now revealed traces of disbelief, and its wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky flapped as it swiftly chased up to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. After passing through the boundless clouds and mist to arrive at a higher altitude, an enormous sword appeared before the eyes of the rock, and it caused the rock's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. That's as she looked at the enormous sword that floated in the horizon, and especially when she felt the suffocating aura that was faintly emitted from it, Qin Xiang's face went grim. Mou, who stood by Qin Xiang's side, lost his composure because his cultivation was low, and he was pressured by the aura emitted by the enormous sword to the point he directly collapsed on the back of the rock, and he was out of breath. Right when the rock stopped moving and looked at the enormous sword in the horizon with a perturbed expression with Qin Xiang, Elder Peng come up. Chapter 7:23. Senior Brother? The spirit of Mou, who lay limp on the ground with a ghastly pale countenance, couldn't help but shake when he heard this voice. After the Grand Rock heard Duan Lingtian's voice, it continued to soar into the sky, and in next to no time, it saw Duan Lingtian, who stood on the enormous sword. Besides Feng Tianwu, that it already knew, there was also an unfamiliar middle-aged man and an unfamiliar old man by Duan Lingtian's side. As it looked at the middle-aged man and old man, the Grand Rock's pair of sharp eyes revealed a strand of deep fear, although it was unable to see through the depths of the two people before it. But as a demon beast, it subconsciously felt that the two people before it weren't simple, and they were existences it couldn't offend. Whoosh! Along with the Grand Rock approaching, the enormous sword that lay horizontally in the sky expanded explosively once more, and the area above it became large enough to accommodate the Grand Rock that was like a small mountain. Under Duan Lingtian's call, the Grand Rock carried Qin Xiang and Mou to descend onto the enormous sword. After they descended onto the enormous sword, Mou heaved a sigh of relief, and he felt the terrifying aura that pressed down on him vanish without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qin Xiang and Mou successively descended by Duan Lingtian's side, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with bewildered expressions. This is Uncle Feng, Tianwu's father. This is Elder Kong, Tianwu Sr. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he introduced Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong to Qin Xiang, Mou, and Elder Peng. Subsequently, he introduced Qin Xiang, Mou, and Elder Peng to Feng Wu Dao and Elder Peng. Both of them looked at each other and nodded with a smile, and it could be considered as a form of greeting. Peak Master Qin Xiang, where's the Azure Forest Trisect's encampment? Duan Lingtian asked Qin Xiang. The Azure Forest Trisect was formed from the merger of the demonic Lotus Blade Sect, Origin Convergence Sect, and Snow Moon Sect. In the past, he'd only been to the demonic Lotus Blade Sect, and he didn't know the location of the other two sections. Moreover, he didn't know where the Azure Forest Trisect that had merged into one was located. There were originally 3 residences in the Azure Forest Trisect, and they were respectively the residences of the demonic Lotus Blade Sect, the Origin Convergence Sect, and the Snow Moon Sect. But because of Elder Peng's frequent visits during these past few years, it forced everyone from the Azure Forest Trisect to gather at the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Qin Xiang slowly said, "Demonic Lotus Valley?" Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't know where the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect resided, but he clearly remembered the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. "Uncle Feng, over there." Duan Lingtian greeted Feng Wu Dao, and after glancing towards the east, Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to tear through the sky and head towards the location of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's former base. Whoosh! The enormous sword tore through the sky, its speed so swift that it caused Qin Xiang and MOU's expressions to be unable to refrain from changing for a moment. Even the sharp eyes of Elder Peng, who stood at the side of the enormous sword, couldn't help but reveal traces of fear that came from the bottom of his heart when he inadvertently looked at Feng Wu Dao. "Duan Lingtian, who exactly is this Uncle Feng of yours?" Qin Xiang took a deep breath and couldn't refrain from asking via voice transmission. "Senior brother." MOU looked at Duan Lingtian as well, and he asked the bewilderment in his heart via voice transmission, and he had the same bewilderment as Qin Xiang. "He's an expert from the Dark Han dynasty." Duan Lingtian replied to each of them via voice transmission. "An expert from the Dark Han dynasty?" Instantly, Qin Xiang and MOU's pupils couldn't help but constrict as they nodded at the same time. If it was like this, then everything could be explained. It was naturally impossible for an expert from the Dark Han dynasty to be easy to deal with. "Your cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage." After she calmed down her shocked feelings, Qin Xiang recalled the speed Duan Lingtian revealed earlier, and she couldn't refrain from asking. "No." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "It's not?" Qin Xiang was stunned, and then she frowned. "But the speed you revealed earlier has obviously surpassed Elder Peng. Why aren't you a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist?" "I'm indeed not." Duan Lingtian shook his head once more, and then he said unhurriedly, "My current cultivation isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, but is at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage." 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? Qin Xiang was completely stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian. Didn't that mean that this little fellow's current strength had already left her far behind? Even she had barely broken through to the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage half a year ago. At the same time, Qin Xiang recalled the accomplishments Duan Lingtian obtained all along the way in the 7-star sword sect, and when she thought of Duan Lingtian's current strength, at the same time that she felt extremely shocked, she couldn't help but sigh. The little fellow whose name shook the entire 7-star sword sect and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius since the sect was established by everyone in the 7-star sword sect had already stood at a height that was difficult for her to reach after a few years. After all, besides their 7-star sword sect's founding ancestor, who was at the Void Interpretation stage. In the history of the 7-star sword sect, the existences that had broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage could be counted with one's fingers. I originally thought that I would have to wait another 8 or 10 years before I'd be able to wait for you to possess the strength to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. Yet never had I imagined that, in a short few years, you'd already possessed the strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect. Qin Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze as she muttered. In next to no time, MOU found out about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation from Duan Lingtian, and for a time he fell into boundless shock, just like Qin Xiang, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. In MOU's eyes, his former master, the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Linghu Jinhong, had a cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and it was already in existence he looked up to. Yet now, this senior brother of his actually possessed a strength at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and it even far surpassed the master he respected the most. For a time, he was both excited and shocked. The enormous sword soared through the sky with a speed so swift that it was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine. Not long after, a gorge that was like a demonic lotus appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group, and it grew closer and closer. Demonic Lotus Gorge. Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. Duan Lingtian stood on the spacious enormous sword as he looked down at the demonic lotus gorge beneath his feet, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This place had a piece of memory that belonged to him. In the past, he'd come with the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, to this place that originally belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, it was the first time he'd made a name for himself in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He still remembered that the first time he met the saber young master, Long Yin, was at this place. And it was precisely because he'd defeated Long Yin that he'd become famous in one fell swoop. "It's here," Duan Lingtian spoke when the enormous sword arrived in the sky above the demonic Lotus Gorge. Instantly, Feng Wu Dao controlled the enormous sword to stop before slowly descending at the same time. When it arrived at a low altitude, he commanded in his heart, and the jade sword instantly vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's group stood in the sky as well, and they slowly descended towards the demonic Lotus Gorge. When they were getting closer and closer to the demonic Lotus Gorge, Duan Lingtian frowned. At this moment, he felt a vast and overbearing aura sweeping over from the north of the demonic Lotus Gorge, and it filled the entire demonic Lotus Gorge. What's happening there? Feng Tianwu looked towards the north of the demonic Lotus Gorge with surprise. At this moment, the sky there was red, and it seemed to have become a crimson red world. That vast and overbearing aura came precisely from there. Ling Tian kid, didn't you say that the strongest person in the Azure Forest Trisect is only a 6th level Void Initiation stage martial artist? Feng Wu Dao seemed to have noticed something, and he couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had obviously noticed something as well, and he couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Feng Wu Dao's question. I don't know what's happening as well. Let's go over and take a look. Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong flew by themselves, whereas Qin Xiang and Mo stood on the back of the rock and were barely able to keep up with the speed of Duan Lingtian and the others. Senior brother, meanwhile, Mo had already completely recovered from his shock, and his gaze flickered as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure, and his body even trembled with excitement. At this moment, he felt that the figure of his senior brother Lingtian was so tall to the point he could only look up at it. At the same time, he felt extremely excited. As far as he was concerned, with this senior brother's current strength, the enmity of the sect would surely be avenged as he wished. Master, today, senior brother will take revenge for you and the various peak masters and elders that died. If you know this in the netherworld, you can rest in peace. Mo Yu silently said in his heart. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group arrived in the sky above the north of the demonic Lotus Flower Gorge, and they stood in the sky as they looked down at the scene beneath their feet. The disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect have all gathered here. Qin Xiang couldn't help but be surprised as she looked down at the dense crowd below. At this moment, the vast gorge at the north of the demonic Lotus Flower Gorge was extraordinarily bustling as people surged from all directions, and numerous Azure Forest Trisect disciples were ceaselessly stretching their heads out to look towards the center of the gorge. At the center of the gorge, a group of middle-aged men and old men stood in the sky, and they floated at a low altitude as they surrounded a rock that was enormous like a small mountain. The rock was completely crimson red, and besides emitting an extremely hot aura, it emitted a vast, overbearing an aura that caused one to be unable to help but feel fearful. Lu Yuan Shui Rui, and the former sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of middle-aged men and old men that stood in the sky around the crimson-red rock, and cold lights flickered within his eyes. There's also these other people. All of them were present when our 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day, and they're all the culprits. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were tainted with a wisp of crimson red, and his face was enveloped in a layer of killing intent as the origin energy on his body unconsciously leaped about. At this moment, the rage of Qin Xiang Mou and Elder Peng wasn't inferior to Duan Lingtian. Even though he was furious, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force still enveloped down and swept towards the group of Azure Forest Trisect higher-ups, and he quickly detected their cultivations. The strongest is only at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. A group of useless fellows, they actually haven't improved in the slightest after a few years. Suddenly, a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Chapter 724. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force touched the crimson-red enormous rock that all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect had surrounded, and a formidable energy actually stretched out from within it. Moreover, this energy was ceaselessly increasing. At this moment, the attention of all the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect were on the crimson-red enormous rock. Otherwise, they would have probably noticed Duan Lingtian and the others that stood nearby in the sky since long ago. Long Wei. Lu Yuan, the former sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect, looked at the former sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Could it be that the spirit energy we poured into it isn't sufficient? Long Wei frowned. Logically speaking, it ought to be sufficient. Shui Rue, try pouring a little more in. As he spoke, he looked at the nearby middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar was precisely the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Shui Rue. Shui Rue nodded when he heard this, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a dense milky white sheen appeared in his hand. Along with his origin energy pouring into it, a strand of spirit energy that was almost liquid stretched out from the pearl and ceaselessly fused into the crimson-red enormous rock. The crimson-red enormous rock was like a greedy child that didn't refuse anything that came, and it swallowed all the spirit energy that stretched out. This is the last origin drawing pearl. If the spirit energy within it is still insufficient, then we can only extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of our respective sections. Shui Rue frowned when he saw the spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl was about to be completely consumed. Long Wei, didn't you say that the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect would be sufficient? Now, not only are we using the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of the 7-star sword sect, it seems to be insufficient. Lu Yuan's face sank slightly. Could it be that you intend to extract the spirit energy accumulated within the spirit points of my Origin Convergence sect and Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect? I'll be frank, even if we want to extract it, we have to first extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of your demonic Lotus Blade sect. Lu Yuan, your Origin Convergence sect, Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect, and our demonic Lotus Blade sect? Don't forget, we've already merged into a sect long time ago. Or perhaps you intend to withdraw from the Azure Forest Trisect? If it's really like this, then I and Shui Rue will absolutely not stop you. Long Wei laughed. Dragon's might. Lu Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he said in a solemn voice, "What do you mean by this? You want to burn the bridge after crossing it? Don't forget, if it wasn't for the assistance of our Origin Convergence sect all those years ago, would your demonic Lotus Blade sect and Shui Rui's Snow Moon sect be able to annihilate the 7-star sword sect? Of course, I have not forgotten the help of the Gui Yuan sect." Long Wei said indifferently, "But the words you spoke earlier were referring to yourself as the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. Don't forget, You're the sect leader of our Azure Forest Trisect now. So long as we successfully open this fire breath rock, our Azure Forest Trisect will soar into the sky and even surpass the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Even if we rule the Darkstone Empire or even the Darkhan Dynasty, we'll still be able to occupy a place. Remember, you have to look at the long term. You think you can achieve great things with your petty nature? Long Wei's words were not polite at all. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. In the end, he did not flare up again. He said sarcastically, "I only hope that it will succeed. No matter what, we are now in the same boat." This won't do. It's still slightly lacking. At this moment, the origin drawing pearl in Shui Rui's hand had completely transformed into a translucent and crystalline pearl, and the dense spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within it had completely vanished. Whoosh! At the same time, the aura emitted from the crimson-red enormous rock became even more powerful and vast, and it brought enormous pressure to many Azure Forest Trisect disciples present. Some Azure Forest Trisect disciples with low cultivations even had ghastly pale expressions as they hurriedly retreated to the edge of the gorge, and they didn't dare approach it. The conversation of Lu Yuan, Long Wei, and Shui Rui resounded out in this quiet gorge, and it entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian's group that stood at a higher altitude in the sky. Their three great sects merged into one and first annihilated the Mountain Split sect before annihilating our 7-star sword sect. It was all for the sake of the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the spirit points of our two sects. Qin Xiang's expression was unsightly to the extreme. Now, she finally knew the reason why the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect had merged into one. For the sake of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within the spirit points of the Mountain Split sect and 7-star sword sect, and pouring it into the crimson-red enormous rock through the origin drawing pearl. The crimson-red enormous rock seemed to be some fire breath rock. Origin drawing pearl? Duan Lingtian's face sank. I finally understand why the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect vanished without a trace. This origin drawing pearl is indeed capable of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the spirit points. The origin drawing pearl belonged to an extremely special treasure that was capable of extracting the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within spirit points and origin stones. But the spirit energy extracted couldn't be directly used to cultivate. Otherwise, it would cause one's body to explode and die. After all, the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the origin drawing pearl was liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. So long as one's origin energy fused into it, the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within it would directly gush out, and the meridians of martial artists below the martial monarch stage were utterly unable to endure such an impact. Even if it was a martial monarch stage expert, he wouldn't dare rashly take the risk and use the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to cultivate. The Mountain Split sect and 7-star sword sect. They're only sacrifices for the sake of opening this fire breath rock. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had clenched his fists tightly, and the cold lights in his eyes grew even colder, as if he was about to swallow someone up. I truly never imagined that the legendary fire breath rock would actually exist in this tiny imperial kingdom. Feng Wu Dao stared at the crimson-red enormous rock within the gorge, and his gaze shone. "Father, what's a fire breath rock?" Feng, Tianwu asked curiously. "You'll know very soon. If I'm not wrong, this fire breath rock only needs to be poured in some liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, and it ought to be able to open." Feng Wu Dao kept her in suspense, and it caused Feng Tianwu to be both angry and anxious. "Ling Tian, what do you plan to do? Do you want to go down and meet these old friends of yours now, or wait for a while longer?" Feng Wu Dao asked Duan Lingtian. Wait for a while longer. I've already waited for a few years. There's no hurry. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and cold lights flickered within his eyes as if he was waiting for something. All right, it's more interesting like this. Feng Wu Dao's calm face revealed a rare smile. Besides Elder Kong, besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Qin Xiang, and Mou had bewildered expressions as Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao kept them in suspense. As for Elder Peng, he seemed as if he utterly didn't hear the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao, and his sharp eyes stared fixedly at the higher-ups of the azure forest trisect below. So long as Duan Lingtian gave the order, he would pounce down without the slightest hesitation and carry out a bloody slaughter. At the same time, in the gorge at the north of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the numerous azure forest trisect disciples maintained silence from the beginning until the end. At this moment, their burning gazes were staring at the 3 sect leaders and all the elders in the sky above the gorge. Of course, even more people stared at the crimson, red, enormous rock. Long Wei, you ought to be extracting the spirit energy within the spirit point of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge now, right? Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and said indifferently, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge is one of the 3 great grounds of our azure forest trisect. Moreover, it's close at hand. Take it. Lu Yuan hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Long Wei, and with a raise of his hand, a pearl that flickered with a white light shot out from Long Wei's hand and flashed directly towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand to receive it, and his pupils constricted as he looked at the pearl in his hand. Origin drawing pearl? Moreover, it's filled with liquid spirit energy. Long Wei, where did you get it from? Haven't the spirit energy extracted from the 7-star sword sect and mountain split sects spirit points been completely used up? Don't worry, it wasn't extracted from the spirit points of your origin convergence sect. The spirit energy within it was extracted from the spirit point of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Long Wei mocked and ridiculed. Lu Yuan's face froze when he heard this, and he was slightly embarrassed. Earlier, he'd even expressed his displeasure to Long Wei, and he said that if the liquid spirit energy was insufficient, then he'd ask Long Wei to extract the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge first. Unexpectedly, Long Wei had extracted the spirit energy accumulated in the spirit points of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge long ago, and he seemed to have the bearing of a brave warrior cutting off his own losses. Lu Yuan, quickly, I feel that the spirit energy within this origin drawing pearl should be enough after fusing with the fire breath rock. Shui Rui urged Lu Yuan. If it's not enough, then extract the spirit energy within the spirit points of the origin convergence sect that I used to live in. Long Wei, I didn't admire you in the past, but today I admire your courage. Lu Yuan looked at Long Wei and spoke sincerely. All right, if the origin drawing pearl in your possession isn't enough, then I still have 2. The demonic Lotus Blade Gorge has a total of 7 spirit points, and I extracted the spirit energy accumulated in 3 spirit points. I originally only thought of being prepared, yet I never imagined that it would really be of use. Long Wei spoke indifferently. 3. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui looked at each other when they heard Long Wei, and their pupils constricted. Never had they imagined that Long Wei would have such courage. This was the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, the demonic Lotus Blade sect that he controlled in the past, and it had a total of 7 spirit points. Yet he'd actually extracted all the spirit energy accumulated in 3 spirit points. For a time, they were able to sense Long Wei's resolution. I'm inferior to him. Lu Yuan and Shui Rui spoke simultaneously via voice transmission, and for a time, both of them couldn't help but be stunned. After a short moment, both of them looked at each other and smiled before returning to their senses. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate any longer and poured his origin energy into the origin drawing pearl in his hand. Instantly, dense, liquefied spirit energy stretched out and fused once more into the fiery, red, enormous rock. On the other hand, the fiery, red, enormous rock continued to greedily swallow the liquefied spirit energy, and the crimson-red sheen on its surface became even deeper. When more than half of the liquefied spirit energy within the origin drawing pearl was swallowed, the fiery, red, enormous rock finally stopped swallowing. Yet it suddenly expanded as if it was about to explode, and it seemed to be extremely strange. Slap. Chapter 7:25. Slap, 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 slap. After a crack appeared, clear and melodious sounds continued to sound out as another 10+ cracks appeared on the surface of the fiery, red, enormous rock, and they were dense and crisscrossed together like a spider web. It's done! The gazes of the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect that were led by the 3 great sect leaders lit up when they saw this scene, and the breathing of some people couldn't help but become hurried. Amongst them included the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei. Long Wei looked at the enormous crimson-red rock that was covered in cracks before him, and his body lightly trembled, and his firm face was suffused with a flush of blood because of his excitement. Within the gorge, it was deathly silent. Everyone held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the enormous crimson-red rock that trembled intensely, and the cracks that were like spiderwebs on the enormous rock spread out and enveloped the entire rock in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a vast and overbearing aura swept out from the enormous rock, and it ceaselessly rose to give rise to terrifying waves of air that transformed into piercingly cold, strong winds that blew towards the surroundings. Some Azure Forest Trisect disciples with low cultivations were directly blown to the ground. Although the others weren't blown to the ground, they still couldn't help but instinctively close their eyes when faced with the waves of terrifying strong winds that assaulted their faces. Even the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect had retreated slightly now. Bang! Finally, an enormous bang that was like a thunderclap abruptly sounded out, and it was the enormous crimson-red rock that was covered in cracks that had abruptly exploded apart. The crimson-red rock that exploded apart was completely enveloped by crimson-red flames before completely transforming into powder. Along with the strong winds that assaulted their faces gradually vanishing, most of the people present couldn't help but open their eyes, and they looked at the place the enormous crimson-red rock was at the first possible moment. In next to no time, a figure that sat cross-legged appeared before the eyes of everyone. This was a black, clothed, middle-aged man with disheveled hair. His eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged at a low altitude, and his body ceaselessly revolved. His body was enveloped in crimson-red flames that shot into the sky, and he emitted a vast and overbearing aura that caused many people to feel oppressed in their hearts. Suddenly, the black, clothed, middle-aged man opened his eyes, and strands of scorching flames leaped about within his eyes, causing others to not dare rashly look him in the eye. Where is this place? The burning flames in the middle-aged man's eyes gradually dissipated and were replaced by confusion. He looked around and frowned as he muttered to himself. Ancestor! Long Wei was the first to recover from his shock, and his figure flashed to arrive before the black, clothed, middle-aged man in a short moment. He knelt on the ground with a thump, and his tone was filled with humility and trembling. Ancestor! After the dragon might, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect upper echelons followed suit and knelt down. Their bodies were all trembling, and their faces were flushed red with excitement. Ancestor! Ancestor! At the same time, Lu Yuan, Shuai Rui, and the other higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect followed suit and knelt on the ground before respectfully bowing to the black-clothed, middle-aged man that sat cross-legged there. When they saw the 3 sect leaders and all the elders had knelt down, the remaining Azure Forest Trisect disciples didn't dare dally and knelt down successively, and the faces of most of them were filled with excitement. Although they were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but feel shocked when they saw a living person appear in the crimson boulder. Ancestor! Ancestor! For a time, the entire gorge was filled with sonorous shouts of respect. The crowd of Azure Forest Trisect disciples that surrounded the gorge lowered their heads in unison, and they formed a dense mass that looked extremely magnificent. All of you are disciples of my demonic Lotus Blade sect? The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the scene before him and went silent for a moment before looking at Longway, that was the first to kneel before him, and ask indifferently. At the same time, the flames that shot into the sky on the black-clothed middle-aged man's body were gradually restrained before condensing into a lotus seat that appeared beneath him. Whoosh! The black-clothed middle-aged man's figure slowly descended to descend onto the lotus seat, and he was like a supreme emperor that had ascended the throne. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's 52nd generation sect leader, Longway, congratulates Ancestor for awakening from your deep slumber. Longway knelt on the ground as he spoke respectfully. 52nd generation? Flowing lights flickered within the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes when he heard Longway, and he asked after a short moment, "Now, how long has it been since I established the demonic Lotus Blade sect?" 1,300 plus years. Longway replied respectfully, "Established the demonic Lotus Blade sect?" Even though Lu Yuan, Shui Rue, the higher-ups of the Azure Forest Trisect, and the disciples of the Azure Forest Trisect had heard Longway mention this earlier, but when they saw it with their own two eyes and heard it with their own ears, they still couldn't help but be shocked. He is the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as his heartbeat sped up abruptly. I never imagined that the legend was true. The fire breath rock is really capable of allowing a person to remain in slumber for 1,000 years. Shui Rue gasped in his heart. The black-clothed middle-aged man was precisely the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. In the past, a legend had always been passed down in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and this legend was precisely related to the fire breath rock within the restricted area of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Supposedly, the fire breath rock within the restricted area of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had already existed when the sect was established. It was even to the extent that because the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had suffered a heavy injury all those years ago, he could only rely on slumber within the fire breath rock to recuperate, and in the end he'd almost completely fused into one with the fire breath rock. According to rumor, the fire breath rock was capable of allowing a person to remain in slumber for 1,000 years, and if one wanted to make the person that was slumbering within the fire breath rock leave, then one had to gather a large amount of liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth and pour it into the rock to force it to split open on its own. If one used force, then even if the fire breath rock was shattered, the person that was slumbering within it would be blasted into pieces and die without a doubt. If one wanted to gather the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth, then one first had to possess an origin drawing pearl, as only an origin drawing pearl was capable of containing the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. For 1,000 years, the demonic Lotus Blade sect had always been working hard to find an origin drawing pearl for the sake of awakening the founding ancestor that was slumbering all those years ago. Because of the uniqueness of the fire breath rock, the person that was slumbering within the fire breath rock was completely isolated from the outside world, and it wouldn't decay along with the passage of time. Even though the cultivation environment within the fire breath rock was extremely bad, and the person that was slumbering within it could only cultivate passively, but after so many years had passed, the cultivation of the person that was slumbering within it had surely improved greatly. So, the successive sect leaders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect all wanted to awaken the founding ancestor from all those years ago, because they knew that so long as the founding ancestor awakened, he would surely lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to step onto a new level. Needless to say, Longway was lucky, as he'd found 18 origin drawing pearls by chance, and it was equivalent to obtaining the key to open the fire breath rock, whereas he possessed the origin drawing pearls. Yet what he lacked was the liquefied spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. Because of this, the events that happened after that happened. Because he wasn't sure if the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the 7 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge was sufficient, Long Wei found Lu Yuan and Xue Rui to combine the sects that they each controlled together and made a plan for this matter. In next to no time, they placed their attention onto the Mountain Split Sect and 7-Star Sword Sect. The reason Long Wei chose Lu Yuan and Xue Rui was because the sect leaders of the Mountain Split Sect and 7-Star Sword Sect were rather stubborn and inflexible. Along with the merger of the 3 great sects, they made a forceful move and first annihilated the Mountain Split Sect before annihilating the 7-Star Sword Sect. Because of this, they obtained the 7 spirit points in the Mountain Split Sect and the 9 spirit points in the 7-Star Sword Sect. Now, after pouring the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within a total of 16 spirit points in the Mountain Split Sect and 7-Star Sword Sect into the fire breath rock, coupled with the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth accumulated within the almost 2 spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, he'd finally succeeded in opening the fire breath rock. When he saw the fire breath rock explode open and a black, clothed middle-aged man appeared within it, Long Wei knew that the effort he'd put in these past few years wasn't in vain. I truly never imagined that so much time has already passed since I fell into deep slumber within the fire breath rock that day. But you're very good. You actually opened the fire breath rock and awakened me. After he found out the sequence of events from Long Wei, the black, clothed, middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Ancestor, this is something disciple ought to do. Long Wei lay on the ground as his body lightly trembled, and he was still unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. From today onwards, the Azure Forest Trisect doesn't exist any longer. In next to no time, the black, clothed, middle-aged man stared at Lu Yuan and Xue Rui with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he spoke slowly. The demonic Lotus Blade sect was created by me, and I won't allow it to vanish in the annals of history. Do the 2 of you have any objections? No. No. At the instant the black, clothed, middle-aged man's fierce gaze swept over, Lu Yuan and Xue Rui were oppressed to the point they were unable to catch their breath, and they hurriedly shook their heads when they heard the black, clothed, middle-aged man. What a joke! At this moment, how could they dare have any objections? Very good. The black-clothed, middle-aged man nodded, and then he continued. Now I'll give the 2 of you a path. The first is to become the vice sect leader of my demonic Lotus Blade sect. Take Long Wei as your leader and sever all ties with the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect forever. The second is to take your people and fuck off back to your Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect. We're willing to become the vice sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Lu Yuan and Xue Rui didn't hesitate in the slightest when faced with the 2 choices given by the black, clothed, middle-aged man, and they spoke hurriedly, even though they would have to lower themselves to Long Wei because of this. But they didn't mind, because the demonic Lotus Blade sect of today wasn't the demonic Lotus Blade sect of the past. With the strength of the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before them, it was sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to the Darkstone Empire and even occupy a place in the Dark Han dynasty. At that time, even if they were only vice sect leaders, they would still be far stronger than being the sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Very good. The black, clothed, middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, and then he raised his voice. Remember, all of you, from today onwards, the sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect is still Long Wei. I, Jia Hong, am the supreme elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Along with the black, clothed, middle-aged man's voice. Supreme elder, supreme elder. Chapter 7:26. Good, good. Ha 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 ha. Jia Hong laughed heartily as he gazed at the group of disciples before him. It had been over 1,000 years. He'd finally awakened from the fire breath rock. Ancestor, may I know your current cultivation? After a short moment, Long Wei looked at Jia Hong and asked with slight anticipation. With my current cultivation, it's sufficient to lead the demonic Lotus Blade sect to occupy a place in the Dark Han dynasty. Jia Hong's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Dark Han dynasty? Long Wei's face flushed red with excitement when he heard Jia Hong, whereas Lu Yuan, Xue Rui, and the other demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and the surrounding demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were extremely excited as well. From the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Dark Han dynasty, directly passing through the Darkstone Empire, the demonic Lotus Blade sect could be said to have soared into the sky. Of course, they knew clearly in their hearts that the reason the demonic Lotus Blade sect's future was so bright was all because of the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before them. When a man achieves the Tao, even his friends and family can ascend to the heavens. Nothing could surpass this. Those people above are members of our demonic Lotus Blade sect as well. Suddenly, Jia Hong frowned and slightly raised his head to look up into the sky. Early on, when he'd just left the Fire Breath Rock, he'd noticed the group of people in the sky, but he didn't know the background of these people at that time, so he didn't pay attention to them. Later on, under the demonic Lotus Blade sect's Long Wei, everyone bowed before him. Yet that group of people remained indifferent, and it allowed him to realize that this group of people ought to not be members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Along with Jia Hong speaking, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples, including Long Wei, Lu Yuan, and Xue Rui, raised their heads to look up. With a single glance, they saw the group of people standing in the sky. If it wasn't for Jia Hong's reminder, they wouldn't have noticed. We've been noticed. High above in the sky, Missouri Yu frowned and glanced at Jia Hong with slight fear. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, is this Jia Hong really the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect? Obviously, Mou had heard what the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, said to Jia Hong earlier, and he knew of the sequence of events that led to the three great sects merging and joining forces to annihilate the Mountain Split sect and Seven Star Sword sect. This made him angry and anxious. If he had enough strength, he would have slaughtered the group of people below long ago. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. The Fire Breath Rock was originally a type of miraculous object, and the person that slumbers within it is indeed able to experience 1,000 years without dying. So, this Jia Hong is most probably the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Gulp! Hearing Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Mou swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Then his cultivation. It's you. Before Mou finished speaking, he was already interrupted by someone. Whoosh! 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 With the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Long Wei, in the lead, all the higher-ups soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they'd arrived at the sky above Duan Lingtian's group and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group. Many demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples at the void prying stage and above soared into the sky one by one, and they surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others. Qin Xiang and you, this damnable rock. Long Wei's gaze descended onto Qin Xiang and the rock at the first possible moment, and his eyes flickered with a ferocious light. Since all of you have come today, then don't think of leaving. Duan Lingtian, I never expected that you would come as well. You escaped 5 years ago. Don't think of escaping again today. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and revealed a mad smile, as if Duan Lingtian was already a fish on his chopping board. Today, even if the rock is here, all of you won't be able to escape. Xue Rui's face was filled with confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor. Escape? Duan Lingtian started laughing, and he glanced indifferently at Lu Yuan. Then he looked at Long Wei, Xue Rui, and the surrounding figures that seemed familiar to him. These people had all participated in the annihilation of the seven-star sword sect. All of you really think highly of yourselves. Would I need to flee from all of you good-for-nothings? As he laughed in the end, the brilliant smile on Duan Lingtian's face transformed into a cold smile, and he wantonly ridiculed all the higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. You dare be disrespectful to the 3 sect leaders and elders? I'll kill you. Right when the expressions of Long Wei and the others sank, a demonic Lotus Blade sect elder flashed out to abruptly pounce towards Duan Lingtian, and a spirit saber appeared out of thin air in his hand as a saber light bloomed out. Whoosh! When this demonic Lotus Blade sect elder made a move, an ancient horned dragon silhouette first appeared above him, and then a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Half-step advanced saber force. And there was also a low-grade spirit weapon that was like trash in the eyes of Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder had arrived before Duan Lingtian, and the saber light in his hand whistled out to envelop Duan Lingtian as he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike. The speed of this demonic Lotus Blade sect elder could be considered to be extremely swift in the eyes of all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. But in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, it was pitifully slow. Trash. When the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder was within reach, Duan Lingtian indifferently spat out 2 words, and then he abruptly raised his hand. He didn't even utilize his spirit weapon or concept as he slashed out with his palm, and his origin energy skyrocketed as it moved to intercept the spirit saber in the elder's hand. Bang! Duan Lingtian's palm saber easily blasted the spirit saber in the elder's hand flying, and it didn't lose momentum as it descended towards the elder's head, directly shattering it. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him hadn't condensed into form from the beginning until the end. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew by, causing the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples to feel their hearts go cold. The head of the demonic Lotus Blade sect elder that attacked Duan Lingtian split open, causing fresh blood to spray out as he fell down. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground and emitted an enormous bang. Silence. The originally clamorous gorge instantly became deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the gorge reacted to what had happened, and their faces went grim. Who is it actually daring to kill someone in our demonic Lotus Blade sect? Moreover, the person he killed was an elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. No matter who it is, they're dead for sure today. Exactly. Not to mention our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has already emerged today. Even if it was normal times, no one would dare be so presumptuous in our demonic Lotus Blade sect. That Grand Rock seems to be the sect guarding demon beast of the 7-star sword sect. In the past, many of our senior brothers died at its hands. It won't be able to escape today. Perhaps the sect leader's speed is inferior to it, but if the ancestor wants to kill it, it's as simple as cutting grass. Of course, the Supreme Elder is an existence that's able to lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to occupy a place in the Dark Han dynasty. The Supreme Elder is at least an expert at the Void interpretation stage. Moreover, the Supreme Elder might not be an ordinary first-level Void interpretation stage expert. Void interpretation stage. According to my knowledge, even in the Darkstone Empire, only the Imperial family possesses a single Void interpretation stage expert, and he's the number 1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps our ancestor is even stronger than the number 1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples discussed animatedly. As they spoke, their confidence increased greatly, and they were filled with confidence towards their demonic Lotus Blade sect's supreme elder. At this moment, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group in the sky had recovered from their shock. This Duan Lingtian's natural talent is monstrous as expected. 5 years ago, when the seven-star sword sect was annihilated, he was only a nascent soul-stage martial artist. 5 years later, he's actually able to kill a 7th-level void prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Fortunately, he's come now. Otherwise, after another 10 or 20 years, our demonic Lotus Blade sect might not be able to endure his rage. I don't think so. So long as our demonic Lotus Blade sect has the Supreme Elder, then even if we give this Duan Lingtian another 20 years, he might not be able to do anything to our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Then what about after another 30, 40, or even 50 years? Compared to the Supreme Elder, he's much younger after all. That's true, but since he's come today, then he'll surely die for sure. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples at the void prying stage and above that surrounded Duan Lingtian's group couldn't help but whisper in discussion. They looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes as if they were looking at a dead person. Duan Lingtian. Long Wei's gaze stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Needless to say, your current strength has caused me to be extremely surprised. The #1 genius in the history of the seven-star sword sect, the young expert that suppressed the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You fully deserve the title. Sect leader Long, you're too kind. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. If I was you, I would continue to endure. Perhaps you'll be able to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect after another few tens of years. But unfortunately, you chose to make an appearance now. Today, even if this rock is present, it's impossible for you to escape. Slight ridicule appeared on Long Wei's face. All of you really know how to choose the time. You didn't come earlier or later, and just happened to choose the moment our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor emerged into the world. With the Supreme Elder present, this rock of your 7-star sword sect can dream of taking advantage of us in terms of speed. Lu Yuan sneered. All of you, is something wrong with your ears? Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian's words caused everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Didn't you hear me call all of you good-for-nothings earlier? Could it be that all of you think I only spoke in a moment of anger? Or perhaps all of you think I only called all of you good-for-nothings and didn't include that 1,000-year-old freak? Duan Lingtian ridiculed. As he looked at the expressions of everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect that became even more gloomy, he felt extremely carefree. Duan Lingtian, do you really think you're invincible in the world just because you were able to kill a 7th-level void prying stage elder of our demonic Lotus Blade sect? If I, Lu Yuan, want to kill you, it would be even easier than stomping an ant to death. Lu Yuan's gloomy expression tensed up as a fierce light flickered within his eyes, and the origin energy on his body leaped up. In the next moment, he took a stride out to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Lu Yuan's strength was completely not on the same level as the 7th-level void prying stage elder from before. At practically the instant Lu Yuan took a stride out, he'd already arrived before Duan Lingtian. Bang! Chapter 7:27. Lu Yuan had merely slapped out with his palm against Duan Lingtian, and he didn't utilize any spirit weapon. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian wasn't worthy of him utilizing a spirit weapon. In next to no time, he realized that no matter if he utilized a spirit weapon or not, the outcome would be the same. When facing Lu Yuan's palm strike that was like a bolt of lightning and felt the piercingly cold palm wind that assaulted his face, Duan Lingtian didn't dodge, and with a raise of his hand he pointed out with his finger. Tempest Finger. A strand of material origin energy shot out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and a strand of azure energy and violet energy coiled around it. It was precisely the 8th level wind concept and 3rd level lightning concept. Lu Yuan's palm strike slapped towards Duan Lingtian, and its speed couldn't be said to be slow. Swish! But unfortunately, the speed at which Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger was even swifter, and he didn't dodge and directly met Lu Yuan's palm strike head-on. Swish! When Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, the terrifying Tempest Finger whistled out and easily pierced through Lu Yuan's palm. And before Lu Yuan had the time to let out a shrill cry, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it pierced into the space between Lu Yuan's brows. Instantly, a hideous and terrifying bloody hole appeared between Lu Yuan's brows, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood ceaselessly gushed out from it. You! Lu Yuan's body trembled for no reason, and his hand that was pierced through fell limply to the ground. He struggled to glance at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with a gaze of extreme terror. In the next moment, his body was unable to hold on any longer, and he fell down. Bang! Lu Yuan crashed onto the ground without a trace of life. For a time, no matter if it was within the gorge or above the gorge, it fell into deathly silence. Sect leader Lu was killed? Oh my God! Who on earth is this person? He seemed to have only used a single strike to kill sect leader Lu. The distance is too far, and I'm utterly unable to see the appearance of the person that attacked clearly. Alas, if only I possessed a cultivation at the void prying stage or above. Now I can only stand here and look from afar, and I'm unable to see anything. It's truly depressing. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that stood in the valley were in an uproar once again. Most of them were shocked. Lu Yuan was the vice sect leader of their demonic Lotus Blade sect, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. However, such an existence was killed in a single exchange. High up in the sky, the group of people led by the demonic Lotus Blade sect's master, Long Wei, were completely dumbstruck. They looked down at Lu Yuan's corpse from afar, and then couldn't help but look up at the purple-clothed youth in the distance. For a moment, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Yuan in one move? If they hadn't seen the scene with their own eyes, who among them would dare to believe that what had just happened was real? Now, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian would be so confident from the beginning until the end. It turned out that he already possessed a strength at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. When Duan Lingtian made his move, the heaven and earth phenomenon had yet to fully materialize. But they were practically able to confirm that Duan Lingtian was absolutely in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. If he wasn't in existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, would he be able to kill Lu Yuan, who is at the 6th level of the void initiation stage, in a single exchange? The next one. Is it you or is it you? Or perhaps it's all of you. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past Long Wei, then descended onto Shuai before looking at the guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect in the end. These few old fellows were existences at the 6th level of the void initiation stage. 5 years ago, when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, Long Wei, Shuai, and these few old fellows were precisely the culprits. It could be said that practically all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect had died at their hands. Of course, there was also Zhao Ming and Tang Hua. But those two people were still trapped within the Darkstone Empire's inscription formation at this moment, and it was impossible for them to escape in a short period of time. Long Wei, Shuai, and the few guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect looked at each other with livid expressions when they heard this. Yet none of them dared reply. What a joke! Even Lu Yuan was killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. Even if there was someone amongst them whose strength was stronger than Lu Yuan, it wouldn't be much stronger. They could be sure that if they dared attack, it would surely be the outcome of certain death. So they didn't dare make any movements. Long Wei and the others looked at Duan Lingtian with extremely complicated gazes. 5 years ago, when they led the way to the 7-star sword sect and annihilated the 7-star sword sect, this Duan Lingtian was only a nascent soul stage martial artist, and he was like an ant in their eyes that couldn't withstand a single blow. 5 years later, when they saw this Duan Lingtian once again and personally witnessed Duan Lingtian killing a 7th-level Void Prime Stage elder of their demonic Lotus Blade sect in a single move, they couldn't help but be shocked. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's improvement in these past 5 years. Subsequently, Lu Yuan made a move against Duan Lingtian, and he was killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. At that moment, they had the feeling as if they were dreaming. But their strained nerves were telling them at all times that they weren't dreaming, and all of this was real. The other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but retreat slightly at this moment, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear, especially the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. Earlier, they were still whispering in discussion, and felt that in another 10 or 20 years, so long as their demonic Lotus Blade sect had their ancestor, it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to do anything to their demonic Lotus Blade sect. But now that they'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they didn't dare think like this. What a joke! A young expert that was capable of breaking through from the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage in a short 5 years of time. If he was given another 10 or 20 years of time, they wouldn't find it strange even if he was able to break through to the Void Transformation stage. Qin Xiang and Mou stood behind Duan Lingtian, and they couldn't help but reveal a delighted smile. At this moment, they felt elated. Even if it was the Grand Rock that was circling in the air now. When its sharp eyes looked at Duan Lingtian, it couldn't help but reveal slight gratification. It suddenly felt that the group of experts from the 7-star sword sect that risked their lives to help it send Duan Lingtian out 5 years ago was extremely wise. It was precisely because of this that it allowed Duan Lingtian to live. 5 years. In a mere 5 years of time, the young man from all those years ago already possessed the strength to take revenge for the 7-star sword sect, and it was a formidable strength that even the Grand Rock had to look up to. If it was said who amongst the people present was comparatively calm, then it was none other than Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong that stood in the sky at the side. They'd only followed Duan Lingtian to join in the fun. Of course, if Duan Lingtian encountered something he was unable to deal with, they wouldn't stand idly by. Duan Lingtian, even though we're standing on opposite sides, I have to admit that you're indeed a rare genius in the martial Dao. In a mere 5 years of time, you transformed from a nascent soul stage martial artist into an expert at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Your natural talent is sufficient to look down upon the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. Long Wei looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Your Azure Forest Trisect. Oh no, I almost forgot your Azure Forest Trisect isn't called the Azure Forest Trisect anymore. Your demonic Lotus Blade sect is absolutely irreconcilable with me. Don't think that you'll be able to make me stop just by praising me. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Long Wei as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian, Xue Rui said with a low voice, we admit that your strength is extremely strong, and it's even stronger than all of us. If it was before today, our demonic Lotus Blade sect might have been annihilated at your hands. But today, our demonic Lotus Blade sect's ancestor has made an appearance, so even if you've already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, you'll still die for sure. Perhaps it was because of Xue Rui's words, but in the blink of an eye, the black-clothed middle-aged man that sat cross-legged on the lotus seat at a low altitude had vanished along with the lotus seat. When he appeared once more, he'd already appeared before Long Wei, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. You broke through from a nascent soul stage martial artist to the 7th level of the Void initiation stage in 5 years. There was no lack of a questioning tone in Jia Hong's words. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Jia Hong, and he shrugged with slight disinterest. Old fellow, don't use this tone to speak to me. I'm not a disciple of your demonic Lotus Blade sect. Presumptuous! Duan Lingtian, you actually dare be disrespectful to the supreme elder of my demonic Lotus Blade sect. Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect went grim as they berated furiously. Presumptuous? Disrespectful? Duan Lingtian ridiculed with disdain. I was presumptuous and disrespectful to him. So what? Could it be that all of you want to make a move against me? The expressions of Long Wei and the others were extremely unsightly when they were ridiculed by Duan Lingtian like this. Yet they just happened to not dare reply or make a move. If you don't dare make a move, then watch your mouths. A group of trash. Duan Lingtian sneered as he trampled on the dignity of Long Wei and the others. Trash. The expressions of Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect went grim. When had they suffered such humiliation? However, even if they were humiliated like this by Duan Lingtian, they just happened to be able to endure it and not dare flare up. To them, Duan Lingtian's strength was too strong, and it was far from something they could go against. Once they made a move, their end would absolutely be no different than Lu Yuan. Ha 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 ha! Right when Long Wei and the others wanted to ask Jia Hong, the founding ancestor of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and the current supreme elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, to make a move, Jia Hong suddenly started laughing loudly instead. Duan Lingtian frowned. This old fellow from the demonic Lotus Blade sect wouldn't have gone mad, right? Little fellow. Jia Hong looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and said slowly, I heard Long Wei say earlier that you only spent 5 years of time to break through from the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the Void initiation stage. Needless to say, you're a genius that can be nurtured. Duan Lingtian still paid no attention to Jia Hong when he heard him, and his eyes stared fixedly at Long Wei and the others as cold lights flickered within his eyes and killing intent was revealed. Duan Lingtian's killing intent caused the expressions of Long Wei and the others to become extremely unsightly, and all of them felt their scalps go numb. Little fellow, the 7-star sword sect was annihilated, and it can only be said that the 7-star sword sect was useless and didn't have the qualifications to become your sect. How about you take me as your master? Chapter 728. Duan Lingtian's expression finally sank, but Jia Hong seemed as if he didn't notice it. So long as you take me as your master, then so long as you're willing, I can even make you become the new sect leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Otherwise, you can become enforcement elder that stands above the sect leader and is only beneath me. How about it? Supreme elder, he just killed vice sect leader Lu, and he's an enemy of our demonic Lotus Blade sect. Jia Hong's words caused a guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to be anxious, and he looked at Jia Hong with a furious expression. But in the next moment, the expression of this guardian elder instantly became exceedingly ghastly pale, and his hands held tightly onto his throat as the blood that sprayed out from his throat dyed his hands red. W8. Why? The guardian elder's gaze flickered, and at the moment of death, he looked at Jia Hong with an unwilling expression before his aura vanished completely as his entire body fell down. Bang! The corpse emitted an enormous bang as it fell to the ground. For a time, another corpse had appeared at the center of the gorge. So swift! Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his eyes revealed slight fear. He actually didn't see clearly how Jia Hong attacked, and he only heard an extremely fine and fleeting howl of the wind. At the instant the howl of the wind vanished, the guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had been killed. Is there anyone that questions my words? Jia Hong's piercingly cold gaze flashed past Long Wei and the others. Instantly, Long Wei and the others went silent, even though there were many people in the demonic Lotus Blade sect, but at this moment no one dared say anything. They were able to discern. The Supreme Elder had taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian's peerlessly monstrous natural talent, and wanted to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple to inherit his mantle. Humph! When he saw Jia Hong looking over once more, Duan Lingtian grunted with disdain in a low voice. Old fellow, with my strength, suppressing these people is extremely easy. Why would I need to borrow your influence? Jia Hong wasn't enraged when facing Duan Lingtian's disdain, and he nodded instead. You're right, but you've forgotten something. If you don't agree to take me as your master today, then you'll die for sure. You won't have the chance to deal with them or even destroy my demonic Lotus Blade sect. At this point, the smile on Jia Hong's face disappeared and was replaced by a layer of frost. I'll give you two choices. Either you kneel down and acknowledge me as your master, or die. Death. Jia Hong's voice was like a thunderclap that suddenly exploded out in the sky above the gorge, and it caused all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples present to be unable to refrain from shuddering with fear. They knew that the Grand Elder was angry. The eyes of Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect flickered. In their hearts, they did not wish for Duan Lingtian to give in. If the Duan Lingtian gave in, it would mean that there would be a brat pressing down on their heads in the future. This was something they were unwilling to accept. Of course, if Duan Lingtian really gave in, they couldn't do anything even if they didn't want to accept it. Presently, the true person in charge of the demonic Lotus Blade sect was this newly ascended Supreme Elder and not them. When faced with Jia Hong's threat, Duan Lingtian didn't have any reaction, yet the expressions of Qin Xiang and Mou had already gone pale. At this moment, the vast and overbearing aura that stretched out from Jia Hong's body swept over, and for a time, it caused them to feel extremely suffocated. Martial and Qin Xiang, is Senior Brother really confident in his ability to deal with this old freak? Mou was slightly terrified in his heart when facing Jia Hong, and he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Qin Xiang. Probably, Qin Xiang spoke with slight uncertainty. Swish! The rock circled above the heads of Duan Lingtian and the others, and its wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky spread out to give rise to a surging wave of air that caused everyone to be alarmed. Its pair of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Jia Hong, and so long as Jia Hong dared make a move against Duan Lingtian, it would pounce over without the slightest hesitation. Even if it knew that it was far from being a match for Jia Hong, it would still risk its life to protect Duan Lingtian. It was willing to use its corpse to pave a path to the afterlife for Duan Lingtian. I'm truly sorry. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change when facing Jia Hong's threat, and from the beginning until the end he had a carefree expression as if everything before him wasn't related to him in the slightest. I don't want to choose either of the two choices you gave me. Don't want to choose? Duan Lingtian's words clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. Duan Lingtian, our Supreme Elder thinks highly of you and took you as a disciple. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Instantly, many members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that surrounded the surroundings berated Duan Lingtian successively. At the same time that Long Wei, Shui Rui, and the other guardian elders berated Duan Lingtian, they couldn't help but feel slightly fortunate in their hearts. They felt fortunate that Duan Lingtian didn't agree. Unknowingly, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They were able to sense the rage that ceaselessly rose on the Supreme Elder's body. Whoosh! The origin energy on Jia Hong, who sat cross-legged on the lotus seat that floated nearby Duan Lingtian, gradually surfaced before raging and leaping about. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above him as numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and condensed into form before coiling down. 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes was still ceaselessly rising. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Fourth level of the void interpretation stage. Fifth level of the void interpretation stage. It's still rising. Qin Xiang's expression became more and more unsightly. The nearby MOU's body trembled as his pupils constricted, and only a single thought remained in his heart. It's over, even though he was mentally prepared since long ago. But never had he imagined that the strength of this 1,000-year-old freak of the demonic Lotus Blade sect would actually be so terrifying. Finally, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Jia Hong stopped increasing. Meanwhile, 100 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes clearly appeared before the eyes of everyone present, and it gave them a visual shock. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Long Wei couldn't help but gasp. No wonder the Supreme Elder said he's able to lead our demonic Lotus Blade sect to occupy a place in the Dark Han dynasty. With the Supreme Elder's current strength, even if it's in the Dark Han dynasty, there's probably not many people that are a match for him. Xue Rui was extremely excited, and his body lightly trembled as he slightly lost his composure. Supreme Elder! Supreme Elder! At the same time, no matter if it was the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that stood in midair, or the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that stood in the gorge below, all of them couldn't help but seethe with excitement. They were naturally clearly aware of what 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes meant. 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Their Supreme Elder was actually a formidable existence at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage. Everyone was excited. Little fellow, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really unwilling to take me as your master? Jia Hong, who had 100 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him, stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning, and he seemed as if he would directly annihilate Duan Lingtian at the slightest disagreement. Old fellow, do you think I'll be afraid of you and even directly take you as my master just because you revealed a strength at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when facing Jia Hong, who revealed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage, and he mocked. Since it's like this, then go die. Jia Hong's patience was completely exhausted, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. He shouted out explosively, and with a raise of his hand, his sleeve fluttered, causing the whistling of the wind to deafen. In practically an instant, with the place, Jia Hong raised his hand as the center. Waves of terrifying violent winds swept out towards the surroundings, and it blew some of the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples with low cultivations to the point they retreated successively. Whoosh! Jia Hong's palm seemed to be slow, yet it was actually swift, and in an instant it was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian's chest. So long as he continued forward, then Duan Lingtian would die for sure. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. H! A shrill cry sounded out of thin air, and it caused the smiles that had just appeared on the faces of Long Wei and the other members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect to instantly freeze. Originally, they were already able to foresee the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed. But right at the moment when Duan Lingtian was about to die, they instead saw to their astonishment. At this moment, the hand that their demonic Lotus Blade sect Supreme Elder, the ancestor that established the demonic Lotus Blade sect 1,000 years ago, used to strike out at Duan Lingtian had been severed at the shoulder, and the severed arm was carried along by inertia to vanish in the blink of an eye. There wasn't a single person at the place Duan Lingtian stood earlier. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had suddenly soared into the sky, whereas a fiery red figure had appeared by his side. This was a middle-aged man with a cold and dignified appearance, and his sharp eyes seemed as if they looked down upon the heavens and the earth. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he brought a strong, oppressive feeling to others. "Who are you?" After Jia Hong stopped the blood that sprayed out from the gap of a severed arm, he looked at the middle-aged man in fiery red clothes with a slightly ghastly pale expression, and he asked with slight terror, "Earlier, it was precisely this person that severed his arm." This person didn't utilize any spirit weapon when making a move, and only purely condensed into form a sword with origin energy, and before he could react, the person had easily severed his arm. Even though this person's move was short-lived, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth wasn't able to condense into form in the sky. But he could be 100% sure. The strength of the red-clothed middle-aged man before him far surpassed him. Meanwhile, the gazes of everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect descended onto the red-clothed middle-aged man. They'd noticed this red-clothed middle-aged man since long ago, and he'd always been standing nearby behind Duan Lingtian, and he stood together with another red-clothed woman and a gray-clothed old man. Originally, they only thought that these people were the surviving members of the Seven-Star Sword sect. But now they realized that they'd guessed wrongly, ridiculously wrongly. Would a surviving member of the Seven-Star Sword sect possess the ability to sever the arm of their demonic Lotus Blade sect Supreme Elder, a dignified 7th-level Void Interpretation Stage expert? If the Seven-Star Sword sect possessed such an expert, then how could the Seven-Star Sword sect allow them to annihilate the sect? "Senior, this is the enmity between us and the Seven-Star Sword sect. I hope Senior doesn't interfere. If Senior has any needs, then our demonic Lotus Blade sect is willing to spare no effort to guarantee Senior's satisfaction." As the leader of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Long Wei was a shrewd person, and he clearly saw the fear that suffused Jia Hong's eyes when he looked at the red-clothed middle-aged man. Chapter 729. But unfortunately, the red-clothed young man seemed as if he utterly didn't hear what Jia Hong and Long Wei said, and he said indifferently, "Kid Lingtian, do you want me to cripple his cultivation and you kill him yourself? Or do you want me to help you directly end him?" The red-clothed young man was precisely Feng Wu Dao. He was also the eldest master of the Dark Han dynasty's Feng clan, the #1 expert of the Feng clan that surpassed the 2 great ancestors of the Feng clan. Feng Wu Dao's tone was calm, and it was as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. Jia Hong's face went completely pale when he heard Feng Wu Dao. On the other hand, the pupils of Long Wei and the others constricted instantly. Who exactly was this red-clothed middle-aged man? He actually seemed as if he utterly didn't take the 7th-level Void Interpretation Stage Supreme Elder of their demonic Lotus Blade sect seriously. He wasn't present when the 7-Star Sword sect was annihilated that day. "Uncle Feng, I'll be in trouble." Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Jia Hong as he spoke slowly. "Yes." Even though Duan Lingtian didn't make a direct choice, his words had obviously indirectly made a choice, and Feng Wu Dao was able to discern the meaning behind it. Jia Hong's face went grim when he saw Feng Wu Dao nodding, and he instantly stood up from the lotus seat. Bang! Jia Hong raised his leg as his origin energy skyrocketed, and his boundless fire concept followed him like a shadow, causing his origin energy to seem as if it had transformed into a ball of flames that fiercely smashed onto the lotus seat. Instantly, the lotus seat condensed from origin energy and fire concept shattered and transformed into nothingness. Swoosh! Jia Hong relied on this force to shoot towards the distance like a bolt of lightning, and he obviously wanted to flee. The scene before their eyes only occurred in the blink of an eye, and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect members, including Long Wei, didn't even have the time to react. Swish! The brief whistling of the sword clearly entered the ears of the martial practitioners who were at the ascension stage and above and had extremely good hearing, whereas the martial artists below the void initiation stage instead seemed as if they didn't hear anything, and subsequently they saw a figure in the distance stop before splitting into two. It was the fleeing Jiahong that was split into two from top to bottom, and his severed corpse accompanied the dazzling and resplendent fresh blood that covered the sky as it crashed to the ground. Silence. No matter if it was the sky or the ground. The entire gorge was deathly silent. Ancestor, Supreme Elder. Everyone from the demonic Lotus Blade sect stared blankly at the remains on the ground in the distance at the same time, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Firstly, they did not believe that the ancestor would flee and abandon them in the face of battle in order to survive. Secondly, they did not believe that the Grand Supreme Elder, who was high and mighty in their eyes, would be killed so easily. However, the clear scenes in front of them constantly impacted their tense nerves, telling them that all of this was real. "I'll leave the rest to you." Feng Wudao nodded to Duan Lingtian before vanishing on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he'd already returned to the side of Feng Tianwu and Elder Kong. From the beginning until the end, Feng Wudao's face was tranquil, as if killing a 7th-level void interpretation stage expert was nothing to him. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he revealed a mad smile as he pounced towards the higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect that were led by Long Wei like a tiger that had entered a pack of wolves. Sword Drawing Arts. The violet-colored sword light that appeared briefly flashed past Shui Rui's throat with ease, and the former sect leader of the Snow Moon sect had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian just like this. "Collecting debts has only just begun." Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand as fresh blood ceaselessly dripped from it, and he muttered silently in his heart. Shui Rui's death was like a fuse that caused Long Wei and the others to instantly awaken. Since it's impossible to flee, then let's join forces and kill him. Long Wei glanced at the distant Feng Wudao with fear, and then he shouted out explosively to call out to the other higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Whoosh! But when they were just about to make a move against Duan Lingtian, they inadvertently saw the 30-plus ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and all of them were completely dumbstruck. The strongest amongst them only possessed the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons after utilizing all his ability, and it was even to the extent that not a single one of them possessed the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. He isn't at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. He's at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. A demonic Lotus Blade sect elder couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. Besides that, the spirit sword in his hand is a grade 3 spirit weapon. The two concepts he's comprehended are an entire strength of 12 ancient horned dragons when added together. This demonic Lotus Blade sect elder's gaze had always been on Duan Lingtian, and the process of the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensing into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian was clearly seen by him. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. This demonic Lotus Blade sect elder's words caused the expressions of all the higher-ups, including Long Wei, to go grim, and they all stopped moving and didn't dare take another step forward. If Duan Lingtian was only at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, then perhaps all of them would be able to slightly deal with him if they joined forces. But a 9th level Void Initiation stage expert wasn't someone they could deal with. Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to join your 7-star sword sect and work myself to the bone for the 7-star sword sect in the future. Suddenly, a guardian elder stood out and spoke to Duan Lingtian in panic. Instantly, the expressions of many higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, including Long Wei, went grim, and they all glared angrily at this guardian elder. Swish! A sword light that appeared briefly in appearance easily pierced through the throat of this guardian elder. When the guardian elder stretched out his hand to grab tightly onto his throat, a violet-colored figure appeared before him like a shadow, and it was precisely Duan Lingtian. W8. Why? This guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect stared blankly at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered and puzzled expression, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. As far as he was concerned, he'd already surrendered and was willing to join the Seven-Star Sword sect. Logically speaking, Duan Lingtian shouldn't kill him, and he should instead welcome him into the Seven-Star Sword sect. He believed that the Seven-Star Sword sect surely required an expert to hold down the fort now, and it was precisely because of this that he chose to bear infamy and join the Seven-Star Sword sect before making a choice between life and death. But who knew that Duan Lingtian seemed to utterly disdain him joining the Seven-Star Sword sect, and directly killed him. I won't allow someone whose hands are tainted with the blood of my Seven-Star Sword sect disciples to remain in this world. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian moved once more. Whirlwind! His entire body vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already within the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups. His hand raised and his sword descended, and every single sword strike that flashed out would kill a demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-up. Will die no matter what. Everyone fight him to the death. Kill all the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that had participated in annihilating the Seven-Star Sword sect that day charged towards Duan Lingtian like madmen. Not resisting was death. Resisting was death as well. They chose to resist, but before Duan Lingtian, they didn't have the slightest strength to fight back, and they died one by one under Duan Lingtian's sword. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's eyes went red from killing. Sect leader, do you see this? I'll make the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect repay us 100-fold right now. The figure of the Seven-Star Sword sect's Linghu Jin Hong flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind, even though he didn't have much interaction with Linghu Jin Hong. But the various support and importance Linghu Jin Hong gave him instead caused him to be extremely moved. As the saying goes, a woman dresses up for her lover. A man dies for his lover. Linghu Jin Hong was his intimate friend. Swish! The violet-colored sword light that appeared briefly like a cactus pierced through the chest of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, Longwei, and directly killed him. As soon as Longwei died, many people lost their will to battle and fled successively. Whoosh! Whoosh! Meanwhile, the Rock and Qin Xiang had joined the battle, and they killed all the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples that were fleeing for their lives and had lost their will to battle. Under the situation where Duan Lingtian suppressed all the 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, a man and a bird slaughtered their way into the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect members as if they were entering an uninhabited land. Peak Master Zhengfan, if you're watching from the heavens, watch me take revenge for you. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand struck out and killed a 6th-level Void Initiation stage guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Elder by your little phase master, yet I didn't protect you well. I really don't know how to speak to little Fei when I see her in the future. The figure of a beautiful woman appeared within Duan Lingtian's mind, and his eyes revealed a wisp of sorrow as he killed another 6th-level Void Initiation stage guardian elder of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Senior sister, Zhuqing, and all of you, many familiar figures flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. In the past, these people were all alive and standing in front of him. However, 5 years ago, they were all killed by these people in front of him. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura, and besides slaughter, there was nothing else in his world. It wasn't long before all the 4th-level Void Initiation stage higher-ups of the demonic Lotus Blade sect had died. Duan Lingtian didn't stop because of this, and the sword in his hand aimed towards the other higher-ups and disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect before flashing out mercilessly. Shrill cries rose and fell without end. "No! Spare me! Spare me! Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to be your slave. Let me go! Let me go!" Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, all the higher-ups and disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect didn't have the slightest will to fight, and they fled in all directions, and at the same time they didn't forget to beg for mercy. But Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Suddenly, the violet clothes on Duan Lingtian's body were dyed red with blood, and he seemed to have become a man of blood. Of course, not a single drop of blood on his body was his. Brother Duan's killing intent is too strong. Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that was dyed red with blood from afar, and he frowned. If this goes on, it's not a good thing. It's very likely that he'll suffer chi deviation. He needs to vent now. It's useless even if we stop him. I only hope he'll be able to stick to his heart. Feng Wu Dao sighed. "Elder brother Duan, I'll help you." A wisp of worry appeared on Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face when she heard the conversation between Elder Kong and Duan Lingtian, and she flew out to help Duan Lingtian kill. She'd made a move for no other reason than to allow Duan Lingtian to reduce his killing intent and not fall into the path of evil. Chapter 730. Blood flowed into rivers in the entire gorge. The setting sun was like blood, and it set off the gorge that was dyed red with blood, and it seemed as if only a single color remained in the entire world, a dazzling and resplendent scarlet red. Suddenly, the sounds of battle and shrill cries had already vanished. Within the gorge, the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples stood there, and all of them looked at the four figures that were like gods of death in the sky with terror, and their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, causing them to be unable to move in the slightest. They didn't dare flee, because they knew that they were unable to flee. Perhaps they would still have a chance to escape death by standing here. The wind blew by, an extremely dense smell of blood pierced into their noses, causing their countenances to go ghastly pale as their bodies shivered. Suddenly, a figure descended from high above in the sky. This was a young man whose clothes were completely dyed red with blood, and the sword in his hand was still ceaselessly dripping with blood, causing him to seem like a peerless god of death. The expressions of all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went grim when they saw the blood-red, clothed young man approaching. It was precisely this person that had completely slaughtered the 3 great sect leaders of their demonic Lotus Blade sect, and there were even a few other 6th-level Void Initiation Stage Guardian Elders that had died successively at his hands. The other elders and those senior disciples had all died at the hands of him and the companions by his side. Duan Lingtian stood at a low altitude above the gorge, and he looked down at the remaining disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Behind him, Feng Tianwu and Qin Xiang followed like shadows, whereas the Grand Rock even followed by his side and ceaselessly flapped its wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, and its sharp eyes stared at the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. 5 years ago, before the Azure Forest Trisect annihilated my 7-star sword sect, all the disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect stand out. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and his tone seemed to be calm, yet it actually concealed killing intent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of many people instantly went grim. These people were already disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect 5 years ago, and a portion of them had even participated in the battle that annihilated the 7-star sword sect. Now, they were naturally able to guess what Duan Lingtian had in mind when he asked them to leave. So no one dared leave. 10 breaths. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued. After 10 breaths, if no one comes out, all of you will die. When these calm words entered into the ears of the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, it was like the sound of death, and it caused their expressions to go grim. For a time, the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were in chaos. I know you. You were already a disciple of the Snow Moon sect long before the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated. Quickly leave, don't implicate us. A disciple that entered the Azure Forest Trisect later pointed at another person by his side. Immediately, this person aroused the anger of the crowd. Get out! Get out of here! For a moment, this person became the target of public criticism. In the end, he could only walk out of the crowd with a sad face and stand outside alone. 7 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian continued. I remember you too. You were a disciple of the Gui Yuan sect 5 years ago. Get out. You get out. For years ago, when I just arrived, you were still bragging about how many 7-star sword sect disciples you'd killed. In next to no time, almost 100 people were pushed out from the crowd of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. The expressions of the almost 100 people that were pushed out were ghastly pale to the extreme, and they stood outside alone with shivering bodies, as if they'd already guessed their end. 10 breaths of time is up. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the almost 100 people that were pushed out, and killing intent that shot into the sky swept out from his body to envelop them. Instantly, the expressions of the almost 100 people that were pushed out went grim. Duan Lingtian, don't kill me. Even though I've been a disciple of the Snow Moon sect since long ago, I didn't follow the sect to annihilate your 7-star sword sect that time. Me too. I've utterly never been to the 7-star sword sect. Spare me. More than half of the almost 100 people that were pushed out spoke with aggrieved and flustered expressions. But Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. At this moment, he would rather kill the wrong person than let them off. Otherwise, he'd let down the numerous souls of the 7-star sword sect. Whoosh! Mo, who'd always been watching the show from the side, had descended to Duan Lingtian's side at this moment. Senior brother, leave them to me. Okay. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse Mo's volunteer. Go on. He knew clearly in his heart that Mo was unable to restrain himself since long ago. Earlier, when he made a move against all the demonic Lotus Blade sect higher-ups and disciples at the Void Prying stage or above, he'd once used a voice transmission to stop Mo from making a move, because he didn't allow any mishaps to befall Mo. Mo was the future hope of the 7-star sword sect. Now, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples before him were all martial artists that hadn't even stepped into the Void Prying stage, and they were unable to pose the slightest threat to Mo. It was time for Mo to vent his anger. Mo's gaze lit up when he obtained Duan Lingtian's agreement, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand as he flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a shooting star that descended towards the few tens of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples. 7-star sword technique. Mo attacked and directly executed the 7-star sword sect's ultimate sword skill, and 7 material sword lights whistled out to kill 7 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples in the blink of an eye. As the closed-door disciple of the former 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, and coupled with Duan Lingtian having no intention to take the position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, Mo had long since been taken by Linghu Jinhong to be fostered as the next sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. When Linghu Jinhong passed down the minor 7-star sword technique to Mo that day, he'd already passed the 7-star sword technique to Mo. Mo didn't disappoint Linghu Jinhong's high hopes, and during these past few years, under the guidance of Qin Xiang, he'd smoothly cultivated the 7-star sword technique to the mastery stage. Swish, 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 swish. Along with Mo attacking, the 7 sword lights that flashed out in groups seemed to have transformed into the scythe of the god of death, and every single sword light was capable of reaping the life of a demonic Lotus Blade sect disciple. The group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples either fought desperately with Amoyu or fled for their lives. But in the end, they were unable to escape the same ending. After a short moment, the almost 100 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that were originally still alive had all fallen, and blood flowed into rivers. Thump! Under the gazes of everyone present, Amoyu knelt on the ground that was dyed red with blood, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed freely from his face as he looked up at the sky in the west and said in a loud voice, "Master, did you see that? I've taken revenge for you, for all the peak masters and elders, for all my senior brothers and junior sisters. All of you can rest in peace in the netherworld." After he finished speaking, Amoyu kowtowed 3 times before standing up once more. "The remaining people, all of you swear with your blood. If all of you join the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, or Origin Convergence sect 5 years ago, then all of you will be blasted to death by the 99 Heavenly Tribulation." Duan Lingtian's fierce gaze descended onto the remaining group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples as he spoke with a low voice. Instantly, the expressions of many people in the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went grim. These people were all disciples that had joined the demonic Lotus Blade sect and the other 2 sects 5 years ago. They didn't take the initiative to leave earlier, whereas the surrounding demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples didn't know their background, so they'd escaped the calamity from before. They originally thought that they would be able to survive, yet never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so vigilant and even make them swear with the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. Of course, there were also some people that held hope in their hearts and felt that swearing an oath wasn't a big deal. Even though the 99 Heavenly Tribulation was the publicly acknowledged oath tribulation in Cloud Continent, but to most people, the 99 Heavenly Tribulation was only an illusory legend. They didn't think that the oath tribulation was really capable of doing anything to them, whereas these people quickly realized how childish their thoughts were. Along with numerous drops of fresh blood shooting into the sky, numerous oaths were spoken by the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, and waves of continuous thunderclaps resounded out in the horizon. The frequency of the thunderclaps was so swift that it was like setting off firecrackers. Along with all the demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples finishing speaking, balls of dark clouds converged over from the horizon, and they arrived in the sky above the gorge in a short moment before ceaselessly pressing down together. Violet-colored lightning ceaselessly roiled above the balls of dark clouds, and it seemed as if it was brewing something. The descent of the tribulation lightning. Many people are going to suffer misfortune. High above in the sky, Elder Kong couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he saw this scene. Brother Duan is really smart. He knows to use this method to determine if there are any remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that have escaped the net. Now, he doesn't even have to personally make a move against those that have escaped the net. The son-in-law of Ai, Feng Wu Dao, is naturally not an ordinary person. Feng Wu Dao spoke indifferently. His words seemed as if Duan Lingtian had already gotten married to Feng Tianwu and had already officially become his son-in-law. Bang, 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 bang. Numerous bolts of tribulation lightning that were thick as buckets tore through the sky and descended towards the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that had escaped the net, blasting them into ash and wiping away all the traces they left behind in this world. At the moment of death, these demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that were blasted to death only had a single thought left. The tribulation of oaths of legend is real. If anyone dared hold any hope before the tribulation of oaths, then they would die without a doubt. When they saw over 10 of their fellow disciples being blasted into ash in the blink of an eye, the expressions of the remaining group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples went pale, and some with comparatively weaker mental fortitude even went limp on the ground and shivered. The scene from before was sufficient to become a nightmare for their entire lifetime. Over 10 bolts of tribulation lightning that were thick as buckets descended before them, and it blasted those people that were still alive by their side earlier into ash. The legend is true. Those that go against the tribulation of oaths will indeed be blasted to death by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Looks like we can't hold any hope before the tribulation of oaths. The remaining few hundred demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples whispered in discussion, and their words were filled with fear towards the tribulation of oaths. All of you, fuck off. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently, even though he'd killed many people earlier. But he'd killed people that deserved to be killed. Killing these few hundred demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples was as easy as flipping his hand to Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian didn't do this. These demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were Azure Forest Trisect disciples that didn't participate in the battle that annihilated the 7-star sword sect 5 years ago, and their crimes didn't deserve death. When Duan Lingtian had just finished speaking, and the group of demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hadn't recovered from their shock. Chapter 731. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples that knelt on the ground and said indifferently, "My 7-star sword sect doesn't accept traitors. Both of you can betray the demonic Lotus Blade sect today. You can betray my 7-star sword sect in the future as well." Lord Duan Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian thought that these 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples would retreat in the face of difficulties, the 2 of them instead persisted, and they even pinched open their fingers, causing a drop of blood to shoot into the sky. I'm willing to swear on my own blood that so long as Lord Duan Lingtian is willing to allow me to join the 7-star sword sect, then I'll surely live and die with the 7-star sword sect in the future and never betray you. If I go against this oath, then I'm willing to be blasted to death by the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. The 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples swore in unison. Right at this moment, numerous deafening sounds of thunder sounded out from the horizon, and it was obviously the oath tribulation, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, that was bearing witness to the blood oath they swore. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, as everything before his eyes had exceeded his expectations. Never had he imagined that these 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples would be so persistent and even swear on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. For a time, he couldn't help but hesitate slightly. Truthfully speaking, he subconsciously rejected these demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples, and it was for no other reason than because he detested the demonic Lotus Blade sect. MOU, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at MOU and asked. He was only a passerby to the 7-star sword sect, and MOU was the true leader of the 7-star sword sect in the future, and the future of the 7-star sword sect was completely dependent on him. MOU pondered slightly. Senior brother, since they've already sworn on the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, I presume it's impossible for them to be disloyal to our 7-star sword sect. Presently, the 7-star sword sect is being rebuilt and is in need of people, so I feel that we can take them as disciples of the 7-star sword sect. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Duan Lingtian nodded. Thank you, Lord MOU. The 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hurriedly spoke. However, Duan Lingtian's cold snort caused them to feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Remember, he's the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Just as the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were feeling apprehensive, Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Thank you, sect leader. Although the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples were curious why the 7-star sword sect leader wasn't Duan Lingtian when they heard this, they didn't dare dally in the slightest, and they hurriedly thanked MOU. Senior brother, I think you're more suitable to be the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Mo laughed bitterly. I'm only at the void prying stage now. How can I take on the great responsibility of being the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect? With Peak Master Qin Xiang and Elder Peng helping you, why can't you do it? Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed, and he said resolutely, This matter is decided like this. You're the closed-door disciple of sect leader Linghu, and you're also the next successor to the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect that he's decided on internally. The position of sect leader of the 7-star sword sect belongs to none other than you. As for me, I won't stay in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added, Mou, I'll leave the heavy responsibility of the 7-star sword sect to you. I hope you don't disappoint your master. Duan Lingtian spoke seriously to Mou. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll surely work hard. Mou hurriedly said, Lord Duan Lingtian, sect leader Mou, we're willing to join the 7-star sword sect as well. Right at this moment, the remaining demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples hurriedly knelt down when they saw their 2 fellow disciples swear an oath to join the 7-star sword sect. And at the same time, they swore an oath using the 99 heavenly tribulation. As for the content of the oath, it was almost the same as the oath of the 2 demonic Lotus Blade sect disciples from before. For a time, deafening thunderclaps resounded out in the horizon. Although swearing an oath like this meant that they were forever unable to betray the 7-star sword sect, and not only that, they even had to live and die with the 7-star sword sect. But they didn't regret it. When they joined the Azure Forest Trisect earlier, it was mostly because they wanted to seek a strong reliance and stand out among their peers. Now, the Azure Forest Trisect was gone, and an even stronger 7-star sword sect was right before them. So, they chose to join the 7-star sword sect in order to seek a better future. Mou, you deal with the matters here. Peak Master Qin Xiang, Elder Peng, Mou is still young. Please guide him in the future. Duan Lingtian spoke to Mou, and then he looked at Qin Xiang and Elder Peng. Qin Xiang and Elder Peng nodded. Don't worry, Mou is the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, and I'm his martial uncle. I'll naturally do my best to assist him to become a qualified sect leader. Qin Xiang said, Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, Since it's like this, then we'll be leaving first. Senior brother, where are you going? Mou couldn't refrain himself from asking when he heard Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. I'm going to search the surroundings and see if there are any survivors of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. After that, I'll make a trip back to my hometown. Once I return from my hometown, I'll return to our 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian said, Senior brother, the 9 great spirit points in our 7-star sword sect's estate have been completely destroyed. If we want to accumulate the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth once more, we'll probably have to experience a long period of time. Shouldn't we move our estate to the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, and the estate that originally belonged to the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect? And Mou couldn't refrain himself from asking. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Our 7-star sword sect's estate is still at the 7 great sword peaks. You just have to bring all of them back. Besides that, after all of you return, call back senior brother Jingsong and the 7-star sword sect disciples that are outside as well. After I return from my hometown, I'll think of a way to move the remaining spirit points in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge and the spirit points that originally belonged to the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect to our 7-star sword sect's estate. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one go. Transfer spirit points? Duan Lingtian's words not only caused Mou, Qin Xiang, Elder Peng, and the group of 7-star sword sect disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect to be stunned. Even Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu and Elder Kong couldn't help but be stunned. Senior brother, you're really able to transfer spirit points? Mou took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask. As far as he was concerned, this was truly unbelievable. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, then his gaze raised as his figure flashed out to put away the spatial rings of the former demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader, Longwei, the Origin Convergence Sect's leader, Lu Yuan, and the Snow Moon Sect's leader, Xue Rui. After he dripped his blood on them to establish ownership, he withdrew the Origin drawing pearls within them. There was a total of 18 pearls. I truly never imagined that Longwei was able to find so many Origin drawing pearls. Even if it's in the foreign lands, these Origin drawing pearls can be considered to be rare treasures. After Duan Lingtian put away the Origin drawing pearls, he removed the ownership of the 3 spatial rings and tossed them to Mou. You can take the remaining spoils of the battle. We'll be leaving first. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he bid his farewells to Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 before the 4 of them flew out and circled around the surroundings of the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. After following some clues and killing some of the survivors that had just left the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge not long ago, the 4 of them continued heading south. Swoosh! The enormous sword soared through the sky and brought along Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to arrive in the sky above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city after spending only a day of time. Duan Lingtian silently looked down at the city beneath his feet. Even though in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, who'd seen the world, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was no different than a small countryside city in the Dark Han Dynasty. It was precisely this small countryside city that caused waves of ripples to be unable to help but arise in his heart. Timid when one gets close to one's hometown was exactly what Duan Lingtian was feeling right now. It had already been an entire 4 years since he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom the last time. It's been 4 years. I wonder how father and mother are. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 descended outside the imperial city while carrying excited feelings. They didn't directly soar into the city. According to Feng Tianwu's words, only in this way would they be able to blend in better. Of course, the reason she thought like this was because this was Duan Lingtian's hometown, whereas she wanted to know about Duan Lingtian's hometown. Besides Duan Lingtian, who was timid when he got close to his hometown and didn't discern the deep meaning behind Feng Tianwu's words. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong had both guessed Feng Tianwu's thoughts, especially Elder Kong. His strange gaze caused Feng Tianwu to be embarrassed to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she repeatedly glared at Elder Kong as if she was threatening Elder Kong to not speak of it. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city was divided into the outer city and inner city. As he walked into the outer city and felt the bustling atmosphere of the streets and alleys, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd returned to the time when he'd just left Aurora City and arrived at the imperial city. Needless to say, the luck of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 wasn't bad, as the inner city gate had already slowly opened after they'd eaten in the outer city. Of course, even if the inner city wasn't opened, they could still directly fly in. However, that feeling was completely different from walking in. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 slowly walked into the inner city. Young master, look, quickly look. My God, I've never seen such a beauty in my entire life. Even though I've never seen the #1 beauty of our capital, Princess Bai Yao, but I'm sure that she's absolutely not inferior to Princess Bai Yao. In the distance, a servant that rode on a horse beside a young man in embroidered clothes stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 4 that walked over with a bright gaze. More precisely speaking, he was staring at Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu didn't wear a veil like before, and her peerlessly beautiful appearance could be said to have drawn numerous burning gazes all along the way. But because of the extraordinary bearing imperceptibly revealed by Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong that followed by Feng Tianwu's side, it instead caused some lascivious men that wanted to go up and strike up a conversation with her to stop their footsteps from afar. The young man in embroidered clothes followed the servant's gaze to look over when he heard this, and with a single glance his gaze was unable to move away any longer. Heavens! There's actually such a beauty in this world. Flowers that cover up the moon, fish that captivate, and wild beasts that captivate were insufficient to describe this drop-dead, gorgeous young woman before him. The perfection of the young woman caused his heartbeat to suddenly speed up. A strong feeling of possessiveness spread out in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu walked side by side. Now his feelings had calmed down, and he chatted and laughed with Feng Tianwu as they walked on the street. Young Mississippi, an abrupt voice interrupted the mood of idle conversation between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Chapter 732. When she felt the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes that wasn't concealed in the slightest, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face that carried a smile was instantly covered in a layer of frost. In the depths of her beautiful eyes that were like pearls and jade, strands of flames of rage even leaped about. "Young miss, I feel like old friends with you at first sight. How about having a cup of tea with me?" The young man in embroidered clothes brazenly sized up Feng Tianwu from top to bottom. Feng Tianwu's practically perfect and graceful figure caused the greed in his eyes to grow even deeper, and he was only on the verge of making a move to seize her on the spot. "As for the three people by your side, you help this young master properly entertain these three guests. You must not be negligent, understand?" As the young man in embroidered clothes spoke, he looked at the servant by his side. "Yes, young master." The servant seemed to be accustomed to this, and after he replied, he spurred his horse forward and looked at Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, and Elder Kong as he said indifferently, "The three of you follow me." "Fuck off." Right at this moment, Feng Tianwu, whose beautiful face was covered in a layer of cold lights, finally spoke, and her voice was chilly to the point it seemed to cause the surrounding air to become slightly icy cold. The servant that was originally arrogant couldn't help but be stunned. On the other hand, the gaze of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. "I haven't encountered such a tasteful woman in a long time. Young miss, I'm really liking you more and more. Didn't you hear me ask you to fuck off?" Right when the air around Feng Tianwu's body swiftly flashed and the origin energy within her body was on the verge of gushing out, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and lightly held Feng Tianwu's hand to calm her rage as he spoke lazily at the same time. "Kid, I'm talking to this young miss. What are you interrupting for? If it wasn't out of consideration for this young miss, believe it or not, I'll make you unable to speak again." The young man's face sank as he used a vicious gaze to stare at Duan Lingtian, and there was no lack of threatening intent in his words. "Humph! Even a clay figurine has its limits." When faced with the repeated provocation and harassment of the young man in embroidered clothes, Duan Lingtian's face sank as he took a step forward and casually punched out. He punched out and hit the air. In an instant, the airflow in the air was compressed. A terrifying airwave rolled up and swept forward. Bang! An ear-piercing sound of air exploding rang out. The tall horse that the brocade-robed young man was sitting on didn't move at all. On the contrary, the brocade-robed young man was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily on the ground and fell flat on his face. When the surrounding passers-by saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. The brocade-robed young man screamed miserably. When he heard the laughter of the surrounding passers-by, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression. "How dare you touch me? I don't care who you are. You're dead." The servant's expression also changed greatly. He hurriedly dismounted and rushed to the brocade-robed young man. "Young master, are you all right? Let's go." Duan Lingtian seemed as if nothing had happened and lightly smiled as he spoke to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu nodded. She didn't put the young man's threat in her eyes. In this small kingdom, there was no existence that could threaten her. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 continued to walk towards the inner city. As for their destination, it was precisely Duan Lingtian's private house in the inner city. After walking for around half an hour, "It's him. Cousin, he's the one that injured me." An exasperated voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian's group of 4. The brocade-robed young man that suffered a loss at the hands of Duan Lingtian earlier spurred his horse and chased after them. Beside him was another tall horse, and on it sat another young man that was a little over 30 years of age. The young man's expression was cold, neither happy nor angry, and he imperceptibly brought a sense of oppression to others. Behind him was another old man that was over 70 years old. The old man's face was as calm as an ancient well, and he was like a shadow as he followed behind the young man. In the blink of an eye, 2 young men and an old man spurred their horses to obstruct the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 were obstructed. At this moment, many passers-by stopped to watch. "It's the Sioux clan's 3rd young master." Many people recognized the young man. The Sioux clan's 3rd young master? Duan Lingtian's calm gaze descended onto the young man, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into an arc, and it was an arc that was filled with coldness. He never imagined that the young man he'd taught a lesson to earlier was actually related to the Sioux clan. And now, when he saw the passers-by recognize the young man's face was filled with complacency, and he sat on his tall horse as he looked down at Duan Lingtian. "Kid, you actually dared to touch me. You're dead today." As he spoke up to hear, the young man looked at Feng Tianwu, who was beside Duan Lingtian, and he changed the topic. "Of course, if she's willing to be my 3rd concubine, then I don't mind letting you live. I'll only cripple your cultivation. You're courting death." Feng Tianwu's gaze went cold, and she wanted to directly make a move and completely annihilate this hateful young man. But a tall figure suddenly stood before her, causing her to temporarily not make a move. "You'll only cripple my cultivation?" Duan Lingtian, who strode out and stood before Feng Tianwu, sized up the violet-clothed young man with interest, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "So in this way you can be considered to have shown mercy?" "Of course." The young man seemed to have not realized the arrival of danger, and he proudly raised his head. "If it wasn't for her, I'd surely tear you into pieces, then throw you out to feed the dogs. I hope your Sioux clan can give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I can only personally go and have a chat with Suboya." When Duan Lingtian heard the young man, the mocking smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider, and his gaze suddenly moved to descend onto the old man that was following behind the young man in luxurious clothes. When the old man saw Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but rub his eyes, seeming to want to confirm that he wasn't seeing things. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke out, and coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian looked at him, he completely confirmed it. "It's really him." The old man's heart trembled. He'd once seen this violet-clothed young man many years ago. At that time, the violet-clothed young man was following behind their Sioux clan's patriarch, Suboya. But compared to that year, the violet-clothed young man's face was slightly less immature and had a trace of experience, and he gave others a feeling of maturity and steadiness. It was precisely because of this that he didn't confirm the violet-clothed young man's identity at the first possible moment. Now, when the violet-clothed young man suddenly spoke out like this and looked at him, he knew that the violet-clothed young man still remembered him and had recognized him. "Who are you? You actually directly called my father by his name." The young man in luxurious clothes frowned as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a low voice, "3rd young master." Meanwhile, the old man behind the young man in luxurious clothes was anxious, and he hurriedly said via voice transmission, He's Commander Duan." "Commander Duan? Which Commander Duan?" The young man in luxurious clothes frowned. "Embroidered uniform guard." The old man took a deep breath and slowly spoke these 3 words via voice transmission. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Commander Duan? When the young man in luxurious clothes heard the words embroidered uniform guard, his heart couldn't help but jerk, and when he connected the embroidered uniform guard and Commander Duan together, his face went completely pale. It's him. It's actually him. Didn't he just leave 4 years ago? Why has he returned? Although he hadn't seen the person before him with his own 2 eyes, the reputation of the person before him reverberated like thunder in his ears. It was even to the extent that even if the person before him killed him on the streets, the clan he was from wouldn't dare take revenge. Even his father, the Sioux clan's patriarch, didn't dare hold a grudge. What a joke! Besides possessing a monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao and an extremely shocking background, the person before him was also a disciple of a formidable sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Kid, you actually dare directly call my uncle by his name? You're courting death. Suddenly, a grim shout sounded out, and it caused the young man in luxurious clothes to go pale. Whoosh! Practically at the instant the young man in embroidered clothes beside him finished speaking, the young man in luxurious clothes had already swung out a slap, and a slap left behind a red mark on the young man's face. The young man in embroidered clothes was dumbstruck. The surrounding passers-by were stunned as well. What the heck is going on? On the other hand, Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong were shocked by the scene before them. Cousin brother, you've hit the wrong person. It's him. It's him who directly called uncle. The young man in embroidered clothes shook his slightly dizzy head as he looked at the young man in luxurious clothes and spoke anxiously. Slap. But he hadn't finished speaking when he suffered another slap. Cousin brother, the young man in embroidered clothes had slightly sobered up now and realized that he might have gotten into trouble. He didn't even have the time to ask clearly when he was picked up by the young man in luxurious clothes like an eagle grabbing a chick, and he was thrown off the horse. Subsequently, the young man in luxurious clothes descended from the horse as well. Kneel! The young man in luxurious clothes' gaze went cold when he saw the young man in luxurious clothes that fell on the ground in a sorry state was about to stand up, and he kicked out to kick the young man down before Duan Lingtian's feet. Cousin brother! The young man in embroidered clothes lay flat on the ground with his face pressed against the ground, and he was confused from the fall. He turned around and seemed to want to ask something. Slap! Another slap swept over, and it slapped him until he was swollen like a pig's head. Kneel! This time the young man in embroidered clothes was completely awakened, and he realized that he might have really gotten into a calamity. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he still obediently knelt down. Right when the young man in embroidered clothes felt wronged in his heart and didn't know what had happened, he saw to his astonishment that his cousin brother, the Sioux clan's third young master, the next successor to the Sioux clan's patriarch, actually bowed before the violet-clothed young man that he said he would tear into pieces earlier. Commander Duan. After the young man in luxurious clothes bowed, he respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. Commander Duan? The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned when he heard the young man in luxurious clothes, and then he couldn't help but say in a low voice, Cousin brother, you've got the wrong person. As far as he was concerned, how could there be such a young commander in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Slap! Another slap struck the young man in embroidered clothes to the point he felt dizzy. I'll tear your mouth apart right away if you talk any more. The voice of the young man in luxurious clothes sounded out, and it terrified the young man in embroidered clothes to the point his body trembled, and he obediently shut his mouth, yet his heart was filled with terror. Who the hell is this fellow? Why is even cousin brother afraid of him? You're Subo Ya's son. Chapter 733. Yes, yes. The young man hurriedly nodded and said respectfully and reverently, Commander Duan, I'm the third son of the Sioux clan's patriarch, Suboya. I'm called Su Rang. I remember now. He's the commander of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard all those years ago, Duan Lingtian. Someone in the surrounding crowd shouted out. His words were like a fuse that caused the crowd to go into an uproar. I remember as well. Commander Duan is the #1 genius in the martial Dao in the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and he's even the strategic genius that once led our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without expending a single soldier. Now that you mention it, I remember as well. I was only 15 when Commander Duan led the army to capture the southern barbaric city. I never imagined that after so many years, Commander Duan is still so young. Humph. Don't forget, when Duan Lingtian led the army to capture the southern barbaric city that year, he was only a young man around the age of 20. Commander Duan is my idol. I never imagined that I would have the chance to see my idol in person today. I have no more regrets in my life. The surrounding passers-by discussed animatedly. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. All those years ago, Duan Lingtian was a figure that was like the sun in the midday sky in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Not only was his natural talent in the martial Dao peerless, even his military strategy was unparalleled. During that era, Duan Lingtian could be said to be a flag of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian. When the young man in embroidered clothes that knelt on the ground raised his head and looked at Duan Lingtian once more, there was no arrogance on his face, and there was only terror and astonishment. The name Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to him in the slightest. It was even to the extent that when Duan Lingtian's name shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he who was young had once taken Duan Lingtian as his idol and was fanatical for him for a period of time. Many years had passed as he grew up day by day, and this memory was buried deep within his heart. Now, the idol of the past was right in front of him, and he was humiliated by him. He even had thoughts of dying. What kind of explanation are you going to give to me and my friend for what happened today? If you can't make the decision, I can go talk to your father. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Rang and asked indifferently. Hearing this, Su Rang took a deep breath. Don't worry, Commander Duan. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. There's no need to trouble my father with this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Rang's leg shot out like lightning, aiming at the dantian of the young man in brocade who was kneeling on the ground. Bang! An enormous bang resounded out as the milky white origin energy within the young man's dantian gushed out with a bang, and his entire body was kicked flying by Su Rang like an arrow that had left the bow, causing him to once again fall flat on his face in a sorry state. His cultivation had been crippled. Cousin, you crippled my cultivation. The young man let out a few shrill cries of pain. In the end, he forcefully endured the pain that came from his lower abdomen, and he stared at Su Rang with hatred as he cried out with a grim voice. But Su Rang paid no attention to him, and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he said respectfully, Commander Duan, are you satisfied with my punishment? If you're still not satisfied, then I'll kill him right now. Su Rang's tone was cold and indifferent, and his words seemed as if the young man in brocade wasn't related to him in the slightest. It was difficult to imagine that Su Rang and the young man in brocade were actually cousins. You are very good. At the very least, as far as I'm concerned, you're stronger than Su Boya. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Su Rang, and he couldn't help but slightly admire Su Rang's courage. After all, Su Rang was his cousin. As the saying goes, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. Not to mention Su Rang's ability in other aspects. Merely his method of dealing with a crisis was sufficient to cause others to admire him. The matter today seemed to be simple, and it was only a profligate son causing trouble. But if one thought about it from a deeper perspective, with his current strength and background, annihilating the Su clan wasn't difficult in the slightest. and Su Rang was able to make the choice of sacrificing a rook to save the king at the most critical moment. This showed that he was an extremely calm and capable person. "Commander Duan, you're too kind." Su Rang's expression didn't change when he was praised by Duan Lingtian. "Commander Duan, what do you mean?" "I mean what my friend means." Duan Lingtian shrugged and took a step back, allowing Feng Tianwu, who was behind him, to come out. At this moment, Su Rang looked at Feng Tianwu, and his eyes revealed a trace of surprise. But he didn't dare look at her too much, and he slightly lowered his head. His heart was filled with shock. According to what he knew, this Duan Lingtian was Princess Bai Yao's sweetheart. Besides that, the younger sister of Xiao Yu, the #1 figure in the younger generation of the Xiao clan, whose appearance wasn't inferior to Princess Bai Yao's, seemed to have a soft spot for Duan Lingtian as well. He'd seen Princess Bai Yao and Xiao Yu's younger sister, and he was shocked by them. He felt that it would be difficult to find a woman in the world that was more beautiful than them. But now, the woman before him had allowed him to realize how wrong his original thoughts were. Not only was this woman dressed in red, not inferior to Princess Biao and Xiao Yu's younger sister in terms of appearance, but her temperament was even more superior than them. He felt that this red-clothed woman's bearing was even more elegant than Princess Bai Yao. "Tian Wu, how do you want to deal with him?" A warm smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he faced Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu shook her head. "Elder brother Duan, since his cultivation has already been crippled, then so be it." Obviously, Feng Tianwu didn't intend to pursue the matter. "Get your ass over here and thank me." Su Rang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard Feng Tianwu. Even though he would choose to cut off his wrist and kill his cousin with his own hands if he had no other choice. But if it wasn't necessary, he still hoped that his cousin would be able to survive. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still his cousin that had followed behind him since he was young, and he had a deep relationship with him. Meanwhile, the young man in embroidered clothes that had his cultivation crippled seemed to have realized that the danger had vanished. After he heard Su Rang's words, he didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly dragged his injured body to kneel before Feng Tianwu. Slap, 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 slap. The young man in embroidered clothes raised his hands and slapped himself left and right, and he said as he slapped, "Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life. Thank you, young miss, for sparing my life." Feng Tianwu glanced at the young man in embroidered clothes with disgust, and then her gaze quickly moved onto Duan Lingtian and smiled lightly. "Elder brother Duan, let's go." Her heart was filled with warmth towards Duan Lingtian standing up for her like this. "Okay." Duan Lingtian nodded, and under the respectful gazes of Su Rang and the others, he left with the 3 members of the Feng clan and vanished at the end of the street. All right, they've already left. When he saw the figures of Duan Lingtian and the others vanish before his eyes while the young man in embroidered clothes was still slapping himself numbly, Su Rang frowned and stopped the young man. "I know you're angry with me in your heart, but I want to tell you that you'll either have your cultivation crippled or die today. Earlier, I was only taking a gamble, and I hoped that your cultivation would be able to suppress the rage of Duan Lingtian." Su Rang looked at his cousin brother and sighed. "You don't blame me." The young man in embroidered clothes nodded with a wooden expression, and then he said bitterly, "Cousin brother, I understand. Today's matter was indeed brought upon by my own actions. It's good that you understand." Su Rang nodded, and then his gaze flashed. "I never expected that Duan Lingtian has returned." When Duan Lingtian brought the 3 members of the Feng clan back to his courtyard house, he only saw a few familiar faces, and all of them were those servant girls that followed by Jingru's side that day. "Young master." When they saw Duan Lingtian once more, the servant girls couldn't help but be slightly excited. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly to them, and then he asked, "Why is it only the few of you? Where's the lord, madam, and Jingru?" "Young master, The Lord and Madam left with Big Sister Jingru 2 years ago. Big Sister Jingru asked us to stay behind and wait for you to return before telling you about this matter. One of the servant girls said, Young master, before the Lord left, he asked us to tell you that he left some things with the divine might Marquis, and he asked you to go get it yourself. Another servant girl said, Left? 2 years ago? Duan Lingtian frowned. My father and mother haven't returned during these past 2 years? They haven't. The servant girls shook their heads successively. 2 years ago, when the Lord and Madam left with Big Sister Jingru, young Miss Xiaolan and Princess Biao, they seemed to have gone on a long journey, and they didn't say when they would return. Xiaolan and Biao were taken away by them as well. Duan Lingtian's expression froze, and for a time he felt a slight headache. What do my father and mother want to do? If I want to go out to relieve boredom, then can I go out by myself? Why do I have to take Xiaolan and Biao along? Aren't they intentionally trying to cause them to misunderstand? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. He wasn't disappointed that he didn't see his father and mother upon returning this time, and it was even to the extent that he felt slightly fortunate. Of course, the reason he felt fortunate was because of Feng Wu Dao, who was by his side. Feng Wu Dao had come with him, this time precisely for the sake of seeing his father and mother. As for the objective, he was extremely clear in his heart, and it was none other than for the sake of the matter between him and Tian Wu. Sure enough, when he heard Duan Lingtian's father and mother had gone on a long journey, a trace of disappointment flashed past Feng Wu Dao's eyes, and then he sighed. Looks like I've really come at a bad time. There'll always be a chance to meet them in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled, but his smile now seemed fake no matter how one looked at it. Kid, you surely wish for nothing more than for me to be unable to see your father and mother, right? Feng Wu Dao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Of course not. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly, and then he didn't continue pestering himself on this matter, and he instructed the servant girls. Go prepare a room for each of the 3 guests. Yes. The 3 servant girls responded and left, and in a short moment they'd prepared a room for each of Feng Wu Dao's group of 3. Uncle Feng, Tian Wu, Elder Kong, since the rooms have been prepared, all of you return to your rooms and rest first. I still have some matters to attend to, and I have to make a trip out. Chapter 734. After leaving his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian walked towards the divine might Marquis estate. He didn't forget what the servant girl said to him earlier. What did father leave with Uncle Nya? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian arrived at the divine might Marquis estate. Although the guards at the entrance of the divine might Marquis estate were all unfamiliar faces, after Duan Lingtian stated his identity, and they found an experienced guard of the divine might Marquis estate to prove his identity, they respectfully and reverently welcomed Duan Lingtian in. You go ahead, I'll go look for Uncle Nya myself. When he saw that the audience hall of the divine might Marquis estate was empty, Duan Lingtian spoke to the guard that welcomed him in before walking towards the courtyard house that the divine might Marquis Nya Yuan resided in by himself. Duan Lingtian had just arrived outside the courtyard house when he heard a familiar voice that sounded out from within. But this voice was slightly low and deep. Father, at most. I'll just ask Mother not to be the sect leader. She's getting old, and it's just the right time for her to come back and enjoy her life and hug her grandchildren. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was precisely the voice of his Uncle Nya. Uncle Nya seems to be extremely angry. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he pondered over Nya Yuan's words. Uncle Nya's mother is the sect leader of a sect? Could it be that the sect she's in is a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Although Duan Lingtian hadn't met Nya Yuan's mother, he'd heard of her long ago. That year, when he'd just arrived at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, he went to the divine Marquis estate for the sake of curing the poison of the dark nether mink's poison for the senior Marquis. Before curing the poison, he'd heard the senior Marquis mention that the reason he was poisoned by the dark nether mink was because of a spirit fruit guarded by the dark nether mink. And that spirit fruit was something that his wife, the divine Marquis Nye Yuan's mother, needed. If he was unable to obtain the spirit fruit, his wife would be in great trouble. At that time, Duan Lingtian found out that the old Marquis wife, the divine Marquis Nye Yuan's mother, was still alive, but not in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Now when he heard what Nye Yuan said, he guessed that Nye Yuan's mother ought to be the sect leader of a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom or another Imperial Kingdom sect. As for the Empire or even the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian did not dare to think about it. Grandson, big brother Nye is married and has children? In addition, Duan Lingtian also captured another layer of information from Nye Yuan's words, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. At this moment, another aged voice continued to sound. I've told your mother before, and she's willing to let go of the heavy burden. But those old fellows said that if she really wants to leave the sect, she must cripple her cultivation. Not only that, but you also have to pass the test of climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames before you can leave the sect. Duan Lingtian could tell that this was the voice of the old Marquis. Slap. Practically at the instant the old Marquis finished speaking, an enormous bang sounded out from the courtyard, and through the small window on the courtyard wall, Duan Lingtian was able to see Nye Yuan shatter the stone table with a single strike of his palm. They're going too far. Those old fellows had always been looking for trouble with Mother when Mother had just taken over the position of sect leader. Only when Mother consumed the spirit fruit and her cultivation improved greatly did they restrain themselves slightly. This time Mother was injured for the sake of the sect, yet not only were they not grateful, they instead forced Mother to give up her position. They truly deserved death. Nye Yuan was extremely furious. Grandpa Nye, Uncle Nye. Duan Lingtian walked over to the courtyard door in large strides and lightly smiled as he greeted them. Little Tian, when did you return? The two people in the courtyard were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Nye Yuan was the first to recover from his shock, and he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he welcomed Duan Lingtian in. At this moment, he didn't have the furious appearance from before. Of course, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that even though Nye Yuan was happy because of his return, there was still flames of rage that was difficult to restrain in the depths of Nye Yuan's eyes. I just returned. I heard from the servant girl that my father left some things with Uncle Nye before leaving, so I came over. Duan Lingtian smiled. You kid. Is it because your father didn't leave things with me? You didn't think of coming over to see Uncle Nye? Nye Yuan scolded jokingly, yet an amiable expression appeared on his face. Of course not. Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head. Take this. This is the spatial ring your father asked me to pass to you before he left. With a raise of his hand, Nye Yuan passed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring and didn't look at it carefully for the time being. Instead, he looked at Nye Yuan and the old man at the side. Uncle Nye, Grandpa Nye, you seem to have encountered trouble? Little Tian, it's rare for you to return. You don't have to worry about our matters. The old Marquis was still as amiable as before. Grandpa Nye. Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he said seriously, in my eyes, you and Uncle Nye are both my family. Since my family is in trouble, I naturally can't stand idly by. Unless you treat me as an outsider. Sai, how could we treat you as an outsider? It's really that this matter is too troublesome, and it's not something you can resolve. The old Marquis sighed. Yeah, little Tian, you don't have to worry about this matter. Nye Yuan also said, it's rare for you to return. You should be happy. Don't let other things affect your mood. Grandpa Nya, Uncle Nya, just tell me. Perhaps I can be of help? Duan Lingtian persisted. Seeing Duan Lingtian so insistent, the divine Might Marquis and his son looked at each other, nodded, and started to tell Duan Lingtian the ins and outs of this matter. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding of this matter. It turned out that Nye Yuan's mother was a disciple of a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. She got acquainted with the senior marquis when she was young, and she married the senior marquis, who was still the divine Might Marquis at that time. Moreover, they had a son, Nye Yuan. Whereas Nye Yuan's mother, because of her extremely good natural talent in the martial Tao, she'd always been highly regarded by the sect leader of that sect, and the sect leader even took her to be the next successor of the sect leader. It was even to the extent that the sect leader didn't fuss about the matter of her privately marrying and having a child. That sect had an unwritten rule. All sect leaders and successors had to sever their emotions and desires, and were prohibited from marrying and having children, because only in this way would they be able to guarantee that they would be able to selflessly devote their entire lives to the sect. What bullshit rule! After he heard this rule, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse in his heart. He felt that that bullshit sect was truly too selfish, and an unwritten rule would destroy a person's life. A life without a partner and children was undoubtedly incomplete. In next to no time, along with the senior sect leader's death, Nye Yuan's mother naturally became the sect leader, whereas some of the higher-ups of the older generation that disliked this instead made things difficult for her at all times. At that time, the senior marquis was poisoned by the dark nether mink for the sake of a spirit fruit, and it was precisely because he obtained that spirit fruit that assisted his wife to advance her cultivation. After his wife consumed the spirit fruit, her strength increased greatly, and she suppressed the group of higher-ups of the older generation of the sect, and it became much calmer from then on. It was even to the extent that those old fellows didn't dare say anything when the senior marquis went to live in that sect. When Duan Lingtian returned the last time, the reason he didn't see the senior marquis was because the senior marquis was living together with his wife in that sect. Half a year ago, that sect had a dispute with another sect, and Nye Yuan's mother was injured in the conflict, causing her strength to decrease greatly. At this time, those seniors of the same sect jumped out to bully her again. When Nye Yuan's mother thought about how she'd given up half her life for the sect, yet received such a return, the more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. Then she thought about how her grandson was already married and had a child, so she decided to step down and distance herself from the internal strife of the sect. But those higher-ups of the sect didn't allow it, and they insisted that she stay in the forbidden area as the sect's guardian. Unless the sect encountered a crisis, she was not allowed to leave the forbidden area. Of course, she could choose to leave the sect, but there were two conditions. First, her cultivation would be crippled. Second, after crippling her cultivation, she would be able to officially leave the sect after passing the test of climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames. What's climbing a mountain of blades and diving into a sea of flames? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Nye Yuan said with a gloomy face, "That's an extremely harsh test. Generally, only people who have committed great crimes and had their cultivation crippled would pass that test. Since the existence of that sect, there hasn't been a single person whose cultivation was crippled who passed that test. Those old fellows wanted my mother to die." As he finished speaking, Nye Yuan's eyes were crimson red. Although he was the divine Might Marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and was only below one person, he couldn't influence the sect his mother was in. "Grandpa Nya, Uncle Nya, I'll go with you." After finding out about the sequence of events, Duan Lingtian spoke to the two of them. Duan Lingtian's words caused the two of them to be stunned, and then they shook their heads at the same time. "No, this matter isn't something you can deal with. Yeah, little Tian, Although your natural talent isn't bad, it has only been a few years, and you've at most just broken through to the void prying stage not long ago. Whereas that sect is a second-rate sect no matter how bad it is, and there's no lack of existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above within it. Nie Yuan spoke as well. Even though he knew that Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao was heaven-defying. But as far as he was concerned, it was utterly impossible for Duan Lingtian to possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above in a short few years of time. Second-rate sect, huh? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he muttered to himself. According to his understanding of the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, that second-rate sect ought to be a sect of the same level as the boundless sect that Xiong Quan was in all those years ago. There were no martial artists at the void initiation stage or above in second-rate sections. A sect like this was really nothing to the current Duan Lingtian. After all, the height he stood at was different. Grandpa Nya, Uncle Nya, do the two of you believe me? Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw the two of them were unwilling to let him make a move no matter what, and he asked with a serious expression. In the end, Nie Yuan and Nie Yuan were helpless and could only go along with Duan Lingtian. This time, I'll save Grandma as a gift to my little nephew, whom I haven't met yet. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. When he came to the Divine Might Marquis estate this time, he didn't even have the time to see Niefun and Niefun's child before hastily leaving with the senior Marquis, Nierong, and the current Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian returned to his courtyard house. Chapter 735. Outside the Imperial City, Nierong and Nie Yuan flew in the sky. At the beginning, for the sake of taking care of Duan Lingtian, they'd intentionally slowed down their speed. But as they slowly sped up, they couldn't help but be shocked when they noticed that Duan Lingtian had been following by their side at a neither fast nor slow pace since the beginning. Father's cultivation is at the 4th level of the void prying stage, whereas my cultivation is at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. I'm flying at full speed now, yet little Tian is actually able to follow me at a neither fast nor slow pace. Moreover, he looks to have a composed expression like father. Nie Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Doesn't that mean that little Tian's current cultivation is already at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above? Nie Yuan was shocked, and so was Nierong. He'd lived for more than half of his life before possessing his current cultivation. But this little fellow by his side seemed to only be 30 years old in another 2 or 3 years, right? What natural talent is this? Even if such natural talent was placed in the strongest sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Azure Forest Trisect, he'd probably be a top existence, right? Little Tian, I heard you joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well. Nierong asked abruptly. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Which sect did you join? Nierong asked curiously. Duan Lingtian hadn't had the time to speak when Nie Yuan, who flew in the sky on the other side of Nierong, had already spoken. He looked at Duan Lingtian as he said slowly, Little Tian, with your natural talent, there's probably no one in the 7-star sword sector and that's capable of comparing to you in terms of natural talent, right? The sect Duan Lingtian joined was one that Nie Yuan had vaguely heard Duan Lingtian mention inadvertently when Duan Lingtian returned the last time, so he'd always remembered it in his heart. Of course, he didn't know much about the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he didn't know that the 7-star sword sect was the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the past. But even if he didn't know, it didn't mean that Nierong didn't know. Nierong's pupils constricted when he heard Nie Yuan, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. Little Tian, the sect you joined all those years ago was the 7-star sword sect. Yes. When he saw Nierong's current expression, Duan Lingtian knew that Nierong probably knew some things about the 7-star sword sect. It turned out that Duan Lingtian's guess was right. Nia Rong took a deep breath and said slowly, "According to my knowledge, the Seven-Star Sword Sect was annihilated by the joint forces of the other three great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 5 years ago, right? The Mountain Split sect seemed to have been annihilated as well." Before Duan Lingtian could respond, Nia Yuan, who was standing at the side, was already stunned. He was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, so he'd never heard of this matter that gave rise to much discussion in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. So he didn't know. The Seven-Star Sword Sect was annihilated 5 years ago. Meanwhile, Nia Yuan couldn't help but recall that the time Duan Lingtian left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom seemed to have been 5 years ago as well. In other words, Duan Lingtian only returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the Seven-Star Sword Sect was annihilated. He actually knew nothing about this. Little Tian. For a moment, Nia Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask, "Is what my father said true? The Seven-Star Sword Sect was annihilated 5 years ago, and you only returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after the Seven-Star Sword Sect was annihilated?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he nodded, as this wasn't a secret to him. "Little Tian, you can be considered to be extremely lucky to be able to survive after the Seven-Star Sword Sect was annihilated. Are you in the Azure Forest Trisect now?" Nia Rong asked. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Lingtian's natural talent wasn't bad, it was impossible for him to survive the encirclement and annihilation of the Seven-Star Sword Sect by the Azure Forest Trisect. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to survive was probably because he'd betrayed the Seven-Star Sword Sect and joined the Azure Forest Trisect. Azure Forest Trisect? Duan Lingtian laughed in his heart. If this senior marquis knew that the Azure Forest Trisect had already been annihilated at his hands, I wonder what expression he would have. "What? You're not an Azure Forest Trisect disciple now?" When he saw Duan Lingtian's indifferent expression, Nia Rong couldn't help but ask a step further. "I'm not." Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he said, "I'm still a Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple." "I knew it. Little Tian is a good child that knows how to repay kindness, and it's impossible for him to betray his sect and join the Azure Forest Trisect that annihilated his sect." Originally, Nia Yuan's feelings were slightly complicated when he heard Nia Rong's question to Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had really betrayed the sect that fostered him and joined the enemy sect, then even though he wouldn't say anything on the surface, he would surely have some objections towards Duan Lingtian in his heart. After all, it was a sect that Duan Lingtian owed a favor. Now, when he heard that Duan Lingtian didn't betray his sect, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "Little Tian, according to my knowledge, the Azure Forest Trisect has always been searching for Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in these past few years, and they would annihilate any Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple they find." Nia Rong had a worried expression as he said, "Is the place you're at safe now?" "Grandpa Nia, don't worry, I'm extremely safe now." Duan Lingtian was extremely moved by Nia Rong's concern. "That's good." Nia Rong nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. "Little Tian, I didn't know earlier that the Seven-Star Sword Sect you're from had already. Then wasn't it extremely dangerous when you participated in the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" Nia Yuan asked. 1 year ago, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family had wantonly rewarded the Crimson Sky Kingdom and allowed the Crimson Sky Kingdom to be exempt from taxes for 10 years. All of this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution. Because Duan Lingtian had passed through the selection of the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and successfully advanced to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. "What? Little Tian, you even participated in the genius competition all those years ago." Nia Rong's eyes stared wide open when he heard this, and he had a shocked expression. "Father, it was me and His Majesty that asked little Tian to represent the Crimson Sky Kingdom." Nie Yuan spoke in a slightly weak voice. "Nonsense." Nie Rong berated. "What would you do if something happened to little Tian? Truly nonsense. Fortunately, little Tian is fine. Otherwise, how could you face him? Face Ru Feng?" Nie Yuan was scolded to the point he was unable to speak. "Grandpa Nie, don't blame Uncle Nie. I was afraid Uncle Nie would be worried about me when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated that day, so I didn't tell him." Duan Lingtian helped Nie Yuan get out of the predicament. The three of them continued flying forward for a while, and Nie Yuan couldn't refrain himself from asking, "Little Tian, when you went to the Darkstone Empire later on and competed with the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, what was the cultivation of the strongest young genius that appeared when the young genius competition began?" Nie Yuan was extremely curious about this. An imperial kingdom was above a kingdom, and it was sufficient for him to look up to it, whereas an empire was even above an imperial kingdom, and it was an existence that was difficult for him to touch even if he looked up to it. The strongest young genius. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment when he heard Nie Yuan, and then recalled. At that time, an existence at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage appeared in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. He was the strongest existence amongst the 10 people that advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. As for later on, there was another existence at the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage? 1st level of the Void Initiation stage? When they heard Duan Lingtian, not only Nie Yuan, even Nie Rong couldn't help but gasp, and they exclaimed with admiration. As expected of the young geniuses of the Empire, he's not even 38 yet has already broken through to the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. Such natural talent is shocking. Perhaps in another 10 years, when little Tian is 38, he'll be able to possess such accomplishments as well. Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian, and he was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. As for whether Duan Lingtian advanced in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, he didn't ask, because as far as he was concerned, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to advance. The Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was something that had already occurred over a year ago. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only at the 4th level of the Void Prying stage now, and he was probably only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Void Prying stage 1 year ago. It was utterly impossible for such a cultivation to advance in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. It was precisely because he thought like this that he didn't ask, as he was deeply afraid of discouraging Duan Lingtian. Since Nie Yuan didn't ask, it was naturally impossible for Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to speak. The group of 3 continued to flash forward. 3 days later, the 3 of them left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and entered the territory of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Actually, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, it utterly wouldn't take such a long time to travel from the Crimson Sky Kingdom to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. And the reason it took such a long time was because he was taking care of Nie Yuan. His speed was maintained at the same level as Nie Yuan, the speed of a 3rd level Void Prying stage martial artist. As he followed Nie Rong and Nie Yuan to fly in the sky above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian noticed a problem. This direction was actually the direction that belonged to the demonic Lotus Blade sect, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Looks like the 2nd-rate sect that Nie Yuan's mother was from was in that direction as well. On the way, Duan Lingtian intended to find out about the 2nd-rate sect, whereas Nie Rong and Nie Yuan spoke about it one by one without the slightest impatience. The sect my wife is from is called the Flying Rainbow sect, and it only accepts female disciples. So, from the sect leader, the various higher-ups, to the lowest outer court disciple in the Flying Rainbow sect, all of them are female disciples. Nie Rong spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded, and at the same time he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. A sect that was completely formed from female disciples was actually able to become a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was truly shocking. After all, on Cloud Continent, the natural talent of female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists since they were born, and this was an iron law. So, the true experts on Cloud Continent were generally men. Of course, it didn't mean that the natural talent of all female martial artists was inferior to male martial artists, and it was only in a general sense. There were also many female martial artists whose natural talent far surpassed males. Not to mention anything else. Just his fiancée, Kerr, had revealed shocking natural talent since a young age, and she'd even joined a great power in the foreign lands many years ago. Presumably, her strength was even stronger now. Chapter 736. Even though he was a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist now, and he'd even taken first place in the Darkhan Dynasty's martial competition and obtained the honor of first place. But he knew extremely clearly in his heart that the young geniuses of the Darkhan Dynasty and the young geniuses of the foreign lands were two completely different concepts. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes. Not to mention the shocking accomplishments he obtained before the age of 40 in his 2nd lifetime. Even if it's other martial artists, there are many that have stepped into the Void Transformation stage before the age of 40. Void Transformation stage before the age of 40. What sort of concept was that? Duan Lingtian didn't dare continue imagining it. Not to mention others, just the people I know. Even though Xuan Ai's appearance is maintained at 15 or 16 years old, her true age is only a little over 20. Void Transformation stage. Perhaps she'll be able to smoothly step into it before the age of 30. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtan seemed as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, and he felt that the accomplishments he'd obtained in the past were utterly not worth mentioning before Xuan Ai. Xuan Ai, you're really a blow to me. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and he couldn't help but recall that mysterious young woman. When he thought of the young woman, he naturally couldn't help but recall those 3 little fellows. Little black, little white, little gold. I wonder how they're doing now, and if they've entered that extremely dangerous place Qing Nu spoke of. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian pulled back his thoughts that had drifted away, and his mood gradually calmed down as well. Right, the spatial ring Father left behind for me. All along the way, the bored Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring Na Yuan gave him a few days ago, the spatial ring his father, Duan Rafeng, left for him. Hiss! A drop of fresh blood dripped down, and after the spatial ring established ownership with his blood, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of being connected by blood. After the spatial ring established ownership, Duan Lingtian impatiently looked towards the space within it. It was a huge space, but it was empty. There was a jade slip, 3 stacked together similar to the talisman paper, used by the Taoist priest in his previous life, and a thick ancient book that was tightly folded together with a faint light flashing around it. The entire book was dark green in color, and there was nothing special on the cover. However, Duan Lingtian felt that the faint light on the cover was very unusual. Is that a sound transmission jade slip? In the end, Duan Lingtian discovered that of the things his father had left behind, the only thing he recognized was the sound transmission jade slip. It seems that father left me a message before he left. I wonder what he said. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian took out the voice transmission jade slip and infused his essence force into it. In an instant, a familiar voice was clearly transmitted into Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice belonged to Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rafeng. Tian, when you heard this message, father had already brought your mother, Jingru, and the 2 future daughters-in-law away from the Darkhan dynasty. When he heard this, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. 2 future daughters-in-law? Is he talking about Xiaolan and Bai Yao? Is he still my father? He wished he could stay as far away from those two girls as possible, but his father was actually causing trouble at the side. How was he going to face those two girls in the future? Wait a minute, left the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp, and his heart trembled from the shock. Aren't they going out to relax? Why are they leaving the Dark Han dynasty? After the shock, Duan Lingtian temporarily calmed down, and he thought about the scenes after his cheapskate father, Duan Rufong, returned. Firstly, his father only returned after 23 years. Secondly, it was his father's experience during those 23 years, and it was only vaguely mentioned with a single sentence. He still clearly remembered what his father had said to him back then. All those years ago, I went to the swamp of death to search for the serene Sirius for you and your mother, and an unforeseen event occurred during that time. Because of some reason, it caused me to be unable to control myself during these 23 years, and I was unable to return to look for you and your mother. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to return to look for you and your mother, I would have chosen to die together with that person since long ago. There was utterly no need for me to be ordered around by him for so many years and struggle at death's door until today. That person has his retribution and has been completely annihilated. Otherwise, Father might not have been able to return to look for you and your mother. These were the words his father said when he returned. At that time, Duan Lingtian thought his father was imprisoned and enslaved by someone, and that person's strength was extremely formidable, causing his father to be unable to find a chance to escape to look for him and his mother. But now that he thought about it, there were many loopholes in it. Since that person was so formidable, how could he be annihilated so easily? Besides that, Father said that his origin energy didn't exist any longer. Because of what he said, I subconsciously believed that his cultivation had been crippled. When my spiritual force probed his body and didn't notice any traces of origin energy, I was even more certain that his cultivation had been crippled. Duan Lingtian frowned when he thought up to here. If Father really lost his cultivation, then how did he bring Mother, Jingru, Shaolan, and Baiyao away from the Dark Han dynasty? Even if there was something that could be used as a means of transportation, there were numerous experts in the world outside the Dark Han dynasty. So how could the Crimson Sky Kingdom compare to it? For a time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly worried. He was worried about the safety of his father and mother. He was worried about the safety of Jingru, Shaolan, and Baiyao. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was completely unable to wrap his head around it. Gradually, he stopped thinking about it and fused his origin energy further into the voice transmission fragment in his hand as he continued to listen to his father's words. Are you very puzzled now as to why I brought your mother and the others away from the Dark Han dynasty? Are you worried about our safety? If so, you can be at ease. We're very safe now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard up to here. He really felt that at this moment his father was like a worm in his stomach. However, he heard the confidence in his father's tone. Duan Lingtian continued listening. I know you have many questions in your heart, but it's not convenient for me to tell you now. Besides that, we won't be returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the short term. Perhaps when we meet in the future, it'll be in the outside world and not the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Shaolan and Baiyao's natural talent isn't bad, and they'll surely become great talents with some training. As for Jingru, her natural talent isn't bad as well. Coupled with your mother being used to having her by her side, I brought her along. At this moment, I'm sure you've already seen the two things I left for you. Firstly, the 3 talismans that are stacked together might be able to save your life 3 times in the future. The way to activate it is to throw the talisman at your opponent, then lock your gaze on your opponent and shout activate. Talisman? Duan Lingtian frowned. To be honest, he was not unfamiliar with talismans at all. Of course, it was not because he had the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. In the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, there were no records of talismans at all. The reason he was familiar with talismans was because talismans were not rare on Earth where he lived in his previous life. Especially in the ancient Eastern Kingdom where he lived, talismans were extremely rare. I felt that the 3 talismans were slightly strange earlier, and there were talismans on them that were extremely similar to the talismans from my previous life. I didn't expect that they were really talismans. Moreover, Father said that the 3 talismans could save my life 3 times. Could it be that there's some sort of secret within those 3 talismans? Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bewilderment, and he wished for nothing more than to take out a talisman right now, shout activate, and test it out. But his reason stopped him. Subconsciously, he felt that the 3 talismans shouldn't be wasted like this, and they should be used where they were needed. Why would Father have these talismans? This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to wrap his head around. Wasn't his father a person without any cultivation? Where did these strange talismans come from? After all, even if he searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu of his 2 lifetimes, he didn't find any records related to talismans. In other words, on Cloud Continent, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had never heard of talismans, let alone seen one. This could be seen from this how rare talismans were. Father, where did you get these weird things? As he looked at the 3 talismans within the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how he looked at it, these 3 talismans seemed like the things that the swindling Taoists in the ancient Eastern kingdoms of his previous life used to swindle people. But Father probably wouldn't lie to me. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian caught his breath and continued to listen to the voice that came from the voice transmission jade slip. Besides the 3 talismans, I've left you an exquisite jade box. Once you have the ability to open it in the future, you'll know where your mother and I are. All right, I've said enough. That's all. You don't have to worry about us, we're fine. Besides that, I still haven't seen my other 2 daughters-in-law. You stinking kid. Bring them to see me earlier. The voice stopped abruptly when it reached here. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Based on his father's tone, it was extremely carefree. This is the exquisite jade box. I thought it was an ancient book. Duan Lingtian's gaze slowly descended onto the thing that looked like a book within the spatial ring. With a thought, Duan Lingtian took it out from the spatial ring. So cold. The exquisite jade box was icy cold to the touch, and the icy cold feeling spread throughout Duan Lingtian's entire body in the blink of an eye, causing him to be unable to help but shiver. After carefully observing for a while, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there was a tiny gap in the middle of the exquisite jade box, and it was precisely the gap that appeared when the jade box was closed. Father left a message in the sound transmission jade slip, saying that once I have the ability to open this jade box, what will happen? Just this jade box, I can casually. Duan Lingtian's muttering stopped here, because at the same time that he was muttering to himself, he'd already wrapped his hand with origin energy and tried to open the jade box. Chapter 737. How could this be possible? Duan Lingtian was shocked to the point his eyes stared wide open, and at the same time the origin energy in his hand swiftly rose to the limit in the blink of an eye. But even then, the exquisite jade box still didn't move and was utterly unable to be opened, along with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's hand roiling with strands of azure-colored energy, violet-colored energy, and earthen yellow-colored energy. He tried to open the jade box, yet there was still no movement from the jade box. Duan Lingtian's heart shook as the origin energy in his hand dispersed, and the 8th level wind concept, 3rd level lightning concept, and 1st level earth concept dispersed along with this, and his face was filled with shock. When had he seen such a strange jade box? No wonder Father left such a message in the voice transmission jade slip. So it turns out that he was certain that I was unable to open this exquisite jade box. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had completely come to an understanding. Earlier, when he heard his father say that, he was still unconvinced and felt that opening a tiny jade box was as easy as flipping his hand. But now it would seem that even if he exerted his full strength and even utilized the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, he might not be able to open this jade box. I'll find a time to try using the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Duan Lingtian, who caught his breath, put the exquisite jade box away in his spatial ring with a raise of his hand. "Little Tian, what's wrong?" Right at this moment, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. They saw the energy of heaven and earth that had just accumulated above Duan Lingtian and hadn't condensed into form, and they realized that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating energy earlier. "It's nothing." Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and casually found an excuse. "I just gained some comprehension in cultivation." Nia Rong and Nia Yuan didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words, and Nia Yuan even couldn't help but sigh. "No wonder, little Tian, you're able to possess such a cultivation at such an age. In the path of cultivation in the martial Tao, you do indeed possess an exceptional natural talent that's difficult for ordinary people to reach." Nia Rong nodded to indicate his agreement. "Uncle Nia, you're too kind." Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. After 10+ days, Duan Lingtian and Nia Yuan stopped in midair, and it was only because Nia Rong had stopped first, whereas they stopped after Nia Rong. At this moment, Nia Rong's gaze descended onto an enormous mountain in the distance. That place is Flying Rainbow Mountain, and it's precisely the location of the Flying Rainbow sect. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look up. The giant mountain in the distance was like a giant beast crouching there. The top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. Through the strong sunlight, it reflected a clear rainbow glow. The multicolored clouds were colorful, twisting and turning in the clouds. It looked like a twisted rainbow gathered together, giving people a kind of visual enjoyment. This is the so-called visual feast. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Even though the Flying Rainbow sect's Flying Rainbow Mountain was inferior to the 7-star Sword sect's 7 great sword peaks, and even the demonic Lotus Blade sect's former demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. But the Flying Rainbow sect was only a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all, and having an estate like this could already be considered to be not bad. This is the Flying Rainbow Mountain. When I was young, I heard my mother say that the peak of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is like the legendary paradise of immortals. After I understood, I thought that my mother said it casually. I never imagined that it's really like this. Nia Yuan exclaimed with admiration. "Uncle Nia, you've never been to the Flying Rainbow sect." Duan Lingtian was stunned. As far as he was concerned, Nia Yuan was the son of the Flying Rainbow sect's leader, no matter what. Even if some old fellows in the Flying Rainbow sect were against Nia Yuan's mother, it wouldn't be to the extent of prohibiting Nia Yuan from coming to the Flying Rainbow sect, right? For the sake of not allowing me to be disturbed by the members of the Flying Rainbow sect, Mother has never brought me to the Flying Rainbow sect. So the members of the Flying Rainbow sect don't know where I am. Nia Yuan said. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Not far north of the Flying Rainbow Mountain is one of the bases of the Azure Forest Trisect, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Nia Rong said to Duan Lingtian, supposedly the Flying Rainbow sect had a deep relationship with the former demonic Lotus Blade sect. It was even to the extent that the reason the Flying Rainbow sect was able to occupy such a superb base like the Flying Rainbow Mountain was because of the protection of the demonic Lotus Blade sect. Demonic Lotus Blade sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Actually, when Nia Rong pointed at the enormous mountain in the distance and said it was the Flying Rainbow sect's base, Flying Rainbow Mountain, he was already slightly surprised. He was surprised that the Flying Rainbow sect's base was so close to the former demonic Lotus Blade sect's base, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. He was surprised that a mere second-rate sect like the Flying Rainbow sect actually possessed a base like the Flying Rainbow Mountain. Now, when he heard Nia Rong's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Demonic Lotus Blade Sect. Unknowingly, a wisp of disdain had already appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Of course, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan didn't notice it. Let's go over. Duan Lingtian called out to Nia Rong and Nia Yuan before taking the lead to soar up into the sky and flashing towards the Flying Rainbow Mountain. He didn't intentionally speed up so that Nia Rong and Nia Yuan could follow closely behind him. After a short moment, the three of them arrived outside the Flying Rainbow Mountain. After they approached it, Duan Lingtian was able to see that there were a few spiraling mountain paths on the Flying Rainbow Mountain, whereas between every single mountain path was a vast platform that was halfway up the mountain. Most of these platforms had some buildings built on them. A small number of them were filled with flowers and plants, and there was even one that was extremely spacious, yet it was the most bustling on it. The latter was obviously the Flying Rainbow sect's martial practice grounds. Little Tian, when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flashing and intending to fly out and forcefully charge into the Flying Rainbow sect before him, Nia Rong was anxious. Grandpa Nia. After Duan Lingtian was stopped by Nia Rong, he stopped moving and looked at Nia Rong with a bewildered expression. You haven't notified the helpers in your sect. We'll wait for you to call over the helpers in your sect before we enter the Flying Rainbow sect to seize the person. Nia Rong said, Besides that, remember to ask the helpers you call over not to expose their identities. Otherwise, those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect will surely expose this matter to the Azure Forest Trisect. Once it comes to that, the matter will become complicated. Whereas if you and your helpers don't expose your identities, then this matter will only be an internal affair of the Flying Rainbow sect, and it's impossible for those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect to seek help from the Azure Forest Trisect. Nia Rong finished speaking in a single breath and spoke of his concerns. Helpers? Nia Rong's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned, and then he shook his head. Grandpa Nia, I don't intend to look for helpers. What a joke! If he had to look for helpers to seize someone from a mere second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then he might as well just bang his head against the wall and die. With his current strength, not to mention a second-rate sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he wasn't afraid in the slightest, even if it was the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family. Don't intend to look for helpers? Nia Rong and Nia Yuan were dumbstruck when they heard Duan Lingtian. After a short moment, Nia Rong was the first to recover from his shock, and he hurriedly said, Little Tian, don't joke with Grandpa Nia at a time like this. Us forcefully trespassing into the Flying Rainbow sect like this is already violating the taboo of the Flying Rainbow sect. With just the three of us, I'm afraid not only will we be unable to rescue my wife, we'll fall deeply into it as well. He could take the risk, yet he didn't want his son and Duan Lingtian, who wasn't related to this matter, to take the risk. Joke? Duan Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he couldn't be bothered to continue explaining, and he flew out to directly descend in the sky above the exceedingly spacious martial practice grounds at the mountainside of the Flying Rainbow sect. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's appearance in the sky drew the attention of all the Flying Rainbow sect disciples in the martial practice grounds. These Flying Rainbow sect disciples were all female disciples, and there were both beautiful and ugly amongst them. But one thing could be confirmed. Their natural talent in the martial Tao wasn't bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be taken in by the Flying Rainbow sect. Who's that? It seems to be a man. He's getting closer and closer. Wow, so handsome. Slanted brows and starry eyes. Heroic and extraordinary. Elegant and graceful. Oh my God, he's simply the perfect lover of my dreams. You little slut, don't be coquettish. How could such an outstanding figure take a fancy to you? He looks to be around the age of 25, yet he's actually able to fly. This shows that he's an expert at the void prying stage or above. Our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has such an outstanding young genius. If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten that he flew over. His natural talent is simply even more formidable than the most outstanding 5 great young masters in the younger generation of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. 5 great young masters, the most outstanding in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? All of you wouldn't have forgotten, right? All those years ago, a figure that was even more outstanding than the 5 great young masters appeared in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not only that, during the genius competition 2 years ago, supposedly another outstanding young genius appeared, and he wasn't inferior to the 5 great young masters. Right. How could I have forgotten Duan Lingtian? There's also the mysterious young man, Su Li, that advanced in the genius competition 2 years ago. Even if it's Duan Lingtian and Su Li, they're probably far inferior to him, right? Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect when he heard waves of discussions that seethed with discussion. As he looked at the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples whispering in each other's ears, and some even cast flirtatious glances at him in secret, it caused him to be unable to help but be slightly embarrassed. As the saying goes, 3 women make a show. With so many women gathered together, he felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Swoosh! Swoosh! Meanwhile, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan followed over and stood at Duan Lingtian's side. Isn't he the sect leader's husband? Suddenly, someone on the martial practice ground stared at Nia Rong and exclaimed in surprise, "The sect leader's husband? The guest that stayed in the Flying Cloud Pavilion earlier? Didn't he leave our Flying Rainbow sect because of the pressure the Supreme Elders exerted on the sect leader? Why has he returned? The 2 people by his side wouldn't be the helpers that he invited, right?" Many Flying Rainbow sect disciples whispered in discussion. I heard that besides asking the sect leader to abdicate, the Supreme Elders even asked the sect leader to enter the restricted area to cultivate and be completely isolated from the world. Looks like the sect leader's husband has brought helpers to seize the sect leader. Chapter 738. Little Tian. Nia Rong and Nia Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time, and the space between their brows had dense worry mixed within. "Grandpa Nia, Uncle Nia, don't worry." Duan Lingtian gave both of them a reassuring gaze. But even then, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan still didn't have confidence in their hearts. No matter what, they were unable to wrap their heads around why Duan Lingtian would be so bold to actually dare trespass into the Flying Rainbow sect. It wasn't that they hadn't thought that perhaps Duan Lingtian's current strength was already sufficient to suppress those old fellows in the Flying Rainbow sect, and that was why he dared act in this way. But with a quick thought, this seemed to be slightly whimsical. How old was Duan Lingtian? No matter how great his natural talent was, could he who was far from 30 possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above? As far as they were concerned, this was extremely unrealistic. Amidst the perturbed feelings of Nia Rong and Nia Yuan, numerous swift howls of the wind suddenly sounded out from the distant sky. After a short moment, 3 figures finally appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. These were 3 old women that were over 70 years old. 1 wore green clothes, 1 wore blue clothes, and 1 wore yellow clothes. Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder. The group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed to the 3 old women. The 3 old women were precisely the 3 Supreme Elders of the Flying Rainbow sect. According to rumor, the 3 of them were existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above. Whoosh! 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 The 3 old women stood in the sky not far away from Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and their gazes locked onto Nia Rong at the first possible moment. because they only knew Nya Rong amongst the 3 people before them. "Looks like you really didn't take the words of us 3 old fellows seriously. I remember that I warned you before you left that if you dare take a step into our Flying Rainbow sect again, then I'll surely cripple your cultivation." The green-clothed old woman's gaze that was like a blade stared fixedly at Nya Rong as she spoke with a low voice. Nya Rong's face sank slightly, and he was angered to the point his body shivered. At this moment, he hated himself for being too weak. If he was stronger than this old man, he would have taught this old man a lesson long ago. Why would he need to suffer such humiliation? "Old man, you're courting death." Nya Rong was willing to silently endure, but that didn't mean that Nye Yuan was willing. Hearing that someone wanted to cripple his father's cultivation, how could Nye Yuan continue to watch coldly from the sidelines? After shouting, his sharp gaze locked onto the old woman in cyan, and he was ready to attack at any moment. When the azure-clothed old woman heard Nye Yuan's voice, her face instantly sank. However, when her gaze landed on Nye Yuan's face, she couldn't help but be stunned. It was because the outline of Nye Yuan's face was too similar to Nya Rong's. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were father and son. Suddenly, the old woman laughed out of anger. "I was wondering who it was. So it's that little bastard from back then. I truly never imagined that the little bastard from all those years ago would have already grown so big. Did you come to our Flying Rainbow sect with your father today with the intention of meeting your mother one last time? You're courting death." When Nye Yuan heard the cyan-clothed old woman's mocking words, he couldn't restrain himself any longer, and the essence energy on his body skyrocketed as he prepared to make a move. But he was instead stopped by Nya Rong. Third level of the Void Prying stage. Your natural talent isn't bad, but unfortunately, before the 3 of us, this little bit of cultivation of yours is insufficient. The old woman sneered as she looked at the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Nya Yuan. Why waste your breath on them? Just directly cripple them. Amongst the other 2 old women that hadn't spoken since the beginning, the blue-clothed old woman spoke out indifferently. Her words were exceedingly cold and indifferent, and it didn't contain the slightest expression, and it was like a judge of life and death that was passing down judgment. Even though the last yellow-clothed old woman didn't speak, her actions of taking a stride forward while the essence energy on her body skyrocketed had undoubtedly indicated her current stand. At this moment, a lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouette had instantly appeared in the sky above the yellow-clothed old woman, and it coiled down as it descended. 7th level of the Void Prying stage. This yellow-clothed old woman was obviously a 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist. This is an ancient horned dragon silhouette. According to rumor, besides the sect leader of our Flying Rainbow sect, the other 3 Supreme Elders are existences at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage or above. Looks like all this is true. Of course it's true. I've even seen the sect leader make a move, and the sect leader is an 8th level Void Prying stage expert. But unfortunately, she suffered a heavy injury now, and it affected her cultivation. Supposedly, after the sect leader was heavily injured, even though her meridians were repaired by healing medicinal pills, there was a large amount of clogged blood within her meridians that was difficult to remove, and this caused her origin energy to suffer an extremely great restriction. On the martial practice grounds, the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples discussed animatedly. Of course, they knew some things in their hearts, yet didn't speak it out. If it wasn't for the sect leader being injured, how could the 3 Supreme Elders dare be so presumptuous? This was the truest thought in their hearts. Most people glanced at Nya Rong and Nye Yuan with pity. They were clearly aware of the methods of the 3 Supreme Elders, and they knew that even if Nya Rong and Nye Yuan were lucky enough to survive today, they would lose a layer of skin. Unfortunately, this handsome and elegant young master is probably going to be harmed by them. On the martial practice grounds, many Flying Rainbow sect disciples looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood between Nia Rong and Nye Yuan, and their hearts were filled with pity. Even though not a single one of them had communicated with this violet-clothed young man, their first impression of the violet-clothed young man was extremely good, and they didn't wish for him to be harmed from the bottom of their hearts. But they knew as well that the matter before them wasn't something they could interfere in. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the yellow-clothed old woman stepped forward, the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman took a step forward at the same time as the origin energy on their bodies raged, and an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above each of them. Another 2 7th level void prying stage experts. The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples couldn't help but gasp, even though they'd heard many times in the past that the 3 supreme elders of their Flying Rainbow sect were existences at the 7th level of the void prying stage. But that was only limited to rumors, and seeing it with their own 2 eyes was a completely different concept. 3 lifelike ancient horned dragons appeared above the 3 old women, and they coiled down as they descended, causing the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples to feel extremely shocked. On the other hand, the faces of Nia Rong and Nia Yuan sank. Subsequently, they glanced at each other and seemed to have come to some sort of tacit understanding before taking a step forward at the same time to firmly protect Duan Lingtian behind them. "Little Tian, leave quickly." "Right, leave quickly, we'll stop them." Nia Rong and Nia Yuan's voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at the first possible moment, and they were filled with anxiousness. Warmth couldn't help but arise in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard these 2 voice transmissions. He knew clearly in his heart Nia Rong and Nia Yuan didn't know of his true strength now, so their current actions were purely because they didn't want him to suffer any harm from the bottom of their hearts. This matter isn't related to him. The dignified 3 supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect ought to not make a move against a young man, right? Nia Rong spoke with a low voice. Humph. The reply to Nia Rong was the azure-clothed old woman's cold grunt. "I don't care who he is, but since he dared follow the 2 of you to the Flying Rainbow sect to cause trouble, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Just like the 2 of you, he can live if his cultivation is crippled, otherwise die." The blue-clothed old woman's eyes flickered with a fierce light as she spoke with a low voice. Swoosh! The old woman's clothes fluttered as her eyes that flickered with cold lights instantly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Nia Rong's expression instantly went grim when he heard this. "Supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect, in my opinion, the 3 of you are the shame of the Flying Rainbow sect. Don't think I don't know why all of you are going against my mother. It's utterly not because of the union between her and my father, and it's instead because as far as all of you are concerned, she sees the position of sect master from that adopted daughter of yours." When facing such a dangerous situation, Nia Yuan completely shed all pretenses and laughed with ridicule. "In my opinion, what qualifications does that woman that can't afford to lose have to compete with my mother?" Swoosh! Nia Yuan's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian who couldn't help but be stunned. Even the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but look at Nia Yuan. There seems to be some sort of inside story. "Die!" Right at this moment, the yellow-clothed old woman shouted coldly and directly made a move. Her target wasn't Duan Lingtian that she'd locked onto earlier, and it was Nia Yuan who'd just finished speaking in a resounding voice. Obviously, she'd turned angry from embarrassment because of Nia Yuan's words, and she'd slightly lost her reason. The Flying Rainbow sect disciples present only saw a yellow-colored bolt of lightning flash through the sky, and it flashed directly towards the middle-aged man that seemed to be the son of the sect master. Swish! Right at this critical moment, An extremely swift sword light descended from high above, and it obstructed the yellow-colored bolt of lightning that flashed swiftly towards Niayuan. Immediately after, a white figure appeared in front of Niayuan. This was an old woman in plain white clothes, and her face was slightly pale. Obviously, she'd suffered an internal injury. Moreover, because she'd made a move earlier, it caused the hand that held the sword to tremble slightly. "Mother!" Niayuan looked at the familiar figure before him and couldn't help but call out lightly, and his gentle voice came from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. It was the first time he'd seen his Uncle Nia speak with such a gentle tone, and he was able to discern the respect and love Uncle Nia had towards the white-clothed old woman. "Sect Master!" At the same time, the group of Flying Rainbow Sect disciples on the martial practice grounds bowed respectfully to the white-clothed old woman. "Cough, cough! Supreme Elders, after all of you kill them, do all of you want to kill me as well?" After the white-clothed old woman, the sect master of the Flying Rainbow Sect, Meng Ping, coughed twice. Her countenance became even more ghastly pale as her hoarse voice sounded out, and it contained traces of rage mixed within. "Sect Master, you're joking." When faced with the white-clothed old woman's questioning, the azure-clothed old woman's expression was calm as she said indifferently, "We only wanted to teach them a lesson, and we didn't really want to kill them." "Yeah, Sect Master, you're injured. You should quickly return and rest. We'll help you deal with such a small matter." The blue-clothed old woman spoke out as well. "Sect Master, please leave." Chapter 739. What if I don't leave? Meng Ping sneered, and her pale and emaciated face was filled with a terrifying and fierce expression. "Then we can only offend you." The yellow-clothed old woman took a step forward with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning as she attacked Meng Ping once more, and her origin energy skyrocketed and swept out. Swish! Meng Ping struck out with her sword. Even though she'd blocked the old woman's attack once more, the origin energy on her body had been completely obliterated, causing her to repeatedly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and her body was on the verge of collapse. "Mother!" Niayuan hurriedly supported his mother, and his crimson-red eyes stared fixedly at the yellow-clothed old woman. "My mother is still the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow Sect now. You dare make a move against the sect leader? How should you be punished?" But unfortunately, the yellow-clothed old woman utterly paid no attention to Niayuan, and she instead looked at Nia Rong, who'd hurried over to support Meng Ping. "The three of us said it the last time. If you dare make an appearance in the Flying Rainbow Sect again, then we'll surely cripple your cultivation. Now, will you cripple your own cultivation, or do you want me to do it for you?" Even if it was before the sect leader, Meng Ping, the yellow-clothed old woman, was fearless and spoke frankly about crippling the cultivation of Meng Ping's husband, Nia Rong. Nia Rong clenched his fists tightly as he gritted his teeth, and his aged face seemed as if it was instantly covered in a layer of frost as he stared fiercely at the yellow-clothed old woman. "If you don't cripple your own cultivation after 3 breaths of time, then I'll be happy to do it for you." The yellow-clothed old woman spoke indifferently. "Elder Huang, don't go too far." Meng Ping was angered to the point of spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and she spoke with an extremely hoarse voice. "Sect leader, don't interfere in this matter." The yellow-clothed old woman didn't look Meng Ping in the eye, and she stared fixedly at Nia Rong, who was by Meng Ping's side instead. "There's another 2 breaths of time. There's another breath of time. Since you don't cripple your own cultivation, then I can only do it for you." After 3 breaths of time, the yellow-clothed old woman suddenly took a stride forward. Instantly, the airflow in the air flashed and gave rise to waves of awe-inspiring strong winds that blew to the point the clothes of the people that stood in the sky fluttered. The yellow-clothed old woman walked towards Nia Rong step by step, and every single step she took seemed to have transformed into an enormous hammer that fiercely smashed onto Nia's chest, and it caused him to become even paler. "Stop! Stop!" Meng Ping struggled in an attempt to stop the yellow-clothed old woman. Unfortunately, her injuries were too severe. She barely managed to stand in the air, but she was already on the verge of collapsing, let alone stopping the yellow-clothed old woman. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Nia Yuan made a move. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he shot out, and his target was the yellow-clothed old woman in full fury. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Facing Nia Yuan's attack, the yellow-clothed old woman revealed a disdainful expression. With a raise of her hand, she swept out her palm, which was like a palm leaf fan, towards Nia Yuan. If this palm landed, even if Nia Yuan didn't die, he would be crippled. Yuan, Meng Ping's expression changed drastically when she saw her son in trouble. She struggled and wanted to help, but she lost all her strength. Her body, which was already on the verge of collapse, couldn't hold on any longer and fell down with a loud bang. However, Meng Ping wasn't thinking about what would happen if she fell from such a height. Her eyes were fixed on Nia Yuan. That was the son she had given birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. All these years she owed her son too much. If her son really died here today, she swore that the meaning of her life would be to avenge her son. She would not rest until she was dead. Yuaner. Nia Rong never imagined that his son would take the initiative to attack the yellow-clothed old woman in order to save him. His expression changed drastically, and he flew out wanting to help. Unfortunately, his speed was still too slow. Seeing his son about to be enveloped by the yellow-clothed old woman's palm that was like a palm leaf fan, Nia Rong closed his eyes in despair, and 2 drops of tears fell. Yuan bang! Ah! However, in the next moment, a loud bang accompanied by a shrill scream sounded out, and it made Nia Rong, who had his eyes closed, stunned. He could tell that this wasn't his son Nia Yuan's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his entire life. He saw that a purple figure had appeared before his son since an unknown time. Mother, after Nia Yuan escaped from danger. He didn't have time to think and pounced down from the sky at the first possible moment. He caught Meng Ping, who was rapidly falling down, and then he heaved a sigh of relief. After confirming that his mother was fine, Nia Yuan raised his head and looked at the purple figure in the sky in a daze. Xiao Tian, you crippled my cultivation. Subsequently, everyone present heard a shrill cry of hatred. The origin energy on the yellow-clothed old woman that was blasted flying had been obliterated, and she held onto her lower abdomen as she crashed to the ground. But unfortunately, she didn't have a son to catch her like Meng Ping, and she fiercely fell onto the martial practice grounds, causing her head to be covered in blood, and she lost all signs of life. No matter if it was the ground or the sky, the martial practice grounds was deathly silent at this moment. One of the 3 great supreme elders of the Flying Rainbow sect had died just like this. Moreover, she fell to her death. Subsequently, numerous gazes stretched out from the martial practice grounds as if they'd discussed this beforehand, and they locked onto the purple figure in the sky. He crippled the supreme elder's cultivation? I didn't even see clearly how he attacked earlier. Moreover, the supreme elder's cultivation was crippled in a single move. Even though she wasn't prepared, it's sufficient to show that his strength is extremely strong. The supreme elder is in existence at the 7th level of the void prying stage. Even if she was caught off guard and another 7th level void prying stage martial artist made a move against her, the martial artist might not be able to cripple her cultivation so cleanly. In this way, his cultivation is at the 8th level of the void prying stage or above. The crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds couldn't help but gasp. This violet clothed young man that looked to be only around the age of 25 actually possessed such a terrifying strength? 8th level of the void prying stage. When they heard the discussions of the crowd of Flying Rainbow sect disciples, Nia Rong and Nia Yuan glanced at each other from afar, and they saw shock and sudden understanding in each other's eyes. Shock was because they utterly didn't know beforehand that Duan Lingtian possessed such a terrifying strength. Nonsense. If they knew earlier that Duan Lingtian possessed such a terrifying strength, they wouldn't be so anxious and fearful earlier. Sudden understanding was because they finally realized why Duan Lingtian had the confidence to forcefully charge into the Flying Rainbow sect. It turned out that, in his eyes, he utterly didn't take those old fellows from the Flying Rainbow sect seriously. For a time, at the same time that their hearts were filled with pleasant surprise, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. To think that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to possess such a formidable strength earlier. Now it would seem that they utterly couldn't use common sense to deduce Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the azure-clothed old woman and blue-clothed old woman went completely grim when the yellow-clothed old woman died. The azure-clothed old woman's expression was unsightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a grim voice, "Who exactly are you? Why did you kill the supreme elder of my Flying Rainbow sect?" "Kill? When did I kill?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the azure-clothed old woman and shrugged. "Don't frame a good person." "Frame a good person?" Duan Lingtian's words that sounded exceedingly naive caused the group of people, including Nierong and Nieyuan, to be unable to refrain from bursting into laughter, especially those female disciples of the Flying Rainbow sect. All of their faces flushed red as if they felt embarrassed for Duan Lingtian. You clearly killed Elder Huang, yet you still dare quibble?" The azure-clothed old woman spoke with a low voice. "Elder Huang? That yellow-clothed old woman?" Duan Lingtian glanced at the corpse on the martial practice grounds, and his brows raised. "I admit that I crippled her cultivation, but when did I kill her? Which eye of yours saw it?" Duan Lingtian's words caused the azure-clothed old woman's expression to become even more livid. "You didn't kill her directly, but you crippled her cultivation while she was high up in the sky. What difference is there between this and killing her?" Laughable. Duan Lingtian's originally casual and handsome face was instantly covered in a layer of ice as he said coldly, "She was high up in the sky. That's her own business. Could it be that I asked her to go high up in the sky? It's impossible to reason with him, so there's no need to say anything to him." The blue-clothed old woman stopped the azure-clothed old woman that wanted to continue arguing with Duan Lingtian, and she looked coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian. "Who exactly are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of our Flying Rainbow sect?" "Who am I?" Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed old woman as if he was looking at an idiot. "You wouldn't have gotten old, and your eyes aren't working properly, right? Could it be that you didn't see that I came here with Grandpa Nya and Uncle Nya? They're my family. Could it be that I can't interfere in their matters?" Duan Lingtian especially emphasized the words family. The faces of the two old women instantly sank when they heard this. They suddenly noticed that the development of the matter seemed to have completely exceeded their expectations, and at the same time it had exceeded their control. Not to mention anything else, just this violet-clothed young man before them obviously possessed a strength that was even more formidable than them. In a head-on collision, they felt that even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. When they saw the two supreme elders of the sect were unable to speak before the violet-clothed young man, the gazes of the group of Flying Rainbow sect disciples on the martial practice grounds lit up. More than 90% of the female disciples shot flirtatious gazes at Duan Lingtian as they wanted to obtain Duan Lingtian's attention because of this. But unfortunately, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to them. But even then, they still flocked to him like ducks, For a time, the martial practice grounds of the Flying Rainbow sect had temporarily fallen into deathly silence. No one spoke, and all of them were communicating with their gazes. Finally, the Flying Rainbow sect's master, Meng Ping, spoke and broke this short period of silence. "Yuan, this is?" Nie Yuan didn't dare dally when facing Meng Ping's question, and he said with a smile, "Mother, this is the little Tian I mentioned to you in the past." "What?" Meng Ping's pupils couldn't help but constrict when she heard Nie Yuan, and even her breathing became slightly hurried as she asked with slight excitement, He's that Duan Lingtian from your Crimson Sky Kingdom?" Meng Ping's excitement came from the bottom of her heart, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if she'd seen a great figure. Meng Ping's loss of composure was noticed by Duan Lingtian. He knew that Meng Ping had probably heard of some things related to him. "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.